Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions.
Chapter 951, The Good and Bad News. The room that had moments ago been a battlefield of loud arguments and clashing opinions among conclave leaders now stood in utter silence, so quiet that even the fall of a cotton strand would have drawn attention. "I'm surprised we're even arguing about this," the Grand Exorvac said, his voice calm but laced with unmistakable disdain as he spoke. "We are the conclave. And here we are, entertaining whether we should pretend not to see what our enemies are doing behind our backs, just to avoid the inconvenience of having to face two foes at once. Has a millennium of peace made you so timid that you'd rather lie to yourselves than confront what needs to be confronted?" He hadn't spoken a single word during the earlier chaos, like most of the top 10 leaders, whose civilizations had long lifespans. Unlike the younger, short-lived civilizations that had only read of the brutal and extremely dangerous warring period, many among the top 10 had lived through it, or were raised by the generations who had. War, to them, was not some distant legend. It was either a haunting memory for the weak ones who were on the receiving end or an endearing one for those who were in power and on the dishing end. If we're going to avoid confrontation simply because their leader managed to best a few of our representatives, under conditions that clearly favored him, then we've already surrendered. Being cautious is one thing. But this? He gave a slight scoff. This is cowardice dressed as diplomacy. I see no reason for an argument in the first place, when we can simply deal with them as. Though his words were not openly disrespectful, his tone carried a patronizing sharpness, as if he were scolding naive children. And none of the other leaders interrupted. They all knew who he was, the most powerful individual in the conclave, both in personal ability and the might of his civilization. His bluntness was tolerated because, more often than not, it was paired with uncomfortable truths they couldn't afford to ignore. The Imperial Garden, Earth. Rustle, rustle. The vast imperial gardens, blanketed with millions of blooming roses, swayed gently under a playful breeze. Their movement whispered a rhythm, a soft rustling hum that added life to the quiet. Aaron walked slowly between the rows of roses, one hand stretched outward to brush his fingers over the petals as he passed. A subtle smile adorned his face, but his steps were aimless, unhurried like a man trying to soak in a moment he rarely got. Nearby, Rena sat under the shade of a white gazebo, watching him with warm eyes and one hand resting over her stomach. Her smile carried more than love as it carried contentment, hope, and a silent promise for the future. Only days ago, they had discovered she was pregnant. The news had come unexpectedly as it was picked up by Nova during a routine security scan after Rena's return from a brief tour outside the palace. Nova had shared it with Rena first, as protocol dictated, giving her full control over when and how to reveal it, which she decided to do immediately as she shared it with Aaron and everyone in the family. The joy had been overwhelming. They had been trying for years, fully aware of how difficult it would be due to what they had come to call the strength factor. As Aaron continued to evolve, his body constantly adapted to his rising power, changing on a cellular level in ways that made conception difficult. His biology was slowly shifting into something approaching a long-lived species, where reproduction was less of a priority, making natural pregnancy nearly impossible. They had considered artificial insemination as a fallback, but with time still on their side, they'd opted to continue trying naturally first. Now, that patience had paid off. Aaron had been so thrilled that he issued a celebratory gift of 1,000 END credits to every one of the more than 20 billion citizens of the empire that were redeemable for any product or service from his private companies. It cost him over 20 trillion END in foregone revenue, but for someone of his stature, it was a gift he could afford. And he felt it was worth every credit. The combination of the Empress's pregnancy and the unexpected windfall sparked mass celebrations across the empire. Streets were filled with joy, social feeds overflowed with congratulations, and every market buzzed with activity. Thankfully, the credits were limited to Aaron's own companies, sparing the rest of the economy from dangerous inflation. Still, the sudden surge in consumer activity caused a noticeable bump in prices, one that the conclave and the Empire's rapid production capabilities quietly absorbed to prevent a ripple effect. Aaron turned, waving to Rena, his smile a reflection of the joy in his heart. Then, his smile froze. His hand, still raised in a wave, remained motionless. His expression, to anyone watching from a distance, was unchanged. But his voice, a low, urgent whisper through his teeth, was anything but calm. "What? I apologize for that. Our people are reporting weird movements within the conclave." Nix's voice, a cold, dispassionate counterpoint to the warmth of the garden, echoed in his mind. "How so?" he asked, his hand finally lowering, his movements a slow, deliberate return to a casual stroll. "We have 13 little protagonists in different civilizations," Nix reported. "All of them have reported a sudden, coordinated drop in VR logins. The majority of those who have gone offline are government workers and military personnel." A holographic display, invisible to all but him, materialized, showing a list of names, a random sampling of the thousands who had just vanished from the network. The consistency of the data was undeniable. "How long has this been going on?" he asked, plucking a single, perfect rose from its stem as he started walking back to the gazebo, looking as if everything was fine. 8 hours ago, Nix replied. "We have been monitoring, waiting to see if it was a statistical anomaly. But the little protagonists have just confirmed it. This is a deliberate, coordinated action. Continue monitoring the situation for now and call everyone for a full briefing in an hour." "Understood," Nix replied, already relaying the order to Nova, who began issuing the summons. Aaron's steps did not falter. He walked back to the gazebo with the rose held gently in his hand. He handed it to Rena, his smile as warm and loving as ever, as if he just hadn't received news that hinted that they were on the verge of receiving an attack. Chapter 952: The Reopening of Old Wounds. The number of people online is expected to continue decreasing as they finish their preparations, Nix said, finishing her report. "So, do you suspect they are preparing for us, or are they trying to deal with Dresner faster?" Aaron asked. He had already escorted Rena back to the Imperial Palace before logging into VR to join the meeting, and now he scrolled through the information document in front of him. "At the moment, we lack deep cover assets, so we can't be certain. They could be preparing for us, for Dresner, or for a third option, dealing with both of us simultaneously," Nix answered, highlighting their intelligence limitations. The Empire was already infiltrating these civilizations using both the little protagonists and other means, but the process required time. Their agents needed to naturally gain more access to information and install themselves in key positions. However, the situation developed earlier than expected, before the infiltrators could access top-level intelligence, leaving them with only surface-level information. Nix was currently collecting information from VR discussions. People were talking about massive ships leaving from unusual planets or mentioning military operations and mobilizations they'd heard about from family members in the military or government. The fidelity of this information was limited, however. It was secondhand, with no evidence to back it up, and could be either exaggerated or underreported. Consequently, this intelligence could only be used for brainstorming, not as a primary guide for their plans. "What do you think?" Aaron asked, turning to John, who was the best person to consult on military matters. "I think we should prepare for the worst-case scenario instead of focusing on what they might do," John said, a firm believer in preparing for the worst while hoping for the best. "If we're wrong, we can treat this as a practice run. It will allow us to mobilize faster in the future, since the equipment from this preparation will be readily available. If we're right, we won't be caught off guard." "However," he added, bringing up their largest disadvantage should a war break out, "our plans must account for being heavily outnumbered in both military equipment and personnel. Although we can match their one-to-one construction speed, they have a head start of a century or more. Not only that, but the size of our territory relative to theirs is very small, making it easy for them to overwhelm us with numbers." Everyone in the meeting nodded in acknowledgement. They were all aware of this and knew that means to minimize this disadvantage already existed. "Contact Dresner," Aaron said, looking at Nix, who was still their only point of contact. "Inform him of the situation so he can prepare, and tell him to be ready to implement our plans in case the situation calls for it." "Understood," she replied, immediately relaying the message to the little protagonist who handled the rest. "I leave the planning and implementation to you. Keep me updated on any changes or major developments," Aaron said, getting to his feet. He had already started the logout procedure and was waiting for the timer to finish. "Yes," John and Athena answered in unison, accepting the orders before turning to their work. A month later. "I still can't believe I'm seeing this with my own eyes," Brooks said, looking through the window of the massive ship. His gaze swept over the asteroids in the permitted section of the Oort cloud. Just decades ago, these were mere specks of light in our telescopes. Now, not only can we see them this close, but we can even walk on them in VR. Due to the Oort cloud's massive size and the potential for things to go wrong, the Empire had restricted access to a few select areas. These zones were easily accessible for rescue missions and had existing infrastructure, ensuring a better and safer experience for tourists. "You're still stuck on that? People can already travel to other star systems," said his friend, Ursula, as she took out her camera and started taking pictures of the celestial bodies. "And soon, the Nexus wormholes will reduce the travel time to weeks." "I know, but I'm just admiring the speed of change. When I retired, we were celebrating the launch of the James Webb Telescope and how it would revolutionize astronomy. Just a few years later, we're on the verge of visiting places we thought only future generations would have the pleasure of stepping on. It's as if humanity was pushing a stone to a cliff's edge for centuries, and then someone finally gave it the last shove. But who did the pushing? It can't be the M." Before he could finish his sentence, the words caught in his throat. His brain nearly froze at the sight before them. Their faces, illuminated by the dim starlight filtering through the window, were suddenly cast in shadow as a massive number of new objects blotted out the sun. "Oh my God!" Before his prayer could be completed, the ship shuddered with a deafening boom that was felt more than heard, but a momentary, violent tremor before the absolute silence of the vacuum. The attacking fleets, having annihilated everything in the vicinity, vanished into light speed. 30 seconds after the first group of fleets vanished, a second wave arrived. Wormholes materialized and vanished within moments, leaving behind another fleet that promptly repeated the process. This sequence continued for more than a minute before ceasing in the immediate vicinity. But the stoppage was only temporary and local. As the activity ended there, it erupted elsewhere. In one of the locations a fleet had passed through, a single ship had remained behind just long enough to collect the area's absolute coordinates. After transmitting the data back to its command, it too vanished. Moments later, that new location was swarmed with fleets, and the cycle began again. The only common thread was the point of entry. All the fleets materialized on the outer edges of the Oort cloud, whose immense size made it impossible for the Empire to intercept them all. The truce was over. The war had restarted, and this time the attackers were better prepared than they were for the first conflict. Chapter 953, Operation Overwhelm. Nexus. As the future hub for all intercivilizational space travel, it was a bustling center of activity. Construction was ongoing, a constant effort to build a station massive enough to accommodate the projected traffic. Furthermore, every civilization knew its absolute coordinates, as the Nexus was the starting point for the entire wormhole network. Since all civilizations were jointly providing materials and labor for its construction, the constant opening and closing of supply wormholes was the norm. A single wormhole opened in the usual place, but instead of one ship emerging, 10 massive fleets poured out. They wasted no time, immediately attacking the station's defenses, whose locations they already knew. Flashes of light and constant explosions erupted as the small defense contingent was almost instantly overwhelmed. The station itself went into full lockdown, sealing all entry and exit points to protect those inside. The attackers could have breached the station, but they didn't. Instead, they enveloped it in a shield, turning the massive structure into a prison as they seized control of the surrounding space. Nexus has been secured. I repeat, the Nexus has been secured. Operation Overwhelm is a go. A single, conclave-wide communication was sent out. Within seconds of the broadcast, nearly 50 wormholes tore open across the Nexus vicinity. Fleets poured through, one after another. Then, a single, massive wormhole, one of the first to appear, stopped expanding. From its depths, a colossal space station began to emerge. This new fortress was to be their command center for the war. Its strategic value was immense. Positioned centrally between the two main Imperial territories, it left no cover for approaching fleets. From this single point, the Conclave could foresee all of the Imperial government's reinforcements. They could intercept any fleet that took a direct route, forcing the Empire to take long, circuitous paths. This would effectively have the number of forces the Empire could muster for the defense of its capital star system. But the fleets, now numbering nearly 100, didn't linger. They dispersed immediately, jumping through new wormholes or accelerating to light speed, all heading deeper into Imperial territory. Ministry of Transportation Priority Zero announcement: due to a detected enemy attack, the Imperial government has assumed control of all vessels to ensure your safety. Until further notice, manual control is suspended. Such an announcement was sent to all Imperial vessels as their controls were forcibly overridden. All lightspeed capable ships were immediately sent into FTL, while those incapable were pushed to maximum sublight velocity. They were all directed toward Earth, the trade hub, or the nearest government-controlled space station. This was done to prevent the monumental chaos that would have erupted if countless ships had been left to fend for themselves, which would have needlessly increased casualties as everyone scrambled for safety. While the announcement was a shock, the override itself wasn't a surprise to anyone involved in shipbuilding or piloting. They were all aware of the mandatory technologies embedded in every vessel, an always-on transponder pinging exclusively to the Empire, and a remote override system. This system was designed for emergencies like this, to prevent ships from being used as battering rams against Imperial targets, or to easily deal with pirates. The technology was embedded deep within the ship's core ROM, making it untamperable. Any attempt to disable it would crash the entire system, effectively rendering the vessel dead in space. Ministry of War Priority Zero announcement: due to detected enemy attacks, interplanetary travel is temporarily restricted. Defenses at your current location are being raised to maximum levels to ensure your safety. Simultaneously, this announcement was sent to everyone on planets and space stations, halting all traffic to prevent congestion in space, which was already filling with evacuated ships. What the fuck? Burke muttered, reading the announcement. He felt his surroundings take on a yellow hue, which was nearly impossible on Earth at this time of day. A shallow shadow fell over him. As he raised his head, he felt his heart hammer against his ribs. The entire sky was slowly being overlaid with yellow, hexagonal grids, the planetary defense shield revealing itself. But it wasn't just one layer. He could see at least 3 shimmering into existence, a clear sign of how serious the situation was. Why aren't we being told to head for the bunkers? He asked his AI, realizing the gravity of the Empire's response. You may have forgotten, but the Empire constructed all cities as fortress cities, his AI replied. The city itself is designed to function as a bunker in case the atmospheric shield is breached. She displayed an image of the massive walls that were part of the city's original construction. They had later been modified to retract into the ground, reducing their visual disruption and protecting them from the wear and tear of atmospheric forces. Ah, right. It was so long ago I forgot about them. They haven't been in our faces for decades, Burke said, the distant memory returning. So, what's the situation? Update me, he asked after calming himself, wanting to know who could force the Empire into such a drastic response. The AIs were the best source, providing only official and verified information. The breach occurred 3 minutes ago, the AI answered, displaying accessible footage of fleets emerging from wormholes, but censoring any images of the actual attacks. The Nexus and the outer regions of the Oort cloud are now occupied by enemy forces. They have been identified as the Conclave. The government has not yet provided a reason for the attack. The Emperor will be making an address shortly to provide more details. At the moment, all efforts are focused on stabilizing the situation. Why would the Conclave attack us when we have a mana-secured agreement? Burke asked, surprised to hear the identity of the attackers. His AI hadn't shown him the full scale of the invasion, but he could gauge its severity. He remembered the First War. Even then, only a single planetary shield had been activated. The 3 layers now shimmering above him made it terrifyingly clear, this was a far greater threat. The reason has not yet been made public. It will most likely be revealed by the Emperor during his address, his AI answered. Burke lowered his gaze from the sky to gauge the reactions of those around him. Despite the small crowd, the responses varied wildly. The few people from Proxima looked calm. Even by human standards, their loyalty to the Empire, the cause of their creation, and their benefactor was absolute. The Empire had never given them a reason to doubt, so when their AIs told them to remain calm and await the official address, that is precisely what they did. The reactions among the humans from Earth were more divided. The younger generation, having never experienced the horrors of war, remained mostly calm and continued with their day. The older ones, however, were different. While they weren't panicking, a palpable nervousness and fear clouded their faces. Most of them cancelled their plans and began heading home, preferring to follow the developments from the safety of their own 4 walls. Chapter 954, Releasing All of the Shackles. Distance is the chokehold of space warfare. With such a vast expanse between the wormhole entry points and the solar system, it was impossible for the invaders to hide, no matter how stealthy they tried to be. Knowing this, they didn't even try. They had the numbers advantage from the start. Within 10 minutes of the invasion's launch, more than 150 fleets had already entered Imperial territory. For now, they moved in unison, attempting to secure advantageous positions while simultaneously gathering absolute coordinates to allow for rapid reinforcement. As this was happening, nearly 50 of those fleets headed directly for the Oort cloud, targeting the primary entry point to the solar system. Their goal was to punch through the defenses at the trade hub, secure it, and then push deeper into the system. Their intelligence, gathered during their previous time in the system, told them it would take the bulk of the Imperial forces longer to arrive, giving them a crucial time advantage. Didn't our simulations predict they would need 3 months to be ready? What did we miss? Aaron asked Nyx. She was responsible for intelligence gathering and had been monitoring VR activity, using the number of military personnel logging off as a benchmark. The number of military-affiliated individuals who logged off VR and did not return was approximately 500 million, Nyx reported. However, judging by the number of fleets they've deployed, I estimate there are at least 2 billion soldiers. They most likely gathered the majority of them from star systems not yet connected to the VR network, suspecting we were capable of monitoring it. Nyx provided the hypothesis not as an excuse, but as the most logical conclusion, and everyone in the meeting room understood that. What is the status of the wormhole and VR projects? Aaron asked, his thoughts turning to the millions of Imperial citizens, overseers, technicians, and workers now stranded at those remote sites. We issued an immediate recall order, but the structure of the wormhole network makes a near-instant return impossible, Athena responded this time, now acting as the central coordinator for the war effort. They would have to travel through a number of connected wormholes before reaching the Nexus, which is now under enemy control. We adjusted the order and instructed them to board their ships and enter light speed to avoid capture. We will be responsible for retrieving them. A few managed to escape, but the rest have either been captured or killed by the Conclave forces that were already there to secure the wormholes. What are the casualties? Aaron asked, his voice unnaturally calm, like the air before a storm. 17,826,008 are confirmed dead. 127,962,423 are captured, injured, or trapped on lockdown space stations surrounded by the invading forces, she answered. Crack! The sound echoed in the virtual room. Everyone saw the conference table in front of Aaron had fractured, despite Nova programming unnatural durability into such objects to prevent this very thing. Nova repaired it instantly, and the meeting continued as if nothing had happened. When will our forces engage them? Aaron asked, his tone just as calm as before. In exactly 3 hours, Athena said, conjuring a miniature holographic map of the solar system. Our rapid response forces will intercept them here. She indicated a line in the Oort cloud where the two fleets would meet, showing their current locations and velocities. She then expanded the map, highlighting the other enemy fleets moving along the system's outer edge. As for these flanking groups, it will take them days, some up to 2 weeks, to get into position to surround us. They're spreading out, Aaron observed, immediately grasping their strategy. They want to ensure a single black hole bomb won't be enough. And if we use multiple bombs while surrounded, we risk destabilizing the entire system and taking ourselves out with them. Either way, they win. They are also collecting absolute coordinates to bring in reinforcements without the long journey, John added. Based on our current preparations, can we handle the initial onslaught while the rest of our forces mobilize? Aaron asked. Yes, John answered. But we will face some difficulty if we keep our own wormhole technology hidden, as was the original plan. There is no need to hide anything, Aaron declared. His expression was one they had never seen before. This war ends only when one side is defeated. Do not worry about keeping cards close to your chest. I want the Empire to stretch its wings and deal with this enemy. They didn't question whether the Emperor's decision was fueled by anger over the millions of dead and captured citizens. They only saw his determination to end this conflict swiftly, before it could drag on and become even more dangerous. Then, can we use it to rescue our stranded citizens? John asked. If they were going all out, rescuing their people was paramount, as the enemy would surely use them as human shields once they realized the Empire was no longer holding back. Yes. Bring me a revised plan for an all-out offensive, Aaron commanded. John and Athena nodded before disappearing. They entered a new virtual instance with a much higher time acceleration. The contingency plans already existed, but they needed to be adjusted for their current state of semi-preparedness before they could be implemented. Unknowingly, the Conclave had just given Aaron the justification he needed to unleash the full might of his military, without having to hold back for a potential future enemy who might learn from the conflict. How are the citizens reacting to the announcement? Aaron asked, turning to the Minister of the Interior, who had been silent throughout the military discussion. They've taken the news well, the minister replied. Seeing the shields go up seems to have calmed the majority of them, but they are eagerly awaiting your address for more information. As for the VR network, we are waiting for your decision on what to do with it. Good. I will address them in 5 minutes, Aaron said before turning to Sarah, who was also present at the meeting due to her control over the vital VR network. Isolate the Empire again, but leave the VR active for the other civilizations. We are planning to continue using it to mine for information, unless they take down their signal towers. On it, Sarah said, before leaving to implement the orders. Chapter 955, The Brutality of War. It took only 5 minutes for John and Athena to return, but for them and the entire planning division, it had been a months-long, continuous project. In their time-accelerated instance, they had planned, run simulations to find flaws, returned to the drawing board, and refined the plan repeatedly. They did their best to minimize potential mistakes, and though the enemy's human element made them unpredictable, they worked tirelessly to account for every possible variable. So this is what it takes to pull off a rescue operation, Aaron said. He had finished assimilating the plan and found it sound. It incorporated the vast trove of information they had gathered from Dresner's possessions of war after taking over the star systems and collecting their information in VR, allowing them to predict many of the enemy's potential moves and counter them in advance. Yes. We have to conduct them all at once, John explained. They are already using their people who are on the inside to try and retake the control of the space stations, and the moment they realize what we're doing, they will move to destroy entire space stations if they feel they're losing their leverage. The plan was to contact the trapped citizens on the captured space stations and direct them to specific rally points. Then, wormholes would open simultaneously in all those locations for an immediate mass evacuation, completed before the enemy could realize what was happening and mount a counterattack. The only problem was the sheer scale of the operation. The rescue had to be conducted on over 57,000 separate space stations. The biggest headache was the Nexus itself, where over 100,000 Imperial citizens were now barricaded in various sections of the colossal structure. "Okay. Go ahead with it," Aaron said, giving his approval. He knew the preparations would take nearly 2 hours, which felt dangerously long. With so many captured stations, the Conclave wouldn't just act as wardens forever. They would try to consolidate their prisoners. While waiting for that might seem tactically sound, there was nothing to stop the Conclave forces from slaughtering half the hostages if they resisted during the process. Nexus. "Please, open the door. I beg you," a woman screamed, her voice raw from shouting. Her hands were bloody from clawing and banging at the reinforced glass section of the door, trying desperately to pry it open and get to the other side. On that other side, her fellow humans watched, their faces masks of shame, guilt, and fear. None of them moved to help. They couldn't. Behind the begging woman, a mob of Conclave civilians, a mix of species, had her cornered. They brandished pieces of metal and other makeshift weapons, watching her struggle with predatory amusement. The blood already smeared on their weapons and the motionless human bodies lying on the floor showed this was not their first kill. When the Conclave seized the Nexus, they had given their citizens free rein to do whatever they wanted to the humans trapped inside. These civilians, among them construction workers, official representatives of the process, and government loyalists, saw the humans as enemies. With the station's AI keeping it in lockdown and preventing the Conclave military from establishing full control, the mob took matters into their own hands. For those who enjoyed lynching, it was a holiday. I repeat, all Imperial citizens are under the protection of the Empire. All who harm them will face the full wrath and retaliation of the Empire. An AI announcement boomed from the speakers, cycling through different languages to ensure everyone understood the consequences. The Conclave mob ignored it. The message had been repeating since the start, and they dismissed it as an empty threat. "Arg!" the woman shrieked as a hulking Hurai worker grabbed her by the hair and dragged her back into the crowd. Thwack! 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 The sickening sound of metal striking flesh echoed, punctuated by maniacal laughter. The woman's screams faded, then went silent forever as her skull caved in. On the other side of the door, the captive humans watched in horror. They felt anger at the atrocity, shame at their helplessness, guilt for being mere spectators, and a sickening tinge of relief that it wasn't them. The mob's depravity didn't end with her death. They tore off her clothes and began defiling her body, committing unspeakable acts. All of this was being transmitted live to the Empire's Central Command Center, which was monitoring and cataloging everything that was happening so that the Empire could fulfill its promise of retaliation. Thousands of similar situations were unfolding across the captured space stations. The Conclave was using the brutality of its civilians as a weapon, a terror tactic designed to force the remaining pockets of resistance into surrender. But not all humans were victims. In some corners of the captured stations, they were fighting back. "Please. We were just following the orders we were given by the Conclave. You know what they're like. If we don't do as they say, they'll retaliate against our families." Abag Omar scrambled backward, pleading with the human before him. But the man's furious expression showed that the alien's begging was making no dent in his resolve. Beside the man lay 7 motionless bodies, a mix of different Conclave species. They had made the mistake of attacking him. They had found him alone, not yet at a designated evacuation point, and saw an opportunity, a chance to kill a human without repercussion, a brutal freedom they had only just been granted that they had realized a few months ago that the slave owners had had since forever. "That is not my concern," the man said, his hands turning dark black. "You killed our people. A blood debt can only be repaid with blood. So die knowing that even your death won't be enough to repay the debt you've incurred." He advanced on the begging Bog Omar, raising his hands as if to clap. The alien, thinking his pleading had bought him a moment, scrambled to turn and run. Clap. The sound wave hit the Bog Omar like a physical blow. For a heartbeat, he froze, his eyes wide and blank. Then, blood erupted from his eyes, nose, and ears, and he collapsed to the deck, his life extinguished instantly. Without a backward glance, the man continued on. His route had been modified, he was now a rescuer, tasked with clearing a path for other humans who hadn't yet reached safety. With each step, his pace quickened. The sound of his boots striking the deck grew louder, a percussive rhythm that seemed to propel him forward, lengthening his stride until he was covering vast distances with each powerful bound. Chapter 956, A Tit for Tat. Trade Hub. "What are you doing?" a Bog Omar shouted at the Imperial soldiers. Their rifles were leveled at him and his family, who trembled as they clung to him while being escorted back to their room. "We came here under a visa from the Empire. And it promised safety." The soldiers didn't respond. His family's terror elicited no change in their impassive stance as they continued their rhythmic march, indirectly forcing the Bog Omar and his family to keep walking backwards or else be shot by the soldiers. Their faces were unseen behind the helmets of full combat armor, a sight the Bog Omar and his family had never witnessed. Previously, the soldiers had only worn their basic uniforms, but in a matter of an hour since they last saw a soldier, they had become fully kit and ready for war. Once escorted into the room, one of the soldiers finally spoke. "The conclave has attacked," the soldier said, his voice coming through the helmet speaker in the Bog Omar's native tongue. "To ensure your safety and to prevent any incidents, we are placing you under room arrest. All your needs will be met, but you will not be allowed to leave this room until the situation is resolved." The family's expressions went from bad to worse. The realization dawned on them that they were now prisoners of war, completely at the mercy of the Empire, shifting the direction of their fear from the fear of being misunderstood to now being prisoners of war. "Nothing bad will happen to you so long as you follow the rules," the soldier added, letting the weight of his words sink in as he pointed at something in the room, but none of them turned to look at it, worried that if they did, they would be shot. "But if you try anything foolish, we will show no mercy." Once the soldier was done delivering the information, they turned and left as the door slid shut, sealing them inside, marking the start of their room arrest. It took them a few minutes to compose themselves before they dragged their feet to inspect the area that would be their prison for the duration of the war. To their surprise, it was a luxurious suite, even larger than their previous one. It was practically a small house, with 2 bedrooms and a spacious living room. A hologram displayed their information, including a list of house arrest rules, an update on the status of their valuables, and information that VR would still be accessible, albeit in a limited and surveilled capacity. For such a young race, they are remarkably adept at creating entertainment, a Valtharan dignitary mused, watching a massive hologram in his room. It displayed videos of people from various civilizations being forced to beg as their prides were systematically dismantled. For a civilization that valued pride and honor above all else, watching others being debased was the highest form of entertainment. Their own culture lacked anything like acting, as no Valtharan would willingly portray weakness, even in fiction, as the act itself was considered a stain on one's honor and would cause them to lose their standings. This left them starved for such content in the conclave, where sharing information between civilizations was limited, a thirst that was only now being quenched by the humans' near monopoly over video entertainment. Just as the man on the screen was about to swallow his pride to save a loved one, the video paused. An Imperial soldier in full combat armor walked straight through the hologram, his imposing frame nearly matching the man on the screen. "Who dares?" the Valtharan bellowed, his displeasure clear as he looked at the soldier advancing on him with palpable killing intent. "Do you know who I am? How dare you enter my room without permission? Are you trying to break the treaty? Do you want to die? He shouted, his tone shifting mid-rant, a predatory gleam in his eye as he saw an opportunity to reenact the very power dynamics he'd been enjoying. He shot up from his reclining chair, pointing a finger to mimic the aggressor in the video. But before he could utter a word, the soldier closed the distance, seized his outstretched arm, pivoted, threw him over his shoulder, and hit the ground with him. Ugh! The Valthurin hit the floor hard enough to dent it, but the groan lasted only a second before a glow enveloped his body as he hit the ground with his hand and used the impact to launch himself back into the air, flipping to deliver a powerful kick toward the soldier. Though the move was fast, the soldier simply raised a hand. 10 thin, shimmering shields materialized in front of his palm just as the kick connected. The first shield shattered instantly, as did the next 9 in rapid succession, causing the Valthurin to grin, thinking his kick would break the soldier's hand. Crack! A sickening snap echoed in the room, and it wasn't the soldier's extended arm. Arghar, the Valthurin screamed, clutching his own shattered leg. The soldier lowered his hand, looking down at him as if he hadn't been touched. I'm going to make you pay for this, the Valthurin seethed, his face a mask of hatred. You did that to yourself, why are you blaming me? The soldier stated flatly, and technically he was saying the truth, as the shields that the Valthurin had broken with his kick were not really shields but energy-absorbing runes, and each of them managed to absorb an average of 6% of his kick energy, meaning by the time the kick reached the soldier's extended hand, that kick was only at 40% of its power before 60% of his initial kick was used as defense against it. Which was no different than hitting yourself. Before the Valthurin could respond, the soldier moved in a blur. The dignitary's head slammed into the floor, denting it again, and he lost consciousness instantly. The soldier then carried his limp body to the room assigned for his imprisonment. While normal citizens were treated humanely, that courtesy did not extend to high-ranking officials, especially after the soldiers learned what was happening to Imperial citizens on the captured stations. As long as they weren't killed, any injuries could be healed in a matter of days. The Empire was returning the favor, capturing all Conclave citizens in its territory, including dignitaries and ambassadors, to counter the enemy's hostage strategy. Chapter 957, a masterpiece ready for a stage. The blare of a base-wide alarm ripped through the dormitory, causing the sleeping soldier to instinctively snap to attention before he could even process what was happening. Once on his feet, it took him only 10 seconds to become fully alert. He snatched his earpiece from the table and rushed out of the room, fitting it into his ear as he joined the scramble of soldiers heading toward their designated zones. What is the situation? Ismail asked his military-assigned AI buddy, picking up his pace as he finally left the dormitory and started rushing across the field to the building adjacent to it. It has been detected that fleets from the Conclave are on their way to attack the solar system and are currently capturing our people on space stations and holding them hostage, his AI buddy, whom he had named Tars, answered. It projected a few images to back up what it was saying, and by the time it finished explaining, they had already reached a very inconspicuous building whose door opened the moment he arrived, revealing an elevator waiting for him. A few people, who had arrived seconds earlier, were already inside. He immediately boarded, but the door only closed. The elevator didn't move as it waited for the remaining individuals. After 5 more people came and boarded, the elevator finally moved, beginning its descent underground. Throughout this period, no one spoke. They were either wondering what their part in this war would be, going through the generic information that had been made available to them, or just preparing themselves for what was about to come. Although it had yet to happen in real life, it was something they had practiced countless times in VR. Your missions have been assigned. The briefing is to take place once the initial preparations are done. You will be heading out in 2 hours in conjunction with another operation. All of them received the same announcement through their personal AIs. When the screen showing their depth reached 1 kilometer, the elevator finally came to a stop and opened its doors automatically, revealing a very thin corridor. This caused everyone in the elevator to tense for a moment, but the feeling passed quickly as they immediately started walking out of the elevator in groups of 2 without needing to be instructed. The moment the first group took 3 steps out of the elevator, the second group followed, and the same happened until all of them had walked out. The moment that happened, they all felt a strange internal shift before losing consciousness. When he opened their eyes, he found himself alone, fully submerged inside a liquid without any breathing equipment or an escape route. But he didn't panic, as it was something he was used to. Even now, he was already breathing the liquid, a perfluorocarbon fluid mixed with liquid mana that felt like a gentle massage or the feeling of being inside a womb. Though breathing liquid would normally be painful and feel like you are constantly drowning, that sensation was currently being suppressed by the implants in his body, making it feel as normal as breathing air. But he only enjoyed the comforting, womb-like feeling for a moment before returning to continuing his task. He knew that from losing consciousness to waking up, nearly half an hour had passed, but their preparation process was not yet done. "Let's start the process," he sent the order mentally, incapable of speaking. The moment the order was given, the walls of the container he was submerged in closed in, revealing their biological nature as they immediately enveloped him, causing him to tense for a moment, knowing what was coming. "RGHHH," he screamed, or at least attempted to, as he felt a suction on his spine before worm-like biological masses, thinner than hair, entered his spine and started connecting to his body's nervous system. His senses went into haywire as his brain attempted to filter the new information being transmitted through the newly connected nerves. At the same time, the implants in his brain also became active, causing his screaming attempt to cease as the biological container fully hugged him. System initializing. Nerve ending connection check. 100%. Mana capacity. 100%. Mana generator. Active. Machine body sync. 20%. 50%. 72%. 97%. 100%. Biological imprint verification. Wielder DNA match, confirmed. Neural resonance, stable. Mana lattice alignment, synced. Mana core. Online. Mana flow channels, clear. Runic conduits, online. Final sync. Wielder consciousness interface. Engaged. Magic to mass scaling. Stable. Command override, authorized. Boot sequence complete. The massive, 100-meter-tall humanoid mecha opened its eyes. Visual data filtered through, and it finally saw its surroundings, mechanical arms and a female technician in protective headgear standing on a bridge at its eye level. She waved at him. "How many fingers am I holding up?" she asked, moving her hand behind her back to hide it from the mecha. 3, the mecha answered, having seen through her trick using a combination of different sensors, mana vision, and by accessing the visuals from nearby electronic devices, just to be sure. She brought her hand out from behind her back to show the 3 fingers she was holding before giving him a thumbs up. "You are cleared. Please head to Stargate 7 to receive your mission debriefing as you await deployment." "Understood," Ismail said through the mecha. He raised his hand in a salute before opening his palm. A magic circle immediately appeared on it, and the mecha's body began to float in the direction of Stargate 7. They were the new generation of mechas, each one bespoke to its pilot. They were masterpieces born from assimilating knowledge from the Symmetra, Erythians, Zelvora, and Galvanoth. Each mecha combined mechanical and biological material made from the pilot's own DNA, with liquid mana acting as blood. This allowed magic to be used on a mecha's scale through a symbiotic body that, when connected, became one with the pilot, raising the scale of the abilities the awakened pilots could use. Their time to shine had finally arrived, and soon, they would be ready to wreak havoc. Chapter 958, Dear Mana. As you have already learned, our citizens are currently being held as hostages in their space stations, and the rescue forces will be moving in half an hour, which will also be 5 minutes after you start your missions, and Athena Sub-AI provided the mission briefing inside what looked like a large theater, as soldiers in their military dress uniforms sat at attention and listened. Ismail, just a speck among the 10,000 mecha pilots present, sat at attention and wondered what they were going to be doing that required them to move 5 minutes ahead of the rescue forces. Still, it was easy to guess the general reason was to attract and divert the Conclave forces' attention to facilitate an easier rescue, despite knowing the potential of it working was very little. Since they attacked by surprise and took our people hostage, we are going to return the favor. In return, we are going to hold 1,000 of their planets hostage. This should act as both our response and a large enough distraction that our rescue operation can proceed so quickly that they won't realize what's happening in time to retaliate. Each planet will be besieged by 10 mechas, and you have been assigned your teams based on your abilities and synergy. Information on your team members will be provided by the end of the briefing. The star systems selected have a balance between value and defensive capabilities, to allow for the Conclave to receive a heavy blow and have them reconsider their following actions, potentially causing the Conclave members to reconsider their united actions depending on the planets they lost and cause at least a delay by having them argue with each other. Keep in mind you are still under the military code of conduct, even during the war and against civilians from enemy planets. That is the general overview of the situation. You have 20 minutes to get acquainted with your fellow team members and assimilate the information regarding your assigned planet. You are dismissed, Athena said, bringing the briefing to an end as all the seated soldiers started dissolving before rematerializing in rooms in groups of 10. The moment Ismail found himself in the room, he and the other 9 team members approved the knowledge assimilation, bracing themselves for the mental impact that came with the process. It took 10 minutes for the whole process to take place, and by the end of it, they all had enough information about each other to operate as if they had been team members for decades. Although we already know each other, I believe we should formally introduce ourselves if we are going to be fighting side by side during this war, Ismail said calmly, not worried about starting such small talk when only 10 minutes remained before the operation, as they were given the liberty of increasing the time acceleration in the VR room to allow for them to spend enough time to get used to each other and get into a fighting mentality. Though the majority of Imperial forces responsible for facing the enemy use personalized robots, the Mecha Division went to the fight with their actual bodies as a mandatory requirement if they wanted to use their personal awakened abilities, which was too good to give up. All the pilots were chosen due to the power and diversity of their individual acolytes, and despite the making of their personalized mechas taking at least a year to build due to having to wait for the biological aspects of the mecha to grow and match the mechanical parts under constant monitoring, the Empire still went ahead with it as the results were completely worth it. But the lack of fear is due to knowing that the Empire valued them to the point that the backups placed in all of their mechas gave them the peace of mind to take their actual bodies to war. My name is Ismail, he started, and so the socializing began between the 10 members. The moment 5 minutes remained on the clock, they were all automatically logged off from VR as they woke up in their mechas, standing in front of massive oval gates that were currently inactive. On the side of his HUD, he could see the timer going down, and below it, his teammates' avatars appeared, showing that they were online and he could keep communicating with them despite all of them being in different bases. The delivery to their operational locations didn't require all of them to be in the same place, after all. We go as we modified the plan, he said, talking to his team members as he looked at the system log to see if the final checks had been completed. The chances of something being wrong without his mecha alerting him were near zero, but he was nervous, like nearly all of the 10,000 mecha pilots about to embark on their first real-world deployment. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. As the timer reached 4, the massive rings started releasing light from the edges, getting brighter and brighter with each count. The moment the countdown reached 0, FWUM, a pitch-black wormhole appeared, and without any warning, tractor beams started appearing, grabbing mechas and throwing them into the wormhole anchored on the Stargate. There was a delay of mere milliseconds between each launch as the wormhole constantly changed its opening coordinates for the next mecha, and by the end of 10 seconds, all of the mechas in all of the bases were already deployed as the Stargates powered down from active to a passive, instant activation ready mode. Inside the central command of the Conclave forces, in a hidden location, all of the military and government officials were currently speechless at the information they were receiving from their sensor constellation. In a matter of 10 seconds, they received alerts from 1,000 planets, all sending information that foreign objects had appeared following spatial disturbances. They detected only 5 foreign objects per planet, but they were not even attempting to hide their presence, as the mana sensors were nearly fried from the amount of energy the objects were radiating. Dear Mana. Chapter 959, Bait and Switch. Joint scanning the planet. Ismail looked at the planet data that was being collected jointly by the 10 mechas, who had appeared in different locations around the planet and were integrating it into a single comprehensive dataset. Basic Planetary Intelligence Dossier, Porku. Ownership, Ilara Civilization. Type, Terrestrial. Population, 1.5 billion. Rank, 54 among the Ilara Civilization's planets. Strategic importance, medium. Security, level 5 of 10. VR connection, available and active. The Empire was brave enough to even send a team to a planet of one of the top 10 members in the Conclave. Although they were last, tied with the Fane, they were still in the top 10. The list contained basic information next to a hovering globe showing real-time information collected from both the mechas and live data that was constantly refreshed by linking to all the VR devices on the planet. This provided them with even more comprehensive on-the-ground information, where the largest population centers were, what sort of people were in which areas, where the most high-value targets were, and more. Their AIs, having been present during the planning and modifications of their plans, immediately overlaid them on the hovering globe, modifying them to fit the new and more trustworthy information before generating a list of things they needed to do. Let's deal with them first, Ismail said, looking at the defense forces that were still not moving. Since their appearance, less than 2 seconds had passed, as they were currently in a higher time acceleration mode, allowing them to digest information so fast that things appeared to be moving in slow motion. He raised his hand, pointing toward the closest ship in passive orbit. The mecha's massive forearm opened, a cannon revealing itself before instantly firing as the gravity drives activated to provide an immediate and matching counterthrust, so he was not sent barreling backward from the shot. Boom is what would have been heard had the explosion taken place within an atmosphere, but in the silence of space, no one heard the explosion or the people inside it screaming at all. The projectile had accelerated so fast that it covered the distance within 2 seconds. Seeing the cannon appear had triggered the automatic defenses into action, and they had immediately started firing at the oncoming projectile. But in a move that appeared normal to Ismail but caused gasps from the defending side, all of the bullets being fired at the projectile were broken apart in real time by the bomb itself. When it arrived at the hull, they braced for an explosion that didn't come. The projectile just opened a hole and entered the ship, targeting the power source before exploding when it hit it, removing any chance of the ship surviving the initial shot. 1 corvette has been logged as your kill. 1 security space station has been logged as Kanoni's kill. 1 frigate has been logged as. 1 interceptor has. Different kill count notifications scrolled across the edge of his HUD as he continued firing projectiles, the mecha constantly adjusting its course as new targets were marked for him to take down. But just as he was about to fire his 15th shot to earn his 15th official kill, he was pulled into an even faster bullet time. An automatic defensive action triggered when something was being sent in the mech's direction. Without turning his head, he just raised his right hand, shifting his body into a T-pose. A mecha palm-sized hexagonal shield appeared a meter in front of his hand before a tractor beam shot out and near instantly pushed it a kilometer away, intercepting the incoming missile in the least energy-intensive way. A moment later, the shield returned before dissolving back into the mecha, returning with a portion of the explosion's energy. But once 1 ship was ready and had responded, it meant the rest were as well. The mission changed from cleaning the orbit, and the 5 mechas once again powered their gravity drives, pushing them toward the planet's atmosphere while constantly defending against the oncoming attacks that tried to stop them. For a full minute, the 5 mechas were barraged with enough missiles and laser attacks to raise a whole city. The enemy tried to either destroy the mechas or deliberately use the explosions to alter their trajectory away from the planet. But the mechas held on, now fully covered in interlocking hexagonal double shields, constantly draining mana while harvesting kinetic energy from the explosions to power a portion of the shields. Then, as if their attackers had all run out of ammunition, everything paused. When Ismail turned his head, his face was illuminated at different intervals from different directions as the ships, the space stations, defensive orbital satellites, and anything set as a defensive measure against invasion exploded at the same time. "The OL bait and switch always works," Ismail said with a smile. It seemed their distraction had worked, buying time for the 5 mechas in full active stealth. They had timed and sent out stealth missiles targeting all of the defensive assets that had finally revealed themselves, perfectly calculated so that all the projectiles reached their targets at the same time, not allowing even a moment for any survivors to escape and send information to others. "Okay, guys, we will continue to clean up space and ready the defenses against reinforcements, so go ahead," Kafuku, one of the mechas that had been in stealth, said. His mecha did not yet reveal itself, as their sensors were already informing them that military ships from different areas of the star system were now returning to defend the planet, and they were planning to deal with them while under the veil of stealth. "For the Empire!" Ismail shouted in excitement before he continued falling to the planet. For the Emperor, the remaining ones responded in unison before they too started heading to their new tasks. The stealth mechas began setting mines and other measures to allow them to deal with multiple enemies at once without being overwhelmed. And still, only 4 minutes had passed since they arrived, with 1 minute remaining in their operation time before the rescue was to commence. If one of the Empire's reasons for this attack was to act as a distraction, then it was working, as similar situations were happening on 1,000 planets. Chapter 960, in action. Boom! A snow avalanche was triggered as the black mecha, adorned with red highlights, straightened its knees that had buckled from breaking the fall from orbit. Its head rose from the cloud of snow dust created by the impact. Ismail, now one with the mecha, reached back and drew a sword as tall as the machine itself, its colors matching the mecha's own. He raised the sword as if it weighed nothing and pointed it toward the military base, which had been relentlessly firing upon his mecha since it entered the atmosphere. His shields had already expanded to cover a kilometer radius, creating a protective dome that now contained the very avalanche his landing had caused. The sword, etched with runes, glowed for a moment before sending out a shockwave. BRRRRRRWWWWWWWM. The shockwave immediately turned the snow accumulated within the shield into a large lake of water. "My time to shine," Ismail said as the cutting edges of the double-sided sword disassembled, moving to hover around the mecha, partially submerged in the water. His hand still held the hilt, which now resembled a wand. Moments later, the water inside the shield dome began to move, gaining momentum as it sloshed back and forth, accumulating energy for 10 straight seconds. Then, the entire mass of water passed through the shield, forming a crescent-shaped wave large enough to overshadow the base below. The attacks from the base that had been targeting the shield were redirected, now desperately trying to stop the oncoming wave. Bam! The wave crashed over the base, which had activated its own shields moments after realizing it was impossible to completely stop it. "That's all I needed," Ismail said, not disappointed that the wave hadn't destroyed the base. The instant it crashed over the structure, he lowered his wand-like hilt and absorbed the energy he had infused in the water, instantly freezing it and burying the base in ice. Partial energy manipulation was his ability. It was limited to absorbing and infusing energy into things he could physically touch or connect to with mana threads, making him a very dangerous individual, depending on how he used it. When he first awakened, he realized that any energy he absorbed would dissipate immediately. While still useful, his inability to store it was a major limitation. The Empire, however, gave him a solution. His mecha's biological parts were modified to store the energy he absorbed, allowing him to repurpose it for something else, making him an even more scary individual who gets stronger with time while you get weaker. "I'm done with the base," Ismail announced to his team members as he watched the timer for the rescue mission and saw that only 3 seconds remained. At the same time, the sword parts dislodged themselves from the ice, returned to reassemble into the single massive blade it was before that. 4 minutes ago. Conclave Central Command. When the 5 objects appeared on more than 1,000 planets, every heart in the command center stopped. Despite evidence pointing to the Empire being behind Dresner, making it clear that they could use wormholes, they had never imagined the Terrans could use wormholes on this scale. They struggled to comprehend how it was even possible. It would require at least 1,000 individuals with a high affinity for spatial manipulation, followed by years of training. For a small civilization like the Terran Empire, with only 20 billion people, finding that many candidates in such a short time should have been impossible. Furthermore, they would have needed to modify the technology for human use, a process that had taken other civilizations decades, if not more, and cost hundreds of lives. That initial shock lessened slightly when the first images arrived, showing only 5 mechas per planet. It seemed the Empire was either reckless, overestimating themselves, or taking a desperate gamble. However, that assurance shattered when they saw the capabilities of those mechas, and their hearts sank once more as they realized the Empire's mecha technology was superior to their own. But as if playing with them, hope was kindled once again when they saw the 5 mechas being overwhelmed by attacks, forcing them toward the planet. This filled them with the expectation that if they just persisted, the shields would be breached and the mechas destroyed. That feeling didn't last. All at once, the defensive vessels were destroyed, allowing the 5 mechas to descend upon planets that now had 0 orbital defenses. This time, however, they were not given the opportunity for hope to return. They watched as a single mecha used the snowy environment of its landing zone to cause an avalanche, turn it into water, send a massive wave at the base, and then bury it in ice, effectively neutralizing it instantly. And that was just one planet. Similar events were happening on the other 1,000 planets, with the largest difference being that the abilities used by the 5,000 mechas were all unique. They were not even given time to think of countermeasures, as their remaining defensive measures were scattered across those star systems, and they were experiencing an attack on this scale for the very first time. Though waiting was the best course of action before deciding on a response, the scale on which the Empire operated turned that observation into simply watching as they lost control of 1,000 planets. Just as they were about to start discussing the situation with the information they now had in hand and formulate countermeasures and counterattack plans. The alarms in the central command blared once again, interrupting them. This time, the screen showed footage from the POVs of different ships that were currently holding the human-occupied space stations hostage. "Oh, come on," one of the officers in the central command said involuntarily. But this time, they didn't remain passive. The temporary head shouted, "Order them to destroy the space stations, now," not wanting to experience 2 large-scale defeats in a row. Because that would mean his weekly term as head of the operation would come to an abrupt end, and worse, he'd be lucky to keep his head afterward if he allowed it to happen. Chapter 961, The Rescue Operation. Boom. 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 Amidst the explosions and shaking inside the space station as the active shields were bombarded, a wormhole opened in one of the walls. People streamed in, screaming and running as fast as possible, not wanting to waste a single second inside the station after the horrors they had experienced. Once the people in the room were all on the other side, a team of fully kitted soldiers entered and moved toward the barricaded door, the only exit in the room. The glass section of the door was covered in blood and scratches on the other side. One of the soldiers pointed a torch-like object, which immediately released a tractor beam, causing the barricade objects to rise and move. This fully revealed the door, which opened automatically to show human bodies in puddles of blood, some of them with their limbs bent in weird directions. Thanks to their combat mode being active, the anger they would have felt was suppressed, so they didn't react as they immediately started the recovery process. They pressed a smartphone-sized piece onto each of the killed humans' chests, which immediately spread and started covering the bodies in cocoon-like coverings before they started floating and heading toward the wormhole. The soldiers continued moving toward their next objective, on the way recovering the dead or the rare, still alive but heavily injured humans as the space station continued to shake. Hideo looked at the bodies that were now floating toward the nearest wormhole with no reaction on his face, which made him feel very weird. Though he knew that not feeling angry was due to the inhibitors in his headgear, the dissonance between what he was feeling and what he knew he should feel upon seeing his fellow humans was quite big, but he didn't let that hinder him as he continued his operation. He was among the few teams sent to participate in the rescue operations on the Nexus space station, with 30 teams being deployed to the single station alone as they initiated the rescue in different areas at once. Shield integrity is at 35%. It is expected to last 15 minutes, Hideo's combat AI informed him, as the same information was spread to all the soldiers in his group. But even with that warning, neither he nor the rest of the team members changed anything, as they were already doing everything as fast as possible. As they were walking, they weren't clearing the areas they were entering, they all had a visual representation of the whole space station showing where everyone and everything was, and at the moment, they were in one of the densely populated parts. Turning left, Hideo raised his gun and shot immediately without aiming, as a man holding a bat was about to hit a human on the floor. The moment the Hurai worker had a bullet through his chest, leaving a gaping hole, all of the other Conclave citizens turned to look in the direction the attack came from. Finding a team of armed humans pointing at them, they instinctively raised their hands, but none of that mattered as the team just fired, leaving gaping holes in their chests as well as they went to the ground. He took another rectangular piece and threw it to both the Conclave citizens with gaping holes, while someone else in his group also threw them to different people. One was thrown to the injured human, who was immediately induced into a coma due to the severe damage he had received. The shot people had the rectangular object moved to their heads, covering only the head before cutting the neck and taking only the head, which was now put in stasis and sent to where the wormhole was, to be received by the Empire as they wait for their punishment. Shield at 27%, another warning came, but they continued moving. Hurai #gate 2951029. Tack, tack, tack. Heavy footsteps could be heard inside the space station as soldiers were currently running, each of them carrying 2 people before throwing them into the wormhole gates as if they were sacks of potatoes, before returning to pick up the remaining people. 30 seconds remaining before the shields deactivate, the AI announced through the earpieces of the soldiers who were jumping meters with each step. This was one of the still under construction space stations, created just after a new wormhole was opened about 3 weeks ago, so at this moment, its energy resources were minimal, and the shield integrity was very compromised due to an incomplete array. All of those factors were now biting them as the ships outside were on the verge of breaching the shields. "Ah," the last human shouted as she was sent flying through the corridor like a shot put before entering the wormhole. The soldiers who did the throwing stopped running, as the distance was something they couldn't cover. They only had about 3 seconds to go, and trying to rush now would result in the wormhole not being closed in time and the explosion going through it toward the rescued individuals. So all they did was turn to the large, clear window that was showing the ships attacking the shield. Moments later, the shield was breached and the whole space station. Boom! Hurai #gate 10298. When the wormhole was opened in this space station, no soldier came through, only an announcement through the station's intercom was sent. To all Imperial citizens, a wormhole has been opened in Section C. Please head there in an orderly fashion to proceed with your return to the Empire. Thank you for your patience, it repeated as the floor lighting panels changed color, carving a clear path. It seems the wormhole was opened in an adjacent area, as all of the humans in the space station came out of one room and walked to the next before entering the wormhole, with a single person walking behind all of them a short distance away with confidence. He was the reason they were all collected in one place, and none of them were harmed, while all of those who attempted to attack them were now pasted on the walls. The moment he walked through the wormhole, it was as if the place he was keeping together finally lost its connection with him. The instant the wormhole closed, the ships that were unsuccessfully trying to attack the space station finally managed to breach the shields and immediately obliterate it. Zelvora #gate 54123. The space station was completely silent, and the Empire didn't even attempt to open a wormhole gate here, as all the humans in this station were already killed due to not wearing their headgear, leaving them vulnerable to psychic attacks. The only consolation was that they died a very fast death, as the psychic attack went through the space station's shields as if they didn't exist and just shattered their minds, killing them before they could register it. Nearly all of the humans in the space stations in the Zelvora area were killed through this means, and the few who had their headgear on during this period were either rescued in time or killed by the Conclave citizens inside the stations. Trinarian #Gate 514786. The space station was non-existent. In the area where it was supposed to be, a direct result of a spatial attack connecting the station with the core of a star, instantly obliterating it before the wormhole collapsed. The gravity from the star was currently bending space as the ripple of it was still traveling in all directions at the speed of light, acting as the only evidence of the space station having existed in this location. The largest number of casualties the Empire experienced was within the top 10 civilizations, as they either had the personal abilities or the technological weaponry to make sure an unprepared Imperial space station was not capable of holding on long enough. 37 million of the 127 million humans who were held hostage inside the space stations were killed, with the remaining 90 million being rescued. All of that happened in a 5-minute span as the Empire suffered the largest casualty count ever experienced in a 5-minute period, while at the same time accomplishing the largest rescue operation in the history of mankind within the same period of time. Chapter 962, Emotional Constipation. Mars, Stargate Base 47. Streams upon streams of people continued exiting the wormholes, some requiring tractor beams to soften their speed after being thrown as if they were cannonballs. As their bodies passed through the stargates, they were fully scanned, their Imperial digital profiles updated with new information. For many, diverse tags were added to their profiles: #needs targeted therapy for PTSD, #currently in active denial, #suicidal, #saw his wife killed in front of him, #killed a person and feeling guilty, #abnormal mana waves detected in the body, #on the verge of awakening, #currently awakening, #needs a full body rebuild, #dead, #weirdly fine, #emotional breakdown, #murderous intent, #signs of xenophobia. Some walked through the gates as if they were simply entering a room, while others floated in cocoons, either heavily injured or dead. The cocoons were color-coded: green for those alive but needing treatment and care, black for the dead, whose bodies were taken for storage and restoration before funerals. Then there were the red-colored cocoons, football-sized, containing the heads of living Conclave citizens in stasis. These captives were being sent to have their bodies stored, ready to be rebuilt while awaiting the Imperial government's decision on their fate for what they had done to Imperial citizens. For those who can walk, please exit the base through this gate to leave space for new arrivals, a soldier holding a megaphone shouted, pointing toward a large gate leading to the exterior of the base. The base needed to be continuously emptied as more and more people were delivered through the wormholes in these limited number of Stargate bases. Constipation, or something similar on an emotional level, that was what Kafuku felt as he looked at everything happening inside the base, having walked through the wormhole just 2 minutes ago. Compared to what he had experienced, he felt lethargic, as if a dam had been built between him and his emotions. He had just watched his friend die in front of him on the other side of a door, while the AI running the space station kept the door locked, no matter how much he begged for it to open so that he could rescue his friend. He tried to feel anger toward the Empire and the AI that hadn't opened the door, but it felt like his brain was on vacation. Sadness for losing his friend felt distant, as if he had been a fake friend all along. Even the anger toward the Conclave for what they had done was being held back, as if he were watching it all happen in a movie. The mixture of emotions he was feeling and how different they were compared to his memories of how they normally felt left him feeling hollow, as if he were trying to cough but couldn't push it out. What Kafuku didn't know was that the base was currently pumping a mixture of air and chemicals designed to inhibit emotions both positive and negative. The Empire knew that anyone coming from the other side of the wormholes would be feeling an emotional earthquake, and if left uncontrolled, it would turn the base into a powder keg of chaos, a problem they needed to avoid at all costs. The inhibitors were a necessary measure to maintain that order and reduce the demand for crowd control of very traumatized people. Wanting to do something, anything, to avoid being left alone with his emotions that felt strange, Kafuku slowly started walking toward the gate. Once he passed through it, he found himself inside a massive Imperial medical ship. The interior was nothing but rows upon rows of metapods stretching as far as the eye could see. Soldiers calmly and respectfully directed people into the pods. You have just gone through a very emotional and traumatic situation. At the moment, your emotions are being artificially held back to allow us to release them in a controlled and supervised way to prevent lifelong effects from the trauma, a voice said. Kafuku opened his eyes to find himself in a serene environment, a large world tree with an extremely beautiful elf standing before him. Her appearance and the environment had been tailored to his preferences, drawn from his life profile, to ensure he complied with her instructions and overcame his trauma more easily. Oh, so that's it, he said, still feeling lethargic but now understanding the cause of his emotional numbness. Can you tell me how everything happened? She asked, as a vine chair appeared for both of them to sit. As Kafuku and the other rescued Imperial citizens underwent treatment, the Emperor remained in a meeting, reviewing the rescue operation and the counterattack. How long can we hold those planets? Aaron asked, his tone calm, though everyone in the room knew he was anything but. We can hold the majority of them for a long time, one of the advisors replied. But the planets in the top 20 will face heavy reclamation attempts. Depending on how many forces they invest, we may need to send reinforcements or retreat. How many of them have we arrested? Aaron asked, moving to the next question without giving any directive on the captured planets, as their immediate importance was secondary. 70 million of them are currently stored in stasis, ready for their bodies to be rebuilt when you give the order, John answered, satisfied that they had not only rescued the majority of their people in such a short time but also captured a significant number of enemy personnel. Send out the notification that I will be addressing the Empire shortly, Aaron said after taking a deep breath, some of the tension easing now that the rescue operation was over, but in its place was anger for the lost ones in Conclave's actions. I've sent out a 5-minute notification, Nova said, already drafting different versions of his speech for him to choose from as complementary to what he planned to say. Let's reconvene after the speech, Aaron said, wanting a moment alone to recollect himself before addressing the Empire about the situation they were now facing. Chapter 963, A Call to Action. In nearly all media devices across the Empire, TVs, holograms, phones, and AR devices, the Imperial government's royal office seal appeared, accompanied by a 1-minute timer counting down to the Emperor's address. The closer the timer got to 0, the slower the Empire seemed to move. Sports games, school lectures, tours, and even fights came to a halt as everyone turned their attention to the broadcast. Tension and fear gripped the citizens, fueled by the Empire's recent increase in defenses and the lack of enough and clear information about why. When the timer hit 0, the seal disappeared, revealing the Emperor standing behind a podium, dressed in full military attire. The sight alone sent a chill through the Empire, as the Emperor only wore his military uniform during moments of grave importance. The last time he had done so was during the first Conclave Empire face-off, when Zelther led to the Empire being discovered. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, dear citizens of Terra Empire on Earth and Proxima, the Emperor began, his voice steady but heavy with the weight of the situation. I am here bearing bad news and confirming your suspicions. Based on our recent actions, you have likely guessed that we are under attack by the Conclave forces. At this moment, the Conclave has more than 100 fleets within the vicinity of the solar system, attempting to encircle us. As he spoke, the background behind him changed from a dull gradient to a 3D representation of the solar system. The locations of the Conclave fleets were highlighted, along with their size, speed, and simulated trajectories. The sight sent goosebumps through the audience as they realized the sheer scale of the threat, as the total was millions of warships of various types heading their way. In 20 minutes, our fast response fleet will intercept the tip of their spear in this area within the Oort cloud. Encounters are expected to continue increasing over the coming days and weeks. As he said that, the background zoomed in, highlighting the two fleets on a collision course. A point in the middle was marked as the location of the initial face-off. The numbers displayed showed the Empire's fleet was outnumbered 2-1. Alongside this surprise attack, the Conclave forces have taken nearly 130 million of our citizens hostage from space stations in Conclave territories and the Nexus hub. Following the capture of these stations, the AIs on board immediately entered emergency operations, locking external access and activating shields to ensure the safety of our people until a rescue operation could be mounted. However, the Conclave forces used their own citizens inside the stations to commit atrocities, resulting in the lynching of some of our people. As the Emperor spoke, the background shifted to show filtered footage of the events he described. Depending on each viewer's graphic and gore settings, as the Emperor spoke, the background shifted to show images and videos of the atrocities committed against Imperial citizens. Though the content was filtered based on each viewer's settings, the message was clear: horrific acts had been carried out. For many watching, the fear they had been feeling turned into anger. For others, especially those with loved ones working in the space stations, dread and worry consumed them as they wondered whether their friends or family were among the survivors or the dead. The Emperor paused, letting the emotions sink in, the fear, the anger, the hate, all of it reaching its peak before he continued. The delay in addressing you was because we have been planning and executing a rescue operation and a retaliation act against their hostage-taking. Though they responded with violence to our rescue operation, we managed to save the majority of our people. The 90 million rescued are currently undergoing preventative and recovery therapy or body reconstruction, depending on the damage they sustained during the attacks. Unfortunately, we suffered the loss of more than 40 million Imperial citizens. As a response to their actions, we now hold 1,000 of their planets hostage in return. The background shifted again, showing selected footage of the rescue operations and planetary takeovers. For those not consumed by worry for their loved ones, the sight of the Empire's strength amidst the loss of life sent chills down their spines. The anger they felt for the Conclave's actions was now mixed with pride for the Empire's ability to strike back. Though the loss of Imperial lives is a heavy burden, we do not have the time to mourn. The enemy is at our doorstep, trying to kill us. I ask you to withhold your mourning until we have dealt with them and exacted revenge for what they did to our mothers, fathers, husbands, wives, daughters, and sons. We must fight to ensure their loss is not swept under the rug under the guise of a truce or ceasefire. That is something we cannot accept, even if it means fighting to the last man. I promise you, we will not accept any ceasefire, truce, or cessation of hostilities until their loss is repaid with blood. You can hold me personally responsible for this promise. The Emperor's voice grew sharper, his tone resolute as he leaned slightly forward, his eyes piercing through the screen as if addressing each citizen directly. Unfortunately, we are outnumbered. The fleets heading toward the solar system alone carry over 2 billion soldiers, compared to our 500 million strong military. Across all their civilizations, the Conclave boasts an army of up to 10 billion. But does that mean we should cower? Does that mean we should bend the knee? Does that mean it is meaningless to fight them under the possibility of losing? He paused for a moment before responding to his questions. No. No, while hitting the podium. We, as humans, have a history of surviving and winning wars despite being outnumbered. That is who we are. That is what we do. And that is what we will continue to do. I intend to engrave this truth into the minds of every alien civilization now and any alien civilization that learns of the Empire in the future. Let this fight serve as a warning and an example of what happens when you attack us, provoke us, or harm our people. The Emperor's voice grew louder, filled with conviction. To achieve this, I need you, my people, to join me in this fight. Together, we will overcome the 20-1 deficit and turn it into 2-1, with them being the outnumbered side. For that, I hereby call upon all of you, all 20 billion of you, to join this fight. The background shifted again, showing a visual representation of the Empire's population, with a glowing call to action. From your homes, anyone aged 18 or older can register. To those who do, we will assign a physical avatar that you can control and use to participate in the fight. You won't have to worry about dying, as you will not die. If your avatar is destroyed, we will provide you with a replacement immediately. You won't feel pain, so fight with that in mind. Fight knowing that you are actively defending your empire, your loved ones, and your futures. Fight to share in the glory that will define humanity's legacy. The emperor paused, letting the weight of his words settle before continuing. We will make our weaponry technology available for you to see. From it, choose, modify, and customize your representative however you wish. The imperial government will build it for you, so you can use it to fight in this war. This is your chance to write history in your name, to stand with your empire, and to ensure that humanity's strength, resilience, and unity are remembered for generations to come. This is not just a fight for survival, it is a fight to show the conclave who we are and what we stand for. We will not allow the conclave to dictate our future. We will not allow them to trample on our sovereignty, our people, or our dignity. This is our time to rise, to fight, and to ensure that the sacrifices of those we have lost are not in vain. To those of you who join this fight, you will be remembered as heroes. You will be the ones who stood up when the empire needed you most. You will be the ones who ensured that humanity's light does not dim but burns brighter than ever before. The emperor's voice softened slightly, but his determination remained unwavering. I know this is not an easy request. I know many of you are scared, angry, and grieving. But I ask you to channel those emotions into action. Together, we will show the conclave and anyone watching that humanity is not to be underestimated. Together, we will defend our home, our people, and our future. The emperor straightened, his gaze steady and unyielding. May the empire stand strong. May humanity prevail. And may we honor those we have lost by ensuring that their sacrifices lead to our ultimate victory. Long live the empire. With that, the emperor stepped back from the podium, and the imperial seal reappeared on the screen, signaling the end of the address. Across the empire, the citizens sat in silence, processing the weight of the emperor's words. For some, the fear lingered, but for many, it was replaced by a burning resolve. The call to action had been made, and humanity was ready to answer. Chapter 964, Application Portal Ready. Please log off to allow for the time dilation to be ramped up to a 20-to-1 ratio in preparation for the war. This announcement was sent to everyone in VR during the Emperor's address, whether they were watching it or doing something else. A 5-minute timer appeared in front of all users, counting down to the forced logout. The Empire could have ramped up the time dilation without logging everyone off, but by doing so, it effectively allowed the entire population to be offline for a brief moment to digest the Emperor's address. As a result, the majority of citizens flocked to Pangea, the Empire's central social platform, to either see the reactions of people they looked up to or to express their own feelings. The already inflamed emotions of Imperial citizens were further stoked by posts from the Ministry of War and other viral discussions. Speculation quickly began about how the Empire would implement the Emperor's promise of allowing everyone to participate in the war through avatars. Within minutes, someone posted a link from the Akashic record, revealing details about the Imperial government's technology for controlling humanoid avatars through VR. This technology, which had been classified until now, was suddenly declassified following the Emperor's address. The post included footage of breaching forces fighting conclave troops, showcasing the effectiveness of the Empire's technology. The revelation that the Empire had perfected such broken technology left many in awe, while others began to speculate about its implications. At Boss Johnny, so, you're telling me the Empire has perfected the technology from Avatar and has already used it in real life? No wonder the Emperor seemed so intent on fighting to the end. What's there to worry about when, no matter how many casualties your soldiers face, you can just create more avatars for them to control and keep fighting? The only loss is in materials. At Bill.im, is it weird for me to ask this? How the heck are they going to make the avatars we design fast enough for billions of applicants when the VR comes back online? At Zabulus, that should be the least of our worries. Everyone here has experienced the production capabilities of Hephaestus Heavy Industries. They're the backbone of every company requiring production. They can produce virtually anything no matter how you design it, and the quality is always top-notch. I'm sure you've seen it yourself. Catherine, if they can control an avatar like this, what's stopping them from creating a human-looking avatar and sending them out in public to do their bidding? Combine this with their body recreation technology, and you've got a Terminator-style body walking among us. Jade, why would the Empire even bother with that when they already have better surveillance methods? VR, for example. They can control literally everything in it. If you're trying to paint the Empire as some dystopian overlord, at least think of a better argument. Plus, we're at war, and you're bringing this up now? Fuck you. At Sol_Invictus, I mean, if they were doing that, we wouldn't know anyway. But why would they? The Empire already controls everything, and it's in their best interest to make our lives easier, which they're actually doing. We have more freedom than we could ever want, which is crazy considering we're under imperial rule. At Jordan Payet, let's get back to the main topic. It seems like many of you are forgetting something that should be making you excited right now. At JPO192, what is it? Just tell us in the same post. Don't make us ask, people are lazy. At Jordan Payet, I'm talking about how the Empire managed to transfer all those super cool mechas to the planets in such a short time over such long distances. Officially, the Empire doesn't have wormhole technology. But not only did they send mechas to hold planets hostage, which is amazing in itself, they also used it as a distraction to mount a rescue operation for people in space stations that usually take weeks to reach. And they did all of this within 3 hours of being attacked. Isn't this basically them admitting they've had wormhole technology for a long time? At Great Saint, holy shit, that's true. I've been wondering how they're going to transport our robotic avatars to the battle zones. Looks like we already have our answer. At Size Zero Nick, do you think they'll let us use IPs from movies when designing our avatars? Like, can I make mine look like Darth Vader? At Guilherme, I hope so. Based on what the Emperor said about customizing weapons and designs, it should be possible. At Aiden, wait a minute, let me go start my design. At SLO, I'm looking to hire an artist to help me bring my design to paper. Please reach out to me, and don't worry, money is not a problem. At Norito, LOL, the Empire won't care about IP ownership. And who would dare sue the Empire? They didn't even implement martial law during an active war because they already have maximum power all the time. LMAO. At Listener, you people are really good at ignoring all the important things revealed in the discussion to focus on the things that interest you? The Empire has already released a report on the situation that goes into more detail about what happened, and I see none of you talking about the 70 million prisoners responsible for the casualties of our people that the Empire brought back, and the Emperor never mentioned them. Do none of you wonder what the Emperor will do to them? Or if he is going to leave the decision to the family members? At Porfav, aren't you also doing the same? You just focused on the important things that piqued your interest. The ramp-up is completed, and all VR devices have been updated to handle it. The application portal for joining in defense of the Empire has been opened. As the announcement appeared, Pangea, which had been experiencing its highest ever concurrent user count, emptied almost instantly. People logged into VR en masse to see how the Empire would implement the avatar program and what level of freedom they would have in designing their avatars. Within 10 seconds, 1 billion people had already registered for the program, with millions more joining every second. Some were driven by curiosity, others by a genuine desire to fight for the Empire, and many by a mix of both. Even those who were typically afraid of conflict found themselves applying. With the consequences of fighting, death, and pain as factors being removed from the equation, bravery became universal. Chapter 965, Incentives. By the 10th minute since the application portal was opened, a whopping 11 billion people had already registered, with the majority of the applicants coming from the Proxima star system. Happy and excited, they finally had the chance to help the Empire instead of being on the receiving end. Although that was the main reason, they were also joining to take revenge for their killed comrades who were among the casualties of the Empire, despite their side of casualties being on the low end due to all of them being awakened. The majority of their casualties came from the top 10 civilizations as a result of space station destroying level attacks that were used against them, leaving no time to escape. Anyone who applied was either immediately accepted if they were deemed to have been of age or denied if they were below the age of 18. Following that, for those who were accepted, they immediately received a link to an authorized-only location within the VR that they could join whenever they were ready. The majority of them instantly clicked and were teleported into the location, immediately starting to experience what the Empire had prepared for them ahead of time. "Welcome, and thank you for applying to come to the aid of the Empire," said GAIA, the most famous imperial government AI, who was responsible for all aspects of the government. She was famous for many different reasons: the amount of power she held over the Empire, being second only to the Emperor, her limitations in how she used her powers, and her extreme elven beauty, which made her a very famous and loved figure, empire-wide. For those who loved her for her governance, it was because, despite having such power, they had never seen her actually use it to enforce something. She only used it to force discussions further, citing holes in the rules or potential damages should they be passed as they were. She also conducted yearly anonymous polls that asked imperial citizens about their concerns and discontent with some of the imperial government's rules and actions, as well as suggestions for new rules or the relaxation of existing ones. Many thought this was a way for the Empire to weed out problematic individuals, but despite a few people using it to express their dislike of the imperial government structure, nothing happened to them. Instead, they received a report that provided clear and detailed explanations of the Empire's actions they were against, as well as whether their suggestions had been accepted and would be discussed and sent for a vote, or denied with a detailed reason why. As a result, despite the governing system being an imperial one, the system didn't fully function like one, as the voice of the people was still a large driving force behind policies and rules. This made many who had lived in democracies before the Empire feel as if they were in just a more efficient democracy. "Aren't you the head of the government on the digital side? Why are you here?" Gulielai asked, still surprised upon seeing her welcoming him inside the wall-less and infinitely stretching blue room. "I'm not the GAIA. I'm just a minor instance of her. As for why me and not any other AI, it is because this is the first time the Empire fights in this war using civilians in a non-conscripted manner. Although all of you joined willingly, it is a matter that requires coordination and approval from many departments and ministries, which I'm the only one who can access and streamline," she answered as a handle appeared on top of her head with the writing GAIA number 99571523776, revealing that she was the 9 billionth instance of her. "If it is such a regulatory mess to the point it requires your instance's participation, then I'm sure you will be starting with a disclaimer, then giving me a full comprehensive breakdown of everything before I'm to agree to continue or deny and end my application here, right?" he asked, having already experienced how the majority of government agencies and ministries-related AIs generally behaved. "You are right in that avenue," one of the 251,795,534 who verbalized it before me having to do it, GAIA said with a smile on her face before she moved her right hand from left to right as a screen materialized in front of Gulielai. "Assault, stealth, support, recon, control. Universal IP? There are millions upon millions of configurations that could be made using the technologies we have on our hands, and it would take years if you wanted to go through and try to have a basic understanding of all of them. So, we decided to narrow down the starting options to only show you the technology that will help you shape your avatar the way you want," she explained. The Empire had deliberately started with the making and customization of the avatar, moving all of the waiver and agreement signing to after the person had finished making their dream avatar and formed an emotional connection, making it difficult for them to just give up. "The rest I can understand, but what is the universal IP option?" Gulielai asked, interrupting GAIA, who was about to continue with her presentation. During the time dilation ramping, it had come to our attention that some people in Pangaea wanted their avatars to be a copy of a certain character from certain entertainment media. "So, we have included it for them to do so as well," GAIA explained without showing any reaction to being interrupted. "What about IPs? Won't the companies sue?" Gulielai asked, surprised that the Empire had gone ahead and made it available when many were thinking of ways to fix the tech the Empire would make available to try and emulate those characters. What is the worth of intellectual ownership if the Empire ceases to exist? GAIA asked sarcastically, pausing to chuckle for a moment before adding, they are going to be receiving free advertisement and brand connection to their fans, so that is a positive for them. Also, the imperial government has a rule regarding ownership of intellectual patents and products that allows for the imperial government to use them free of charge if the use can be categorized as non-commercial, which this one is. Though they can sue for compensation after the war, and the courts will be the ones to decide whether the interpretation is right or not. Looks like the Empire took time and thought about it, Gulielai said, not too surprised by the Empire's always prepared nature. He followed with a question, but aren't characters from different franchises and entertainment media either super broken in power scale or have impossible to replicate capabilities? Will there be some limitations or something like that? The answer is related to something that I was about to start talking about, and that is merit points. Anyone who applied has a full 10,000 merit points they can use to fully create their avatar. You can either use them individually to purchase different technologies for your custom avatar, or you can use them to purchase a universal IP avatar. If the character is actually broken in real life, their price will be higher than 10,000, so if you still buy them at 10,000 merit points, then their abilities will be limited to the 10,000 point level. So long as you have merit points, any character is potentially possible. Even if the direct ability is not there, a roundabout way to recreate it should be possible. Then, I shouldn't be wrong to assume that these merit points can be earned based on contributions during the war and can be used to upgrade our avatar's weapons or capabilities if they are from the universal IP? Gulielai asked, taking deep breaths from excitement as the answer was beyond his expectations. Yes. For every action on the battlefield, you can either earn MP or lose them. You can use the ones you have for many things, like choosing better missions to take, upgrading weaponry, deployment locations, promotions, and more. Additionally, once the war is over and we are victorious, all of your earned MP will be tallied, even the spent ones, and the total will decide the amount of war spoils you will receive. These can range from a house all the way to ownership of a planet if you have enough merit points, GAIA said, her expression unchanged, though her original instance was laughing at how the Empire was pushing and motivating imperial citizens to the maximum. They had deliberately not given them the ability to customize their avatar with the maximum capabilities they would want, but limited them at the start. With no constraints, humans generally get greedy and try to take everything despite knowing they won't use the majority of it. But with limitations, it forces them to think and only take things they know for sure they will use. With the possibility of upgrading their avatars, they will work hard to earn merit points to make their avatars stronger or unlock their universal IP avatar to their real-world equivalent of strength or even push them beyond their canon power limit. As if that was not enough, they even added post-war incentives for imperial citizens to join and fight with passion for as long as the war lasted. Through just merit points, they could get rich to the point of not having to work again in their lives and live in extreme luxury. It was practically the Empire setting the foundation for the entirety of humanity to become the prime civilization should the war end in their favor. Chapter 966, Creating and Choosing Avatars. What? Gulielai asked in surprise, giving the same reaction as everyone else who was hearing the answer from their instance of GAIA. It was no surprise they reacted that way, as the Empire was literally giving them an infinite money glitch in return for joining a war that held no risk to them at all. Plus, there was no need for everyone to fight, as there were many tasks requiring human participation, such as local logistics, security missions on captured planets, medical assistance in conquered star systems, and many more. Even pacifists could join with the ease of mind that they wouldn't be forced to kill people for merit points. Though humans can fight for an ideology, belief, or protection, for the majority of them, the belief they are fighting for can only sustain their morale for so long before some begin to think that surrendering is the best option if it means continuing to live in peace. But with MP now on the table, the majority of humans would be praying that the war lasts as long as possible so they could farm as much MP as possible. It also added another level of commitment from participants, as they knew the merit points would only be valuable if the Empire won the war. This meant they would do their best to either win it or not be the reason it was lost. How much MP is needed for a planet? Gulielai asked reflexively when he realized that even planets were on the table. 1 million for a planet, 10 million for a star system. However, the more MP you have above the entry amount of the object you want, the better the quality of the object you will receive, GAIA answered as a screen appeared, showing what could be earned based on the number of merit points. Upon seeing the list, Gulielai immediately searched for an option to keep or buy the avatar they would be using in the war, but found nothing hinting at it. So, he asked, can we keep our avatars? Yes, you can, and there is no need for you to spend your MP to redeem them. However, since they are dangerous weapons, they will have geofence capability limits if they are within Imperial and populated territory. You will also be liable for anything your avatar does, as if you were the one who did it, GIA answered, revealing another incentive that would make people think carefully about the creation of their avatars. Since they would have the opportunity to own them forever, it meant they would be using them beyond the war, should the Empire win it. Satisfied with the answers he received, Gulielai said, "Sorry for interrupting you. Please continue where we left off," gesturing for her to resume her presentation. "No problem," GAIA said, pausing for a moment before continuing. "Though you will have complete control over the avatars and their abilities, everything about them will be monitored to ensure you are acting under the Imperial government's Code of War. This is mandatory for all participants in the campaign. Anyone breaking the rules, depending on the severity and the circumstances, will face punishments ranging from a warning to the immediate relinquishment of control, deletion of all the MP they earned, and possibly even a military court trial. So, make sure you keep the rules in mind at all times. Considering that the majority of humans haven't killed anyone, a task many will be required to do in this situation, we will provide the ability to filter certain things. For example, you can remove blood or make things look like a cartoon. Additionally, we will implement trauma filtration to ensure that anything seen or done by the avatar doesn't easily become a source of trauma or psychological problems. Fighting isn't the only way to earn MP. They can be earned through many avenues. Proposing a new strategy will earn you MP equivalent to its usefulness. Discovering enemy weaknesses will do the same. Avoiding the needless destruction of your avatar will also earn you MP. There are bonuses for exceptional actions and many other ways to earn points. You can also stream your POV, just like you would in a game, and people can donate their MP to you. From there onwards, GAIA continued on and on about everything, while actively inducing maximum concentration to ensure there was no need to repeat what she was saying through their VR devices. While Gaia's instances were debriefing the humans who applied, Mnemosyne, the AI responsible for cataloging the entirety of humanity's memories, was already sending the applicants' condensed profiles to Athena. Athena then used these profiles to filter and assign the applicants into their respective groups, which they would operate in should they proceed with their applications and join the war. Those who were deemed to have a pacifist mindset or expertise in a specific field were assigned to rear duties respective to their expertise or to tasks that didn't require specific expertise, placing them far away from the war. Only those who were deemed adrenaline junkies, gamers, and similar profiles were placed in the main group that would face the enemies directly. However, these placements were preliminary, not permanent, as anyone could change their station and group using MP. Thankfully, these rooms were further time accelerated, as the debriefing and presentation alone took more than 5 hours. This was followed by another 5 hours of everyone going through the Imperial Code of War, which was also silently assimilated into all of them to the point it became second nature, all in the span of 10 real-world minutes. Now you can go ahead and create your avatar or choose one from the universal IPs, GAIA said to Gulielai, whose pale face instantly brightened when he heard he could finally create his avatar. How much is Darth Vader at full strength? Gulielai asked almost instantly. Darth Vader is 100,000 MP at full strength. At 10,000 MP, you will have one with 10% of his cannon full strength, GAIA answered as she materialized an image-splitting avatar of Darth Vader with a screen showing his abilities and how the Empire managed to replicate them. Telekinesis, tractor beam, flight rune, gravity plating. Precognition, replicated by accelerating the time perception of the user and an action predictive algorithm. Access to all nearby sensors to create a virtual map of the environment and alert the controller of everything interesting happening within it. Mind control, limited, using Zelvora technology to affect the mind of the enemy. Lightsaber, a non-restrictive, invisible but always active shield that allows for anything to enter and exit it while focusing only on blocking the plasma and its side effects from exiting the containment shield. It looks no different and functions no differently from an actual lightsaber, but the fundamental technologies between the two are completely different. The list went on and contained all his abilities, even obscure ones, along with how the Empire could create similar results to the actual abilities while also covering them in cosmetics to match the look of the original abilities. Would you like to modify his appearance? No need. He is the embodiment of perfection, Guliali said as he looked at Vader's avatar with affection before proceeding with the purchase. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone was purchasing an Anakin Skywalker avatar. This version was set as the theoretical ceiling Anakin would have reached had he not turned to the dark side and suffered great injuries. The price of Anakin at full strength was 20,000 MP more than Darth Vader. Chapter 967, What is your pledge? The moment the avatar making process started, the situation finally became clear. Although a large number of people chose to create their own avatars from scratch to bring their imaginations to life, the majority of humans used the universal IP option. Some chose to become space marines, others hell divers, clone soldiers, Jedis, Superman, and more. Every strong and famous character from any world of entertainment, be it movies, comics, anime, books, and more, was selected. The Empire allowed free range, so long as their abilities were things they could replicate in some way or form. Not stopping there, and to help dissociate what they were about to do from their actual selves, the Empire went ahead and even gave all of these characters a backstory. For those who were custom-made, the Empire improvised depending on the person's dreams and imagination about their character. For those who chose legacy universal IP characters, the backstory matched closely to their original counterpart, with slight modifications to fit their situation, but for a few, nothing was changed, as their stories fit the situation perfectly. What happened? Where am I? Anushka asked himself as he opened his eyes, feeling lethargic and trying to remember the last thing he did before ending up here. As his memory came back to him piece by piece, he finally remembered the last thing he did was approve the purchase of his avatar, followed by everything going black. Just as he was about to try sitting up and looking around to see where he was, he heard someone speaking, his voice sounding as if passing through a mask. Praise the Emperor. The wound was fatal. You survived only through the Rubicon surgery. We remade you. You are a Primaris now. As the man spoke, it finally clicked in his head. He immediately understood what was going on. While feeling excited on the inside, he asked, "Why?" Lord Calgar issued the command himself, came the answer. Is he here? He asked, not even needing to look at the script that appeared in front of him, as he already knew the words by heart. Gone. Summoned by the Primarch. I must get back to the Watch Fortress, he said, following the answer. It seemed the AI understood that he knew the script by heart, as no more transparent line-feeding attempts were made. You have been reassigned. My place is with the Death Watch, he said as the music and ambience immersed him even further. The Inquisition can find no stain on you, Titus. Accused of heresy, you have served penance in the Death Watch for almost a century, but not once have you faltered. But you will never know redemption until you have faced the judgment of your brothers. Prove yourself to us and know true absolution. As the response was completed, his surroundings became darker. This time, he kept his senses, trying to stifle his excitement, knowing and preparing for what was to come. Within a few seconds, he finally heard something. What is your life? My honor is my life, he answered with full conviction as he felt a painless sensation of things being inserted into his body. What is your fate? My duty is my fate. What is your fear? My fear is to fail. What is your reward? My salvation is my reward. What is your craft? My craft is death. As he answered each question, the music and ambience intensified. More and more pieces of armor were placed on him, one by one, with everything completing just before the final question was asked. What is your pledge? My pledge is eternal service, he answered as everything around him went dark. His story was now ready, only serving remained for him, and he was excited for it. Similar foundational stories were taking place for everyone, pumping them up and changing their mindset about what they were about to do, making them look forward to it. John, who was watching select scenes of people undergoing their characters' foundational stories, was speechless. He looked at Gaia, the one who knew the Imperial citizens best, and realized she had taken their basic plan of including Imperial citizens to control avatars and join the fights, but she had gone all out with intricate planning, backstories, and even parsing through all the conversations that had taken place in Pangaea following the Emperor's address to modify her over-planning. Why are you looking at me that way? Gaia asked, acting as if she were naive. Nothing. I'm just surprised you went into that much detail for a plan made in such a short time, he said, not hiding anything. Isn't that the reason we're responsible for the breakdown of decisions to implementation? Because we are the best at time compression? Gaia said, satisfied that her attention to detail had earned an emotion from the rock like John. But just before they could continue their conversation, as they watched the process unfold with the number of participants increasing every second, a question from Nova interrupted them. Sir, are you all right? Nova asked with a hint of urgency in her voice, causing everyone in the room to turn to him. Aaron looked like he was feeling something uncomfortable that he couldn't pinpoint, placing his hand on his chest where the discomfort was coming from. Nothing much. Continue with the plans and update me if there are any changes, he said, waving them off for a moment before logging off, leaving everyone in the room silent. They felt a pit in their stomachs, wondering what had happened to the Emperor. Bam! Instead of waiting for the door of the VR pod to open, Aaron punched it, his hand cleanly going through. Using the hole as leverage, he dislodged the door and floated out of the VR pod. He didn't bother stopping or even removing the door still hanging from his hand as he disappeared, leaving behind sonic booms as he sped through the corridors to the elevator. Blowing through the elevator doors, he entered the shaft and descended underground, blowing through another set of doors as he headed to the room containing a stargate connected to Mars. Without hesitation, he instantly went through the already active gate and appeared in one of the bases on Mars, which was still busy processing soldiers and completing final preparations. Before anyone could even see him, Aaron disappeared again, this time heading toward one of the still inhabited and unterraformed locations on Mars. He crash-landed there, finally losing the forceful control he had been maintaining over his body. Aaron screamed as he clutched his chest, feeling excruciating pain spreading all over his body. Nova, who had now overridden a mana observation satellite, turned it and focused it on Aaron, trying to deduce what the problem was. However, the satellite, despite its automatic filters, was nearly blinded by the sheer amount of mana that Aaron was forcefully expelling from his body, as if it were a parasite. This forced her to immediately dispatch a few ships equipped with the capability to absorb mana in order to prevent the mana Aaron was expelling from creating a mana vortex, which would not bode well for anyone. At the same time, she was filtering through the sensors in the vicinity to observe Aaron, as the sensors in his body were either fried or incapable of transferring data due to the mana overload they were experiencing. Just as the Empire was preparing to confront its main problem, another issue emerged. No one yet knew the cause, but to anyone who saw it, one thing was certain: it wasn't good news. Chapter 968, A Trillion Reasons. Ship after ship came and absorbed the mana Aaron was expelling, as the situation didn't seem to be subsiding at all. As Nova scanned the collected mana that was delivered to one of the labs on Mars she was now commandeering, It took a few minutes before the first round of results started coming out. He is experiencing mana poisoning from the inside, Nova said, realizing what the problem was after going through Aaron's mana, which had something that was not native to him or normal for his mana, something she was very knowledgeable about as she interacted with his mana on a daily basis. She instantly started simulating potential causes, and after only a second, having repurposed a full quantum server supercluster for the simulation, she came up with at least 1 trillion reasons, but only a single one was at the top, having a more than 50% chance of being the cause: the mana contract they had with the Conclave that Aaron had unfortunately personally signed following the first war with the Conclave. Though it was the most plausible reason, she realized that in the current situation, although Aaron was the aggressor through Dresner, it wasn't much of a problem as it was done through proxies, something they knew for sure was one way to circumvent the mana contract. Since mana itself was acting as an arbiter because its sentient form wasn't really bothered to oversee these petty mortal agreements and use of mana, the same way Lifu was only attracted to reveal herself to Ayaka because something interesting happened, and she had made it clear that the chances of her appearing again were nearly none. If that wasn't the cause, then it was his counterattack against the Conclave. Although they were attacked first, the Conclave had yet to fire an actual shot in what would be considered Imperial territory other than the Nexus, which in itself was a gray area. Since it was planned to be the connecting hub for the Conclave, it could be considered international, and the majority of the Imperial citizens' casualties were a result of their citizens' actions, and only a small portion of them was a result of the Conclave forces acting directly. Still, all things considered, they were yet to attack a planet or even enter the star system of one, while the Empire had already done all of those things, going so far as to even hold 1,000 planets hostage. It wasn't a perfect theory, but it was the only explanation Nova could come up with that could actually overpower or circumvent the initial detection of Arrow's all-active and powerful system, mana poisoning administered by mana itself as a response to Aaron's side meeting all of the criteria for breaking the contract from the point of view of the unintelligent, ever technicality following mana. And for someone with near-infinite mana, that is like throwing a match into an oil well. The instant Nova came up with a hypothesis, she immediately moved on to potential solutions. Despite knowing that Aaron's system would most likely be doing the same, she didn't want to be just watching in case the system didn't have a solution to this, and she immediately took action. I really wanted to be able to custom make my avatar, Lee Junho said to Ayaka as they continued their research while waiting for any new orders, should their services be needed for the war. Ayaka, who was still working on searching for the Fountain of Life, FOL, didn't even raise her head from her screen as she read the information on it and said, "You can ask the Empire. I don't think they will deny you that. But we are still active Imperial government personnel. They will agree, but I might only get it in my hands once I retire," Lee Junho said, a veteran who kept being promoted as a result of the services and benefits he had earned for the Empire, which included the 10 billion newly awakened citizens in Proxima. Then retire. I'm the pride of my entire bloodline. Do you think they will let me do that when my position in the government is one of the few things my mom holds dear? She would most likely choose to die than hear me say that I resign, but before he could finish his sentence, Nova, the empire-wide known Emperor's secretary, materialized, making everyone in the room instantly know that she was the actual one, as the Empire had banned any likeness replication of her, any Imperial government AI, and all Imperial officials under the promise of pretty heavy punishment for anyone who could even break the encryption protecting their likeness in the first place. Ayaka, you are needed for an emergency. Get ready to be collected in a minute, Nova said, and without wasting a single second more, she disappeared. Shit, Ayaka said as she digested the information, realizing that the only reason the Imperial Secretary would personally be calling for her in that way was that something had gone really wrong. While Nova was working hard on finding potential solutions, Aaron, who had expelled enough mana to increase the mana density on Mars by 0.1%, was finally regaining a portion of his clarity, but the excruciating pain was still there. His eyes, which were already having difficulty focusing on anything, managed to focus for a moment, and he laid his eyes on the system screen that was hovering in front of him, constantly updating as both readable and unreadable words appeared. The user is currently experiencing mana poisoning from a broken mana contract. Looking for a solution. Not enough SP to counter the enforcing entity directly. When his eyes fell on the line about him not having enough SP to counter the situation, he immediately felt a pit in his heart. He had trillions of SP in his hand, yet it seemed to be a pittance now that the system was trying to directly counter the embodiment of mana. But even that in itself acted as a consolation, as it meant the system was capable of fighting this situation. It was just a matter of finding a solution, one that the current Aaron could handle and afford. Looking for a solution. #Turbo4531VQIUBT93. He didn't just stop with reading, as the pain itself was making him try to think of ways to stop this by himself. If he had the option to deal with it without spending his SP, he wanted to try that first. And finally, a light bulb lit in his mind as he pushed all of the focus he could to reach a knot in his heart, soul, the very location where the mana poisoning was originating, and triggered it, praying that it was enough of a solution or a start of one. Chapter 969, Conclave's Assured Victory. The system line stopped the moment he triggered the knot in his soul, as if it were now trying to adapt to Aaron's actions. With it also came a moment of silence and reprieve from the pain, but despite that, he didn't feel relief as he was yet to know if it was a temporary fix or not. Soon, his body answered for him. "MHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHe groaned, trying to hold the shout in, knowing that the moment he shouted, his mental defenses would once again give up. Instead, he decided to sit down in a meditation position, interlocking his fingers while touching his thumbs together and closing his eyes, trying to pinpoint what was happening. Although the pain had returned and was worse than the first hit, this one felt like a mixture, with a part coming from his soul that constantly poisoned his mana, while the additional pain was coming from a different source. As he once again started dumping all of the newly poisoned mana, since it would cause him harm to keep it in his body, this time, he was using the pushed out mana as sensors to bring him information on their way out about what was happening inside his body. Had it not been for the pain he was experiencing, his surprise would have been audible, as the atomic scale runes in his runic heart were currently activating. This was the first time it was happening while he was conscious, since all the other times it had happened were either when he was sleeping, like the first time, or in an induced coma through the nova or the system itself. Now, with something to focus on fully, far from the pain, it slowly but not completely moved to the back of his mind as he focused and tried to understand what the runes were doing, as he could learn a lot by experiencing them actively while conscious. Bam! Someone fell, followed by Argha. Bang! The door was kicked in seconds after the scream was heard as a group of armed Gorga civilization security entered the room with their weapons in hand. As some of them scanned the room, two moved to the fallen individual. "Sir, is everything fine?" one of the security detail asked as he placed his hand on the shoulder of the man on the ground, whose scream was getting weaker and weaker as his shaking increased. "Bring the mana shaman," the man shouted to the soldiers who were still clearing the room to see if there was someone or something that had caused the man's scream. Upon hearing the order, two of them left the room as the man who shouted the order held a hand to his mouth before he said, "Situation read. The representative is experiencing unknown symptoms and is unresponsive. No known cause yet. We are sending him to the mana shaman for treatment." He then carried the representative on his shoulder, seeing that the situation was getting worse. Rushing in the direction of the shaman would shorten the time it would take for the representative to receive a diagnosis, if not treatment. He sweated, knowing he was in for a bad day if the situation couldn't be dealt with. Conclave Central Command. With the Conclave at war with an empire they already guessed had wormhole opening capabilities, as a result, all important planets were currently on high alert. So, the news of a government representative who had participated in the negotiations and signings of the first agreement following the First War with the Empire collapsing immediately reached the Conclave's Central Command. They were, at that moment, receiving the same news from different civilizations. It started with one, then one more, up to 10, then 20, and before long, each civilization had one of its representatives experiencing an unexplainable situation. However, no one in the Central Command was surprised by the news, as it was something they had taken into consideration. Since they, too, were exploiting the mana contract, the Empire itself should be able to exploit the runic contracts in return. Thank mana we used representatives to sign in our stead, a civilization leader said as he watched a live video of what was happening to his representative, who had signed the contract with the Empire. The video showed him slowly withering as if the liquid in his body was being drained, something that their medical specialists were currently only pushing back with mana, a new luxury they could now afford due to their large stockpiles in preparation for the war with the Empire. The same should be happening to them, but even worse, as their emperor was dumb enough to have signed it on his own, another civilization leader said with a chuckle before adding, I wonder how they are reacting to this situation happening with their emperor in such a chaotic period. Everyone in the room nodded. It was a strategic gamble they had made. Should it happen, it would make their war easier than expected. If it didn't, they would still continue fighting with the confidence to win. But surprisingly, it had actually hit, as the Empire responded aggressively, attacking 1,000 of their planets directly, instantly triggering the judgment of the mana oath the Emperor signed. They were sure, with high confidence, that the Emperor was currently experiencing the punishment from the mana oath, which should in turn put the Empire in turmoil from the loss of their leader, who, other than being the Emperor, was also the anchor and the strongest person the Empire had, all while being minutes away from the first direct fleet-to-fleet face-off. The nodding only lasted for a moment as they focused back on the screen that showed their fleet being minutes away from the face-off with the rapid response Imperial fleet that had moved to intercept their approaching fleet. All of their preparations and gambles were going to start taking effect now, as actual metal was going to face metal, where only kinetic energy would decide the winner. After all, wormholes can't be used by both sides within the solar system and the Oort cloud, which were all covered with spatial locks upon spatial locks to render any spatial ability useless, limiting how the war could be fought. It was a situation that leaned in their favor more than the Empire's, since they could keep bringing reinforcements using wormholes through the areas where there were no spatial locks, while the Empire's reinforcements would be limited to what it had within the solar system, which could be moved from one place to another only through conventional movements. This too was to the benefit of the Conclave, since they would know every movement of the Imperial forces within the solar system and could act and adjust their actions upon it. Although some things had happened beyond their expectations, it did little to change the current expected outcome, as everything pointed to their assured victory. Everyone in the room looked forward to and worked hard to make it come true, as the spoils of war made it worth the cost it would take to fund this war. Chapter 970, In space no one can hear you scream, but they can see you burning. Oh, God, Ayaka said as she walked out of the Stargate, feeling the large amount of poison mana being radiated from a distance. Although she felt the radiated mana, what surprised her the most was the life force fluctuation happening in that direction. Years of longevity were being expelled with each second, making her sure that whoever it was happening to was not having a good time. Miss Ayaka and Mr. Lee, please come with me, a fully armored soldier said to them a few seconds after they walked out of the Stargate, immediately escorting them toward a waiting ship that took off the moment they boarded, taking them to where the Emperor was. The Emperor is currently experiencing mana poisoning due to a technicality in a mana contract. What we need from you is to try your best to help him as he deals with the situation, or if you have a solution, to provide one. Nova appeared and gave them a summary of the situation. Images showed the Emperor seated in a meditation position, radiating mana. The ship had to hover at a distance, as the atmosphere was unstable any closer. I'll take it from here, Lee said as he walked toward the door. As if reacting to him, Ayaka started floating seamlessly, the surrounding gravity unaffected by Lee's ability, which only targeted her. She was already used to him using his powers on her. When the door opened, they immediately jumped out as a gravity shield activated, surrounding and shielding them from the mana turbulence. That must be very painful, Ayaka said as she got closer to Aaron, who was sitting and looking very calm, unlike the expression she expected him to be making as his life force was being tainted and lost. This was an extreme situation. The moment he ran out of mana, he would be a sitting duck, unable to counter the mana poisoning anymore. What are his energy reserves at the moment? She asked, wanting to know so she could prepare for when it happened. Seeing as this had been happening for minutes before she even arrived and the amount he was consistently expelling, she would be surprised if he lasted 10 more minutes. You don't have to worry about that. He won't run out of mana, Nova answered, earning a suspicious look from both of them, but there was no time to waste asking more questions. As Li got closer to the Emperor, he was forced to increase his mana expenditure on the shield as the poison mana from the Emperor collided with its outer layer.
Don't worry about mana.
I will provide you with as much as you want, Nova said as mana started filling the suits they were wearing, which had been provided by Nova when they were picked up from their research base. This was a result of her providing mana converted from a portion of the electricity from the Mars core reactor, poured through a micro-wormhole stargate opened in their suits. This allowed her to supply as much mana as needed and also created a misunderstanding, as the two of them thought that was how she was supplying the Emperor with mana. Feeling the reinvigorating sensation of mana being absorbed by his body, Li got more aggressive. He started targeting and redirecting the poison mana, which in turn reduced the turbulence until they reached the Emperor. This allowed Ayaka to make contact with his body and try to collect information about the situation. While that was happening, the eyes of the Empire and the Conclave were now focused on one area, only a few seconds before first contact. The Empire knew the advantage of being the first mover, controlling the terrain, dictating the tempo, and forcing the enemy into reactive positions. The moment the Imperial fleets reached their selected area of choice, all of the spatial locks within a light millisecond radius powered up to level 2, straightening the space within it and forcefully pushing the Conclave spear-tip fleet out of FTL travel as the space denied bending. It was a very useful move, but it expended so much energy that it couldn't be used many times, as even the spatial locks themselves suffered from durability issues when level 2 was used. Having prior knowledge that the Conclave spear-tip fleets were going to be thrown from FTL, the Imperial fleets did the same the instant it happened and immediately exploited the surprise to launch an attack. Flash! 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 Anyone observing the situation saw thousands of streaks of bright light momentarily overpowering the feeble sunlight that reached the Oort cloud, brightly illuminating parts of icy asteroids that hadn't received sunlight in hundreds of thousands of years. Explosions followed for the ships that were slow to react.
While in movies, lasers or direct energy weapons look avoidable, that is only for dramatic effect.
In real life, they are nearly impossible to avoid in close proximity, as they travel at the speed of light. Although 299,792.458 meters, a light millisecond, is a very large distance, it is nearly instant in terms of light speed and its related attacks. More and more lasers followed, but enough time had already passed for the enemy to activate their active protections. Still, 10% of their fleet was already lost in the opening salvo. Space wars were won before the first contact, but that is only if both sides have enough knowledge about each other. That was not a variable here, as it was the first time the two sides were actually going at full power, and they both lacked enough information to decide the outcome before it started. Each side believed they had the upper hand. But even a 10% kill was more than expected. Although the Empire managed to attack them before they could activate their shields, the ship still had passive protections against energy weapons. Nearly all of the military ships were covered in ablative armor layers that vaporize on impact to absorb energy and protect the underlying systems. In case those were breached, attacks were then met with phase change materials that absorb and spread the heat to the heat sinks, reducing the damage further and delaying it just enough for the active protections to kick in. Moments after their shields went up, they went down as lasers came from the Conclave fleet in a response attack, refusing to remain passive before their shields came back up, the process repeating constantly as more and more laser attacks were sent when Imperial lasers were cooling down. But instead of the expected outcome of the energy weapon attack on the Imperial fleet, they were instantly met with their attacks being reflected back at them. The Imperial fleets used a single joint shield made of triangular pieces that turned fully reflective the moment the energy attacks touched them. They shifted and reflected the attack at a 90-degree angle to another connected triangular piece that mirrored the first's action, reflecting the light another 90 degrees and returning it to the senders at 90% of its original strength, having absorbed 10% of it, as nothing is perfectly reflective. In the first two exchanges, the Empire came out on top, but not even 5 seconds had passed since the first attack, so the fight was only in its warm-up phase.
Chapter 971, Pincer. TWIF. TWOF. TWUF. TWAF. TWIF, TWOF, TWUF, TWAF. In the silence of space, thrusters in different areas of an attacking ship activated with millisecond intervals to ensure the ship's movements were predictable, while also fine-tuning its positioning in preparation for the next action half the Imperial interceptor fleets were about to partake in. The thrusters divided the ship into their respective assigned action groups, with everything taking place while invisible to the enemy due to the large shield curtain in front of them, which was still deflecting the lasers being continuously sent by the Conclave fleet, who wanted to try and drain its energy and see if they could break through it. Only 10 seconds had passed since they started attacking each other, but the number of attacks and the speed at which things were happening would make anyone who experienced it think hours had gone by. Once all the action groups were divided, totaling 18 to be exact, they instantly started acting to bring the plan to fruition. With the Conclave fleet as the center of a sphere, the action groups started moving in different partial orbits. After all, space was 3D, so the Empire planned on using all of the dimensions to its advantage, effectively starting a multi-directional pincer maneuver. Since the ships only had metal in them and didn't have to take into consideration what would happen to humans, as all the humanoid presence was nothing but avatars controlled from Mars, they pulled the maximum instant acceleration possible, depending on the maximum sustained G-force of the ships. At the same time, the remaining half of the fleet immediately got to work as well. The laser cannons that had now already cooled down and started sending out their second round, which, combined with the laser attacks that were currently being reflected back, nearly blinded all of their sensors. However, no matter how much they attacked, they knew that not being detected without active stealth was impossible, so the action groups also started attacking, but with much less intensity, since the majority of the energy in the ships was focused on the gravity drives to accelerate them through their pincer maneuver. They are out from behind the shield. Stop attacking the shield and focus on the pincering fleets, the Conclave fleet commander ordered the instant the pincering groups were registered on their sensors, as their ships were currently in constant motion to try and avoid the laser attacks that were coming at them and the ones that were reflected back. He was sweating heavily despite the temperature-controlled environment he was in, having not expected this much resistance from the Empire. After all, they had studied their first encounter with the Empire, pouring through the war from start to finish, going frame by frame through the comprehensive data that was an amalgamation from each participant's civilization. With each of them being better in a different spectrum of sensors, the combination of all this data made for a very comprehensive file. And despite taking into consideration the knowledge they had provided the Empire, they went ahead and overestimated them, doubling their potential strength. But it seemed even that overestimation was no match for what he was facing at the moment, as the shield itself seemed to have undergone an evolution, having evolved from a basic shield covering each ship individually to a fleet-wide mega-shield capable of reflecting laser attacks as if they were nothing. Closing his eyes for a second, he made a decision when he opened them, ordering, "Prepare the Shadari torpedoes." "Sir, if we used them from the start, they will now be wary of them being used again. At the moment, they believe they are very expensive, at which they actually are, and will be used intermittently. But if you use as many as were used in the first war, they will now take them into consideration for every face-off," his assistant asked, wanting to make sure the commander knew what doing so meant. "Then do you want to be the one held responsible if our first face-off ends in our loss?" he asked, glaring at his assistant. Although it was better to hold this weapon back until the best moment, that was not the best move for his prospects. Despite it being a war and his action having the possibility of causing more damage in the following battles, it was a problem they would have to deal with when it came. Plus, the Conclave had other secret weapons they could use later, but at the moment, he needed to consider his position because he wouldn't be safe if he lost the first face-off with the Empire. His assistant didn't argue back as he went ahead with the orders, and within seconds, the Shadari torpedoes were already loaded in their launch tubes. Send one for each group attempting a pincer maneuver and fire when ready. Send 5 of them for those that remain on the other side of the shield, he ordered with a sneer the moment he saw that they were ready. Instantly, the targeting system isolated each of the 18 action groups, firing 1 torpedo for each, and sent 5 of them directly to the remaining fleet. Footage from the Shadari missiles was then projected on one side of the information hologram.
He intermittently focused on them before returning to check on the evolving situation of the face-off, having yet to inflict any large damage on the Empire despite constantly sending attacks. The action groups instantly diverted a portion of their weapons and started targeting the Shadari torpedoes with laser bullets, trying to intercept them. But due to their constant vibration from an active Shadari technology, all the lasers just passed through them as if they were just a projected image. Despite that, they continued on their pincer maneuver, actively shifting their positioning to try not to be in the same location as the oncoming Shadari missiles, already having data about them since a few were used in the First War. At the same time, inside the action group's ships, breaching pods started being moved into the coilgun accelerators, finally ready for the next move as they were soon to reach their designated locations. Then, boom, the coilguns came to life, instantly launching the breaching pods toward the Conclave fleet one by one. The Conclave fleet was now amidst a spreading maneuver, having realized that remaining in the same positions would result in them being pincered. They instantly started targeting the pods to try and shoot them down, and to their surprise and horror, their attacks passed through the breaching pods as if they were holograms, the effect the Shadari torpedoes had. A tit-for-tat had started, and the Empire came out showing that it could fight them using their own technologies. Chapter 972, Birth of Stars. The Conclave fleet started spreading to avoid contact with the missile-like objects, which constantly adjusted their flight path toward their targeted ships. This forced the Conclave fleet to disperse further, but the objects had countermeasures, as they too constantly adjusted their positioning in 3D space. This required the movements made by the Conclave ships to be more aggressive than the oncoming objects in order to continue keeping them at bay, all while continuously firing at them. This spread had the negative effect of making individual ships easy to single out and target by the Imperial pincering fleet, unlike when they were clustered together. Flash. A flash of light, followed by a round of explosions, lit the battlefield, announcing the first Imperial vessel's casualty, a direct result of the Shadari torpedo. It was obvious to anyone that the ship was an intentional sacrifice in order to deal with the torpedo and not have it on the back of their minds, a tactic only the Empire could employ due to having avatars instead of actual soldiers while still keeping the same effectiveness. A good move, the Admiral said, looking at the information before he added with a smile, but that is only if you have a good industrial base and the ability for constant reinforcements. What you are doing now is no different than cutting off your hand to save a trapped finger. Although he sounded happy that the Empire was forced to use that tactic to deal with the Shadari missiles, inwardly it stung him that they could be decisive enough to make that sacrifice despite knowing the limited materials they had on hand for this war. The moment the Empire dropped the spatial locks to try and receive reinforcements from Proxima Centauri would also be the moment the war ended in the Conclave's victory, since Conclave fleets would also be entering the solar system along with those reinforcements. It was also a very costly course of action for the Conclave, as all he got from using a Shadari torpedo was taking out a single ship of the Empire's choosing, effectively nullifying nearly half his reason for sending those torpedoes out: psychological warfare. He knew that neither the Empire nor the Conclave had yet found a fast-acting and effective way of dealing with the Shadari torpedoes. So, the moment one was sent out, it was something the enemy would constantly have on their minds and would have to maintain constant, erratic, unpredictable moves in order to keep it at bay until it depleted its energy. This, in turn, would limit what they could do during that fight, as they would be fighting with one hand tied behind their back, trying to avoid the torpedo while also repurposing some of their ship's weapons to constantly fire at it. However, instead of inflicting the psychological effect he had intended, which would have kept the pincering fleets at bay and very limited in what they could do, he was now on the receiving end of it. The Empire seemed to have completely digested the information they received from the Shadari and even managed to replicate one, albeit a crude and very large missile. This was understandable, as they had only had the tech for a few years and had just finished digesting it, yet to reach the level of understanding where they could shrink it. For a missile that relied on phasing through things and expending energy to do so, its large size was a disadvantage, as its large contact surface would now be turned into target practice. His fleet was already firing on them to force them to be continuously using the phasing ability or be destroyed, increasing the missile's energy expenditure. It was a time-consuming method, but one of the few easily implementable countermeasures to such missiles. You just force it to exhaustion, then it won't be able to phase anymore, and you can shoot it down like any other missile or torpedo. The breaching pods, which were considered missiles by the Conclave, continued getting closer and closer to their selected ships, including the mothership, despite being bathed in enough laser and physical munitions to render them nearly invisible from the constant fire. But while that was happening, if someone had a god's eye view of the situation, they would have seen similar breaching pods in active stealth, rendered invisible to sensors, also approaching the same vessels. These were closer than the visible ones that were being bathed in fire and were expending so much energy that, had it not been for the constant energy being provided to them, they would have already run out of their onboard power and been destroyed. When the invisible pods finally reached the ships that were still focused on dealing with the visible pods while keeping the Imperial fleets amidst an active pincer maneuver, they went through the ship's exterior armor as if it were non-existent. The stealth breaching pod that entered the largest ship didn't stop anywhere. It moved toward the reactor before canceling its phasing ability and materializing inside it, destabilizing it and sending it supercritical. In an instant, the mothership, for a brief moment, became the brightest object in the surroundings, taking with it the fleet admiral and the command structure. But that was not the end. 20 more followed within the same second, then another 100 a second later, followed again by 52 another second later. Within a 5-second period, over 200 Conclave ships turned into small stars, illuminating the battlefield like fireworks. At the same time, inside an infinitely stretching, flat, grass-covered field, more than 10 billion Imperial citizens were gathered, all looking different. Some had armor, some wore basic clothes, some looked no different from a robot, others wore incredibly plain clothes, and some were floating, but all of them were looking in one direction, a nearly impossible feat to have that many humans in a single area so focused, made possible only because it was VR. They had just come from a time-accelerated crash course where they were made to practice and experience how to use their selected avatar and its abilities. Unknown to them, the Empire assimilated that knowledge to make it feel like second nature, as if they had spent their lives with these bodies and abilities. Now they were ready for deployment and were waiting for the mobilization order as they listened to John's super-short address. Although you are powerful individuals, remember that you are still Imperial citizens and under the Imperial government's law. But make sure to teach them a lesson, he said in a neutral tone, as speeches weren't really his thing, before he shouted, "Long live the Empire!" Long live the Emperor, the 10 billion strong crowd of mismatched characters shouted back in unison, as if by instinct. Chapter 973, A Forbidden Zone. They say when it rains, it pours. That is what the Conclave was experiencing at the moment, as they were now trying to withdraw after losing a quarter of their ships without even realizing what hit them. This made it nearly impossible to avoid what they didn't see coming, resulting in the order to retreat immediately being given fleet-wide by the next person in the command chain. He was informed just a few seconds after the joint computer network went through the command structure, verifying whether his superiors were alive or dead before it moved to the next name if they were dead or unavailable. When it reached him, he was given all of the privileges, which he instantly used to call for an immediate retreat, because if things continued as they were, the Empire's pincer attempt would succeed and make retreating even harder. However, despite the decision being a good one, it was very difficult to bring to reality without additional casualties. They couldn't enter FTL speed due to the constantly active spatial locks that engaged their second level the moment they tried, forcing them to move at conventional speeds as the Terra Empire's fleets chased and continued attacking them. The new temporary admiral tried to search for the spatial anchors in their surroundings, but their sensors showed nothing but asteroids, icy meteors, and all other things that would be found in such an area. The Empire had perfectly made the anchors match their surroundings in every aspect, even their cosmic signature. All the Conclave could do was attack the nearby asteroids randomly, trying to get lucky, but also as a means to vent their frustration. Meanwhile, their remaining firepower fired back at the chasing Imperial fleets, which they had no ability to avoid. Being limited to a sublight speed retreat, it was going to take them 10 months of constant travel at near light speed to reach the edges of the Oort cloud, meaning it was no different than a slow, methodical, and example-making slaughter. More Imperial fleets started arriving, as they were not constrained by the sublight speed restriction that was being activated around the retreating Conclave fleet. With each minute that passed, the amount of Imperial firepower in the surroundings increased while the number of Conclave fleet ships continued to decrease. The Empire now fired using only basic attacks, no longer using the exotic invisible weapon, both to save it for important battles and to make a very long and painful message to the Conclave as they watched their fleet being mauled, with no intention of letting anyone get away. Laser ablation, that is what would have gone through the mind of a National Ignition Facility researcher had they seen this before the formation of the Empire. The live footage of what was happening in the Oort clouds left those in the Conclave's Central Command speechless, although they were not researchers. At the moment, in front of them, they were witnessing the Imperial fleets having completed forming a ball-shaped pattern with the Conclave fleet at the center, now being illuminated by the constant staggered laser attacks fired by the Imperial ships. They were overpowering and returning any attack that was being used by the Conclave fleet as they attempted to fight to the last man because the Empire was not taking hostages. However, no matter how cool and inspiring it looked, the Empire went as far as to allow the remaining Shadari missiles to destroy some of its ships just to continue dealing damage. The ships that were destroyed by the missiles continued concentrating their attacks on the fleet, not redirecting a single bullet, laser beam, or anything else to try and destroy the Shadari missiles before they were destroyed. The rate of fire being fired at the Conclave fleet meant anything fired by them would be indirectly destroyed, resulting in only the Shadari missiles getting through that carnage, and they were few in number. Half an hour. That is all it took for the first face-off to come to an end with a total and complete Terra Empire win, having killed and destroyed everything that the Conclave fleet had brought to the fight, turning all of them into additional pieces among the more than 1 trillion objects in the Oort cloud. But that was not all the Empire was doing. They had also practically forced all of the fleets that were inside the Oort cloud out of FTL, letting them attempt to escape at sublight speeds. This would take them more than a month of travel, if not more, depending on how deep inside the Oort clouds they were when the anchors activated, acting as a mud swamp and leaving them as sitting ducks, making it clear that they were next and there was nothing they could do. Bam! Someone slammed his hand on the table before he shouted, "We need to find a way to deal with those things stopping the wormholes from opening, or we will have all of our fleets massacred." A civilization's leader shouted in anger, not wanting his fleet to be useless sacrifices. Casualties were expected, but seeing your fleet heading towards what is an assured destruction and not doing anything is nothing but foolishness and weakening yourself. When the war is over, someone is going to take advantage of their weakening, and he wanted to make sure that person was not him or his civilization's fleets. He was forgetting that the moment they took action, the control of half of his civilizations and everyone else's fleets was directly handed over to the Conclave's Central Command until the war ended or the time limit was reached, and the control renewal voting failed. But it didn't matter, as that was also what was going through the minds of many of the weaker civilizations' leaders, as they knew their fleets would be easier to deal with than even the one the Empire just annihilated in half an hour, making them the ideal first targets for the now swamped ships in the Oort clouds. "There is no need to shout when we can discuss it calmly," the Zelvora leader said, sounding calm, but his face showed the opposite. He was the strongest vocal supporter of the Empire before they were forced into this war, and now it looked like they were going to have to sacrifice more than initially expected, making it difficult for him to stomach. The stronger the enemy is, the more the top 10 fleets are going to be put to use, which in turn also means greater damage falling on them. But I agree with that. We either need to come up with a countermeasure or we need to do something to rescue our stranded fleets. We can't let them remain in there and be sitting ducks as the Empire plucks them one by one. No one argued against trying to deal with the spatial anchors that were the largest problem for them and the strongest weapons for the Empire. They only differed in which actions to take, but the consensus at the moment was that the Oort cloud was now a forbidden zone for the free fleets, and all the fleets that were in it were considered stranded, so long as they didn't come up with a way to destroy the anchors and allow their fleets to escape. The war had just started, but the Empire had already taken the upper hand, which for them was totally unexpected. Chapter 974, Plucking Fruits from a Tree. Flash. 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 Nuclear explosions of magnitudes higher than what Hiroshima experienced on those fateful days during World War II lit up space in different locations as various conclave fleets, stuck within the Empire's now declared forbidden zone,
tried to clear everything in their vicinity to destroy the hidden spatial anchors that were hindering them. Their sensors were already showing Imperial fleets gunning for them. After each explosion, they attempted to enter FTL. Sometimes they succeeded, and sometimes they failed, repeating the process. But even when they succeeded, the Empire didn't let them leave in peace. The moment they entered the control space of another spatial anchor, it too was activated, ejecting them from FTL and forcing them to repeat the process once again. Depending on their distance, the process would take them a week at most, and a few days at least if they were closest to the edges. There were very few of those, as the Conclave had sent a large number of fleets that were still in this zone in order to capitalize on the element of surprise. As a result, the Oort clouds were currently experiencing hell, as planet-destroying yields were being constantly used to increase their chances of escaping. Despite the damage and the amount of ammunition they were using, the munitions would be lost one way or another, either as destroyed assets once the fleets were destroyed or by being used to increase their chances of escaping. It was an expensive action, but the only one that worked at the moment, as the Conclave was racking their heads to come up with another solution. This was just a temporary patch, and if this was their only way, then they would be killed by the Empire since it was time-consuming, and the Empire would catch a majority of them despite their current attempt. A Trinarian attempting to tear the space within their vicinity groaned when he was met with the Empire's spatial anchor that was pushing back at his attempt with equal strength, no matter how much mana he put into it. Ha, 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 ha. His chest rose and fell as he took gulps of air, gave up, and placed his hand on his intercom, connecting him directly to the ship's admiral before he said, "The space is too stable. I can't tear it while it is like this. If possible, we need a large amount of spatial disturbance so that I can use that disturbance to have a chance to open a tear." He was currently the strongest individual on the ship when it came to spatial abilities, so his words carried some weight. They had come here having already advocated to be one of the spear tips in order to claim a larger share of the spoils, which would be distributed depending on which civilization's fleet dished out the largest amount of damage during the war. With this war expected to not last long, being among the first meant having the possibility of dishing out the largest amount of damage. But that was now biting them in the back, as their strongest weapons counter, one that they expected to be inside the solar system, not all the way out in the Oort cloud, was active, making it difficult for them and leaving them to think for themselves. "Okay, I will have it ready for you in a few seconds, but will you be able to open a spatial tear while the space is unstable?" the Trinarian admiral asked. There was silence from the other side, so the admiral asked again, "Horkin, will you be able to open a spatial tear while the space is unstable?" "It won't be a stable tear, but it should be enough to sustain the spatial destabilization for me to be able to open a more stable one," Horkin answered, preparing himself as he opened a mana canister and refilled his mana tank to be ready for when the admiral set the environment for him, despite knowing the amount of damage doing so would do to him. It was a sacrifice he was willing to make. But just as the 10 nukes that were sent out were planned to be detonated at the same time within the same area to create a large enough spatial disturbance to open a spatial tear, BAM. The entire starboard of the ship shook violently as if hit by a large asteroid. A large section of the ship went out of power, struck by a very strong EMP and AMP, anti-mana pulse, that hit the electronics and their mana counterparts. Despite their strong shielding against them, a large part of the ship was still taken out of commission for a few seconds as the ship's systems rerouted all control to the parts that survived. Breach. 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 The speakers blared as goosebumps rose on everyone who heard it. They were not expecting anything since they had not captured anything on their sensors before the breach happened. "Fuck," Horkin said after stabilizing himself following the shaking of the ship. With his senses back, he felt superstable, wormhole-like spatial tears appearing in different areas of the ship, realizing that someone had just opened or brought an already open, wormhole-like object to the ship. Whoever it was finally starting their boarding operations. Inside a dark Trinarian fleet ship corridor, the basic Trinarian soldiers were moving around, trying to gather themselves from the impact and the power loss in their area. As the breach announcement blared throughout the ship, they too were panicking. "What is happening?"
Why are my comms out? Fuwak. I like their food. Why are we even fighting them? Mom, I want to go home. Soldiers shouted or complained as they recollected themselves. They were not among those who would be fighting on the ground should a landing operation take place, so the requirements for hiring them were different. They heard steps coming from one side of the corridor, causing all of them to become silent and turn toward the direction of the sound. Fwum. A red lightsaber turned on, illuminating the dark corridor to reveal a Jedi-looking man holding it as the lightsaber's light was reflected in the soldier's pupils. I give you one chance to surrender, and I will kill anyone who doesn't, the man said in a very serene voice, completely the opposite of the situation. Son of a spatial crack, one of the soldiers shouted as he raised his gun and tried to fire it, only for the man to raise his hand and send him crashing into the corridor wall, caving it in as his body was squashed in return, without even shifting his gaze from where he was originally looking. What about you? You are worth more merit points alive, but I won't hesitate to take the lesser option if you cause problems, he said, lowering his hand, but the pressure he was exerting on the dead soldier on the wall remained, his body sinking deeper and deeper into the dented wall. I surrender, one of the soldiers said, raising his hand after dropping the weapon holstered on his hip. With one doing it, the rest followed without much of a fight. Good, the man said before the surrendering soldiers started floating towards him. He touched each of them only once before they all fell to the ground, unconscious, as nanomachines had now infiltrated their systems and rendered them unconscious while collecting brain data. Once he was done, he started walking towards the door at the end of the corridor. Only after covering at least 200 meters did the soldier stuck on the wall fall to the ground, now more 2D inclined than 3D. Chapter 975, A Misunderstanding. I must be dreaming or stuck in VR, Bonga thought to himself as he continued running away, failing to do so effectively as he kept falling and crashing into things in his attempt to get as far away from the monster as possible. Although he knew everything was a reality, what his eyes were seeing was causing his brain to consider hallucination as an option. The corridor he was trying to escape from was currently under fire from an ultramarine, something he knew was just a character in one of the Empire's nearly limitless entertainment avenues. This specific type of entertainment was something that he too had enjoyed and had even spent his own E&D to experience. And just like everyone else, he believed it to be nothing other than a form of entertainment, because that was what even the humans who were into it said. But it seemed like the entire Empire was in on the joke, or even they were tricked by the Empire, which was most likely using these stories to hide the existence of these types of weapons under their control in the best place possible, right in front of everyone. However, with that realization came the full dread that if this idea was actually true, no matter how improbable, it meant the Empire was the scariest entity the Conclave had ever dared to face off against and attack first. Reaching the end of the corridor while hearing the constant firing of the Ultramarine's gun, the door didn't open. The power that an EMP had taken out was yet to return or be rerouted through a route that had a connection to this door, so it remained closed. In a few seconds, several more individuals who were running reached him and started pushing, trying to force the blast-resistant door open, but spectacularly failing. I surrender, Bonga shouted, getting on his knees with his hands in the air like he had seen in the content he consumed. He knew their chances of survival were small since they had already denied the first surrender demand that was given to them, but he had no other option. Bam! 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 Heavy steps of metal soles hitting the metal ground kept getting closer and closer until the steps stopped, and silence reigned for 10 seconds. A rain of bullets hit Bonga and all those who were surrendering, but as Bonga was falling, thinking that he had died, he felt no pain at all, as if he was hit with paintball rubber bullets, making him wonder if this is how dying felt. This is so fun, man, the Ultramarine said as he looked at the now unconscious soldiers whom he had just shot with nanomachine bullets that seeped into their bodies, tracking them in a VR as their brain data was scanned and collected. Bam! 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 He didn't stand there for too long, just enough to see that the nanomachines were now in their systems. He walked to the thick, closed door, BOM, and punched it, his hand going cleanly through it before retracting his hand and using both of them to tear the door in two by widening the hole. Quite an overkill when he could have forcefully opened it by digging his fingers in and sliding it, but where was the fun in that? With the hole open, he continued his walk as he looked at the 3D map highlighting the sector he was assigned. Due to the ship's size, a single individual couldn't take control of it fast enough, but the Empire solved that by sending more than 100 avatars into a ship, more or less, depending on its size, and assigning each one of them a sector that they had the responsibility to take over. "Will you surrender?" A man wearing a yellow spandex suit, a black belt, red gloves, and a white cape asked. The only visible skin was his face and his bald head, which was shiny enough to reflect the minute amounts of light in the vicinity. "Did you really come without weapons?" the Conclave soldier asked the man, who had a bored expression despite being the one who boarded the ship. "Do I need to bring one?" he asked cluelessly. "Then you are foolish to think I will fight you without weapons just because you didn't bring yours. I'm not a Valtherin, so die, you fool," the Conclave soldier shouted as he fired his gun endlessly at the man, who seemed to have been too slow to even react, causing the soldier to laugh maniacally as he continued raining fire. But amidst his maniacal laughter, he heard something, causing him to halt his firing to try and hear what it was. As the rain of bullets stopped and the area was now covered by dust, he finally heard it, "Futsa no Panchi, normal punch." Before he could even register what it meant, a massive punch the size of his body came at such a speed that instead of his body being sent flying, it was liquefied moments before the fist-shaped shield, looking like Saitama's punches drawn in the manga, dissipated as if it didn't exist in the first place. "Now that everything is clear, where is that fucking mosquito?" the man said as he continued walking as if he hadn't just liquefied a human. Brain data upon brain data from the Conclave soldiers captured alive kept being sent as Namasani gathered it, went through it, and categorized all of the collected information based on its importance, using it to create an image of the Conclave's plans. This allowed the Empire to finally clear a portion of the fog they were in regarding the Conclave's plans and actions before the war. The same was being done to the ship's data, but due to the EMP and AMP attacks, the amount of collected data was very limited. Once those inside the ships realized what was happening, they also destroyed the data or encrypted it using a system that made it impossible for anyone to decrypt, even those who encrypted it. This limited the amount of usable data that they collected, but even the collected information was good, as it highlighted some important targets, like which communication nodes they were using to facilitate fleet-wide communications, which channels the fleet was using to conduct information, and much more. This gave the AIs enough workload for them to spend quantum clusters worth of computing power to just sift and filter the garbage from the gold data in the information that was being constantly sent. Chapter 976, Random Bullshit Go. Okay, we have reached our challenge target. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be attempting a perfect run, meaning clearing all objectives while capturing all of the soldiers in my section without killing any of them, collecting all of their information, gathering all of the available data, and any damage I receive will reduce my power output by 1% until I hit 30%. From there onwards, every point of damage means a reduction of 1% from the prize pool, calculated from the final total of merit points. And if I'm killed, then the prize pool will be refunded, a streamer in Uchiha Madara's avatar, clad in Sengoku-era armor, said. He was inside a Comic-Con looking area, due to the number of characters from different media, as he walked towards an open wormhole. The wormhole was connected on the other side to an already open Stargate carried by the stealth breaching pods that had infiltrated the ship and were yet to be discovered and destroyed. More than 1 million people were watching him, as he was a very famous streamer and speedrunner. He was embarking on a speedrun mission with full enthusiasm because there were 100,000 merit points on the line as a reward, gathered from the viewers who financed it, should he successfully accomplish the mission's goals. A listener wants to bet that he is going to lose 70% of his strength in 10 minutes. Mr. Ed Listener, how much are you willing to bet? I will match it, the streamer asked as he highlighted the comment, not wanting to lose the opportunity to earn additional merit points that would help him upgrade his Madara, because at the moment, he was very weak and nowhere near his full power. Ad Listener, 1000 MP if you don't die in 10 minutes. A listener responded with a comment before another screen appeared in front of the streamer. He read it slowly before showing a sinister smile as he clicked the accept button. Moments after he clicked accept, an announcement was made to all the viewers of the stream. A listener has bet 1000 MP that will be given to Glizzy should he survive 10 minutes following boarding the ship, and he would receive a similar amount if Glizzy falls to 30% of his strength within 10 minutes of being inside the ship. Ponga, Hohu, now go and show us. Nugest, why are you delaying? Are you getting cold feet now that there is a chance of you losing MP you don't have? Comment after comment came in, either supporting him or increasing the amount they placed on the bet, choosing their sides, and expanding the pool to another 100,000 MP that would be paid out to all of the winners. Feeling the MP on the line had reached a satisfying amount, he finally walked through the Stargate. The feed went dark for a moment before showing the footage on the other side, which was nothing but light. -1%. -1%. -1%. -1%. -1%. -1%. -1%. -1%. He had found himself in a rain of fire the moment he exited the Stargate in the breaching pod, losing 57% of his strength before he could even deploy his shield to protect him. This caused the streamer to have beads of sweat on his real body's forehead as he realized he was on the verge of losing his remaining strength, which would then start eating into his prize pool. It would also mean that he would have lost the bet and would have to pay the 1000 MP to a listener. Now I have evened the odds. Let's get started, he said, as if the surprise welcome attack was by design. But as he was getting cooked and mocked by the chat, his hands started forming hand seals as his cheeks puffed, and a voiceover was heard, "Fire release, great fire destruction." Just as he was about to breathe out and cook the entire corridor in a fit of anger for being humiliated and to repay the cooking he was receiving from the chat, a red warning screen appeared in front of him, reminding him that this attack would likely kill the soldiers and end his mission in failure. This caused him to instantly redirect his attack upwards, as he couldn't cancel it, having already dedicated mana to the fire rune that was about to activate. The fire covered the roof, increasing the temperature in the room as the soldiers lay on the ground to avoid dying. But this was not a fire happening on a planet, it was happening inside a spaceship, meaning the oxygen was limited and burning up very fast. The upwards directed fire burned the oxygen in the room, entering the HVAC systems and burning the oxygen in every connected corridor until it was met with safety locks. Only then did the fire stop spreading and die out after the fire suppressant measures activated, followed by oxygen finally re-entering the sector. By then, all the people within the sector were down, having fainted from the lack of oxygen. "Everything is going according to Kikaku," he said, looking confident as people on the chat praised him or were surprised by how he had managed to not only think of it but also implement it successfully. "How did I come up with it? It is because I went through the collected data on the making of this civilization's ships," he said, bringing up a 3D representation of the ship as he prayed his guess of how it worked was actually true. He pulled up and highlighted the HVAC system, which actually showed how, for safety measures, the HVAC systems only allowed free air movements within a sector before being met with safety locks that prevented air from moving between them. Breathing a sigh of relief, he said, this system acted as the cause of their loss of consciousness since the safety locks also limited the amount of oxygen in a section, resulting in all of it being burned completely in a short time, turning what should be a life support system into a deadly attack. "What do you think about my speedrun strategy?" he asked arrogantly, praying that if he was wrong, he would be proven so after the stream, not now. But not even a second after he finished giving his explanation, an empire-wide announcement was made: "Congratulations to Scorpion Red for being the first to discover an effective strategy. As a reward, he will be given 100,000 merit points, and for anyone using the strategy, he will receive 0.5% of the merit points earned during its use." And thus, the first section-wide speedrun strategy was born. The Empire's plan was already working. By making the war look like a game, it opened the way for curious gamers to look for ways to win it fast and speedrun it, and it was finally paying dividends only 10 minutes after the Imperial citizens' avatars started joining the cleanup in the Oort Cloud. The Conclave was about to start experiencing what being an NPC on the receiving end of it felt like. Chapter 977, They Are Scary. It is most likely not going to escalate any further until they are done dealing with the Empire, so we advise you to entertain it at this stage and not attempt to kill them, as that would attract their attention back to you, and you risk becoming the main target for them to vent their anger and humiliation, little protagonist advised Dresner, who had just asked about the feasibility of them dealing with the Conclave's probing forces that still remained even after their attack on the Empire. Although inside, he was happy that the situation had somehow cooled due to a new target appearing, that target being his supporters. The Empire made it very difficult to celebrate. He knew they were the ones who had made him and helped him reach this level of strength in just a few years. He wasn't ungrateful, nor did he see this as a chance to break the alliance. The thought never even crossed his mind, not because he feared them, but because his loyalty ran deep. He also knew that even if he had that thought, there was nothing he could do to achieve it, as everything that kept him in power was made by, or the knowledge to create it was provided by, the Empire. The moment he turned into their enemy, he would lose all of it and be left to regret attempting it. At the moment, all of the free forces that were not facing the probing forces were gathering materials to send to the Empire for use in the production of war weapons. With more than 100 star systems under his control, he could provide an abundance of them without feeling any crunch. Even if it reached that level of desperation, he would dismantle his fleets to continue sending them reinforcements because now that the Empire was known to be his supporter, they were entangled and considered to be one. Should the Empire successfully deal with the Conclave forces, they would come to his aid and help him achieve his dream faster than he ever imagined. Based on how the situation is at the moment, they can withdraw them at any moment they want. So, how about we look as if we are trying to send aid to the Empire, but these forces are the ones holding us back, so that they are forced to maintain their presence here even if they are needed on the battlefield or in other areas, Dresner suggested, in order to give the probing force a dilemma of whether to retreat, which would allow Dresner and his forces to use this freedom to send aid to the Empire, or remain attacking and keeping them in check, tying up a very large portion of their needed fleets. There was no immediate answer, as she was contacting Nyx, Athena, and the relevant chain of command to see what their decision was going to be. At the moment, they were considered no different than just another branch of the Imperial military fighting the same war, so their actions needed to be made with consideration of the whole war plan. Yes, we have received their approval. We can go ahead with it and even sacrifice a few wormhole ships to make it more believable, she said, delivering the response she was given. Go ahead, Dresner gave his permission, and little protagonist delivered the order with an action plan to implement it. But what is the Empire's next action? I'm curious, he asked, wanting to see how an empire made of only 2-star systems was contending against the Conclave, where even the weakest of them had at least 10 times more than that. Because to anyone, it looked like an impossible wall to climb, yet the Empire was scaling it in real time. Let's watch it together then. I have been given access to live feeds of different areas where the war is active, and they are about to embark on a very interesting mission, little protagonist said with a smile on her face as a massive screen spread in front of the two of them, showing him a real-time, movie-like viewing experience. She chose the feeds to show him, added music, and went as far as to render additional scenes to provide context. At the moment, she was showing him a feed from one of Mars's largest Stargate bases, with more than 100 Stargates already active as more than 1 million different individuals walked into the building and into the Stargates without a moment of waiting, as the camera angle shifted to show more of them waiting outside as the line moved very fast. Where are they going? He asked, curious as to where these wormholes connected them. The Conclave, little protagonist answered as the scene shifted, showing a simulation of thousands of star systems with their names and showing which civilizations they were owned by. This caused goosebumps on Dresner as he realized the Empire was sending forces directly, turning this war on its head by forcing the attackers to now choose whether to return and defend their territories or continue attacking the Empire. It wasn't really a choice, since the forces were sent to each civilization's most important planets, the complete opposite of Dresner's strategy of going for the weakest planets from the weakest civilizations. I'm pretty sure they didn't give the absolute coordinates of their planets and only gave the coordinates of where you created the wormhole gates for the highway, so how did they manage to get them so close to the planets? Did the Empire find a way to pinpoint absolute spatial coordinates without having to map them? He asked in awe. In his mind, the image of the Empire, which was already big, risked ballooning even more because if they actually did that, it would be a feat equally as impressive as opening a wormhole itself. Though I would love for that to be true, it is not. They are the ones who brought us that close, little protagonist said as she zoomed to one of the many planets on the screen, showing POV footage of an avatar who had just exited from the other side of the wormhole. When the avatar turned around, it revealed something familiar to anyone connected to VR, the VR tower. The Empire had just used those as a connection source and a way to map absolute coordinates. They already had micro wormholes on a quantum scale, thousands of them opening and closing constantly to facilitate the instant communication needed to run the VR across the vast distances. We just needed to allow one to survive longer and collect its coordinates, then voila, we now have the absolute coordinates of their most important star systems, where they had pushed for the system to be erected, little protagonist added, giving additional context as to how the Empire achieved this feat. Dresner, in a fit of surprise, covered his mouth with his hands, realizing that the Empire had considered the possibility that they might fight the Conclave in the future and had set it so that every bit of tech they were sending to the Conclave had a hidden second purpose as a tool to give them the upper hand in case a war broke out between the two sides. They are scary, he said as the POV of the Avatar didn't stay still for long. They started fighting in an attempt to breach the planets, because very few of the VR towers were on the planets themselves, but in orbits and on moons near the planets. They needed to go through the prepared planetary defenses and fleets before reaching the planets, but with more than 10 billion undying soldiers, it was a war where they could afford to use everyone as cannon fodder. To humans, this would look no different than a large-scale raid in hell mode that they needed to rack their brains to come up with a solution for. They were finally on the weaker side, unlike their attack on the stranded Conclave fleets in the Oort cloud. And what human didn't love fighting against the odds to the last man? With no risk to their lives, they could live that dream repeatedly until they achieved the impossible of overcoming the odds and winning a heavily disadvantaged fight. Chapter 978, Burn the Heretic. Flash. 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 Lasers and physical bullets were raining down on Gradial, the capital of the Ilara civilization, lighting up the space outside the capital planet as ships tried to deal with the avatars that came out of the VR tower. The strongest attacks were directed at the VR tower, but at the moment, they were failing to do anything due to the shields coming online and activating in their one-way pass mode, where those inside could leave, but anything outside couldn't enter. My soldiers, rage. My soldiers, scream. My soldiers, fight, an avatar shouted before suffering the same fate as Irwin. But instead of rocks, he was hit by a laser beam the size of his body and was sent crashing into the shield, squashing him as the mana inside his body creating the shield drained faster and faster. He survived with very little mana by the time it dissipated, forcing him to start absorbing mana through an expanded Stargate inside his communication core before powering him back up to maximum. He repeated the shouting and continued charging with the minute gravity drives inside him, this time activating avoidance assist mode as the safest route was highlighted for him to try and escape. But even with it, his survival chances were less than half. Bring me that mosquito, a bald-headed man shouted as he punched an asteroid in front of him. The moment his fist touched it, a massive fist-shaped shield appeared and pushed towards an approaching ship. Burn the heretic. Kill the mutant. Purge the unclean, a space marine shouted as he fired towards a massive ship, looking like David fighting Goliath, but showed no intention of stopping at all. To hate the alien is to be pure, another one from his team shouted as he too fired at another ship before they were bathed with lasers as well. Those who were smart and wanted to preserve their avatars and not suffer needless waiting for new ones remained behind the VR tower's shields in order to be able to fire without worrying about receiving attacks. With more than 1 million of them all sent to this single planet, their firepower, though small individually, was not the same when multiplied by 1 million. Within a few minutes of random firing, they finally realized that it was better to work together, and they all started targeting a single target at once, which, depending on its armament, would either fall in the first round of firing or the second. In the curse of dirty mana, why are they still here? "Blow the tower up and stop them," the admiral responsible for the defense of the capital planet shouted. Even 30 seconds after they started appearing, they were still there and even shooting some of the orbital defense installations, while the cause of all of this, the VR tower, was still standing strong. Their shields are at maximum power, and they are expending a fleet's worth of mana each second to keep it active just to block our attacks, his communication officer reported what the ships attacking it had discovered. "Did I say I wanted to hear an excuse? I want a solution," the admiral shouted, dissatisfied with the response, as he knew that his head was on the table at this moment, should he fail to deal with it and it turned from the inconvenience it currently was to a dangerous situation on the planet. Due to its proximity, any explosion powerful enough to break through the current shield will also cause damage to the planetary defense installations, satellites, and even the planet itself, so we are limited in the armament that we can actively use against them, his communications officer explained calmly, despite the admiral's anger and twitchy mood. Upon hearing the response from his communication officer, the angry and shouting admiral turned to him and spoke in what sounded like calm rage as he said, "I'm going to ask a very simple question, and if you fail to answer me, I'm going to kill you before I'm court-martialed." His hand reached for the officer's shoulder before moving to clasp the back of his neck, pulling his head towards him until his mouth was near his ear when he asked, "Don't we have the absolute coordinates of the entire capital?" "Yes, we do," his communication officer said in a shaking voice as he felt both fear and pain from the admiral pressing the back of his head with his modified strength. "Then how about fucking opening one inside the shield and dropping a fucking bomb? I'm sure that they don't have spatial locks when they are actively providing mana to it from Earth in order to keep the shields active," he said, word for word but in a rushed manner that still conveyed his anger that no one seemed to have come up with this simple idea when the Empire was already using unconventional uses of the technologies they had on their hands. "It is a sound idea, right?" he asked as he increased the strength of his hand holding the communication officer's neck. "Yes, sir," the communication officer answered, his shaking intensified as he held back his scream from the pain. "Go ahead and do it, and I will deal with you once this is over," he said, releasing his grasp before slapping the back of his head, pushing him aside, and returning his focus to the attack, shaking from the rage he was feeling. Being an admiral responsible for the security of a capital planet was a very desirable job, as it came with all the honors of being an admiral but none of the risk because they were not going to be dispatched to the front lines, and no one was dumb enough to attack a capital star system, as it meant war to the death. But the Empire seemed to have that intention and went directly for the jugular, trying to end it and not follow the conventional way wars are fought. As a result, they had now turned this position that he had fought, betrayed, killed, bribed, and cheated his way to, and now it seemed like the karma of these crimes was all returning to him at once and fully concentrated. As he rubbed his sweat, imagining what was going to happen to him once this was over, a rain and a drought appeared as the VR tower was transformed into a vaporized state after they did what he had told them to try, and it worked. "Oh, mana," he said to himself before shouting, "now deal with and clean up everything of theirs that remains," but this time not while angry, but in excitement, having dealt with the situation before it even reached the planet. But before his words could be spread and turned into action, alarms blared as spatial tiers started appearing in all directions with the planet at the center. The million avatars that were taken down now came out of them, giving him goosebumps as he wondered when they had even collected the absolute coordinates of these locations. But it didn't matter now, because the entirety of the movable defensive forces had moved to the best position to attack the VR tower, which meant that the rest of the area around the planet was now in its weakest defensive mode. This was now being overwhelmed by the millions of avatars who were now near the planet's atmosphere, which would spell hell the moment one of them entered the planet. "Kill them. Kill them all. What are you waiting for? Fucking fire at them." Chapter 979, Sun Tzu. "Oh, God," were the last words that came out of a planetary defense station soldier's mouth before his space station was destroyed. With the appearance of new wormholes from all directions around the planet, a courtesy of the stealth mapping vessels sent out by the Empire, as the million avatars acted as a giant distraction. This time, the Empire sent more than just avatars. It brought ships to accompany them and help clear the route. The defensive force, designed under the expectation that they would know the direction the enemy was coming from ahead of time and prepare accordingly, was having a hard time dealing with ships and attacks coming from every side. With each passing minute, the number of defense installations was decreasing at an increasingly rapid rate. Conclave Central Command. The air in the Conclave Central Command, once thick with arrogant confidence, now crackled with raw panic. The grand circular chamber, surrounded by leaders of each civilization in the conclave, was now witnessing a first since its construction. "Recall my fleets back now," the hologram of the Gorga Prime leader shouted, his normally stoic, rocky visage contorted in rage. As he slammed his fist onto the real-world table, his hologram mirroring the action, he continued shouting, "My capital is under siege. They are pouring out of the very sky. That is strategic suicide. If we do that, we will now be on the receiving end of the Empire's attack, negating any benefit we had of being the first mover, and the Empire will now have the ability to deactivate the spatial locks and reinforce their forces." The temporary leader of the operation tried to reason with them, understanding the panicked actions of the leaders were going to be the death of this operation. But before he could even finish his explanation, another civilization's leader interrupted him, shouting, "I don't give a fuck how this operation goes on anymore since nothing has gone according to our plans. We attacked them knowing they would activate their spatial anchors, but you didn't consider that they could forcefully stabilize space and make it impossible for FTL travel. The plan said the spatial locks would prevent the Empire from receiving reinforcements, but they circumvented the problem and sent soldiers to our star systems directly. I don't care about any of the ramifications. My capital is on the verge of burning. We are losing orbital platforms by the minute." Just after he said that, he turned his head to the Zelvora and Trinarian leaders before he shouted, "You vouched for them and brought their ideas into the most important parts of our worlds. They are using the VR towers that you scanned and said were safe as bridgeheads, playing us for fools. Every node, every tower, every wormhole gate in their Highway for Commerce project was nothing but a way of creating an invasion map for them, as we gave them access to our most secure worlds the moment we installed them. What are you going to do about this?" "How dare you?" the Zelvora leader asked, making it clear that he was not in the least a fan of these accusations. Although this would have normally been enough to cause the leader who accused him to apologize or risk being their lifetime enemy, that was only under the condition that everyone had the assurance that they would live to see tomorrow, and angering him would mean risking that. Now, with the Empire's actions, that possibility was getting narrower, and holding back any words wasn't going to change that. Everyone was on a short fuse from the start, and it was proven by another leader shouting at him, "Why are you threatening us? Is it because you actually knew beforehand and were working with them? Also, why are they not attacking you?" another leader shouted when the previous leader's accusations were not met with an answer. "Withdraw the ships that are currently attacking the captured star systems for reinforcements at least. You are wasting our time, and time is not on our side," another civilization leader shouted, not caring for the question that was asked to receive a response, as his situation was more urgent. Despite his civilization not being on the list of those on the receiving end, he was still feeling nervous, as he was one of the weakest and knew the Empire not targeting him was only because they could do so at any time and squish him like a bug. He wanted as many of his forces back as possible before that happened to mount a fight. "We can't withdraw them, and we are in a situation where we need more fleets to extinguish another major problem," the operation's temporary leader shouted amidst the commotion, causing everyone to turn and look at him. Knowing that they would only be silent for a few seconds, he immediately got to explaining himself as fast as possible before someone else interrupted him. "We just received news that the planets under Dresner's control have been attempting to send material reinforcements somewhere, but we managed to destroy the so-called transport ships before they could do so. We can say with high confidence that these were most likely planned to be sent to Proxima Centauri, where these remote-controlled soldiers, ships, and operations are taking place. The moment they gain that access, it will mean they will have infinite access to raw materials from captured Dresner planets, enabling them to produce their remote-controlled soldiers in unlimited quantities and fight until we are on our last knees. So that is the last thing we are going to do, or we are doomed to lose or drag this war out. You are not going to bring back my fleets in the Empire despite one of them having already been destroyed. You are not going to allow me to bring back my fleets fighting against Dresner in order to bolster my defense, so what do you want me to do then? Just sit and wait for the Empire to come and kill me, a leader shouted, shaking from nervousness as he could see the battles taking place in space from his large office window all the way from his palace.
Is this because the Empire is not yet attacking you?
Another one took his place, because for some twisted logic, the Empire had targeted only the Alara and Fane in the top 10 civilizations, leaving the rest alone. Among the top 50, 39 of them were also being attacked by avatars, with an even smaller number being attacked from those below that.
If we can't do those two, then why don't they send their fleets to come to our aid?
That is the easy solution without having to compromise our placement of forces and give the Empire an advantage, a leader of a lower civilization, whose forces were being ground down faster than they could reinforce them, asked in a desperate shout as he pointed at the Zelvora and other top 10 leaders who were not yet attacked. His civilization didn't have wormhole technology, so they were limited to the available forces and were at the mercy of those with wormholes to help them send reinforcements. The Empire is precisely expecting us to do that so that our remaining forces are tied up, and only then will they attack us. We can't take that risk, so I will not be doing that, the Ural coalition leader said with a stoic face, as if his situation was more urgent than those who were being attacked. He even added, "We are the production base, and if the Empire attacks us, the production of weapons and other things will slow down or come to a complete halt." One after another, the leaders who were not attacked came up with one excuse after another to not use their remaining fleets for reinforcements. At this moment, all of those fleets were being remobilized back to the important star systems that had VR towers, while at the same time trying to shoot and destroy the VR towers, wormhole nodes, and everything that the Empire had installed in their territories in preparation and as a preventative measure.
It was a reasonable action, but it didn't appear as such to those who were under attack.
The most scared one among the top 10 was the Zelvora, whose abilities relied most on mental and psionic powers, meaning their strongest weapons were pretty useless against the avatars. Surprisingly, despite killing all the Imperial citizens found in the space stations responsible for the wormhole lanes at the start of their attack, the Empire hadn't attacked them, increasing the suspicion falling upon them. With their previous defense of the Empire's actions and advocating for them in the Conclave Council, they were being seen as potential traitors the more time passed.
Crack.
It was at that moment that an irreparable crack started appearing within the conclave, and there was nothing anyone could have done to prevent it from happening. They were fighting against humans, the most cunning of creatures in the galaxy, and they had brought their A-game to this fight they were dragged into.
Divide and conquer, Sun Tzu.
The most obvious tactic was now being put to use in such an obvious and visible way, but even if the enemy saw it coming, there was nothing they could do about it. The only solution to the dilemma the Empire was placing upon them was to become selfless, risk their potential safety, and come to the rescue of those being attacked. There was a possibility that the Empire was not attacking them because they had limited avatars to use and could only spread them so much before they became easy to deal with. But in the conclave, where everyone was only in it for themselves, expecting one of them to do it was like expecting a camel to go through the eye of a needle.
Shit had finally hit the fan.
In just 2 hours since their surprise attack against the Empire took place, the situation had turned around on them, and they were now on the receiving end. It really was David fighting and holding his ground against Goliath, who had attacked him by surprise.
Chapter 980, Stretching Their Muscles. Bang!
The door to the Pago leader's office was kicked open, interrupting his participation in the joint call with the Conclave's Central Command. He was amidst begging for either his troops to be returned or for another civilization to send reinforcements, but was receiving no positive response as the leaders continued bickering back and forth, with everyone wanting the direction of the meeting to go their way and their needs to be prioritized. "Don't you see that I'm in an important meeting?" he shouted at the soldiers who kicked the door, redirecting his anger for being ignored to them, as he had nowhere else to vent. "The planetary defenses are on the verge of being overrun, and we need to start evacuating you and your family before that happens," the head of security said, ignoring the shout as if it were something he was already used to.
"What?
Already?" he shouted in surprise, because it hadn't even been half an hour since the attack started. He had expected it to take at least a few hours, since everything that could fly and fire a bullet was sent to orbit to defend and delay them as much as possible in order to buy time until a solution was found. As one of the lower-level civilizations, they didn't have access to wormhole technology, leaving only foreign reinforcements as a solution on the table. It looked like it was going to take longer to get help than it would take for their defenses to be breached. Just as he was about to collect a few important things and end the hologram call to the Conclave's Central Command, he found himself being carried by one of the guards who shouted, "I'm sorry, sir, but a few individuals have already breached and are in the atmosphere," as he ran with the leader on his shoulder. Orbit. While the leader was being carried to safety, an opening had finally appeared in the orbital defenses that was continuously widening, allowing a large number of avatars to go through. "What is that?" one of them, in an anime character-themed avatar, asked, feeling as if he were hearing music. "Ulu, the Emperor really has a sense of humor," an Iron Man-themed avatar said, sounding like Stark as he too heard the music. It didn't take long before everyone who heard it realized what the music was, the Helldivers theme, causing everyone to feel goosebumps. It was a dream come true for many of them, both those on the actual battlefield and those watching live streams, making them wonder when the Empire even had the time to think of all these little details. It felt like it would have needed decades and thousands of people to come up with and insert all of these nuances that sometimes only a few people would understand the meaning behind or what it was referencing. Although it appeared useless, it had helped immerse the participating and watching humans, compartmentalizing this as if it were a game and not an actual war with real civilian lives on the line. Bam! Boom! Boom! Clung! Different sounds were heard as different avatars landed, depending on their onboard abilities. Some landed as light as a feather. Those with the ability to fly used that to achieve that, others used telekinesis, the Force, and other similar powers. Some landed as if they were a plane with no wings, using their bodies to tank all the energy they had gained during the fall, though an invisible shield had spread and absorbed the majority of the energy. The instant they landed, a mission HUD appeared, along with a miniature 3D map of their surroundings, showing them clear markings that rendered everything visible, even if it was behind walls. With each passing second, new missions were created and posted as more live information was gathered by tapping into communications networks, using information collected through VR, and all other avenues. Capture Hiragu. Capture Costiga. Capture Giguster. The minor missions were for capturing strong individuals who could cause problems with their control of the planet once they completed taking it over. The term strong here was not limited to power, but influence as well, to ensure that no one could use their influence to cause an uprising or rally others to fight back against the Empire's avatars. The difficulties of the missions continued to increase with the magnitude of the task. Following those, there were missions for taking over locations, then missions for capturing and controlling cities, capturing civilization leaders and members of the governments, and many more. VR. Following the start of the attack, the Empire had segregated Imperial and Conclave citizens in the VR, but didn't turn it off or forcefully log Conclave citizens out. Instead, it just left them be and used them as a means of collecting information. Many of the Conclave citizens wondered what was going on, since they were not informed by their governments of the attack due to their governments wanting it to remain a surprise. With the Empire not doing the opposite but just segregating Imperial citizens, they were left to come to their own conclusions, and only a small number of people considered a war to be the reason, as it was something unimaginable. But the Empire's inaction regarding VR ended now. The moment the first avatars landed on a Conclave planet, the entirety of the Conclave population that was online in VR was teleported to a flat plane, fitting all of them in a single place, with people covering the area from horizon to horizon. Nearly 250 billion people were now gathered in a single place. A few individuals with fast reactions instantly triggered the logout procedure the moment they experienced the weirdness, and to their surprise, they managed to log out, making them wonder if their worry was unfounded and if the Empire had no capability of stopping them from logging out. The Empire could have, but didn't. Although that action would be very beneficial at the moment, it would cripple trust in VR for a very long time, as both humans and Conclave citizens would be scared to log in, fearing being locked in and unable to log out. Before the majority could even panic due to the instant teleportation, a massive screen appeared, with the environment warping to ensure it was of the same size and distance from everyone, no matter where they were. It was still black, with nothing written or shown on it. However, that didn't last long, as a single line appeared: "The conclave governments have attacked the Terra Empire." The scene then shifted, showing a replay of them appearing outside the Oort cloud and their forces appearing where the wormhole lane space stations and the conclave were before shooting and destroying them, deliberately showing only the videos of space stations being destroyed and none of the rescue operations. While they were watching that happen and were distracted, the Imperial Treasury finally got on the move and started deploying its financial muscles to initiate attacks on the conclave's economy, intending to crash it to force an acceleration of the fracture between civilizations. The Empire was holding nothing back, as it used every avenue on hand to fight the war, no matter which domain it was in. With VR and the near-instant communication speed being the final bridge to allow for the intercivilization coupling of economies, it gave them an opening to finally use financial and economic warfare against another civilization, a first for the Empire.
Chapter 981, Controlled Release.
When the scene of the attacks ended, the screen went black before the words, "We have considered these actions as a declaration of war and have responded accordingly," appeared. Those words caused panic among the people watching, as they realized that this was not a prank and the conclave was now at war with the Empire. However, if someone could hear what the majority were thinking, they would realize that the panic they were feeling was not because they were afraid of the Empire's retaliation, but because they were afraid of losing the comfort they had gotten used to through the VR and the wormhole lanes that the Empire had opened. But why did they leave the VR still active?
I don't know, but I think they might be using it to monitor and try to gather information.
Considering that they have the ability and time to gather us in a single place this easily, it means they have a very detailed ability and control over it.
But what is going to happen to it if we win? Are they going to destroy it in a fit of anger? You think they will do that?
It is one of their bargaining chips for their survival, as I'm sure they are the only ones who understand it enough to be able to control it, at least if they are smart and want their people to continue existing after the war.
What about destroying themselves along with their technologies using the so-called black hole bombs they used in our first encounter? You still believe that propaganda?
I'm sure it has been proven with evidence that such a thing didn't happen, and the Empire was just fabricating it in order to improve their image in our eyes and in the hope that it would influence the actions of our leaders when it came to them.
Then why did we sign an agreement with them if what you are saying is a lie?
We could have taken them over and benefited from their mana stones without having to spend money and consider them to be our allies when we could have killed all of them and removed that barrier. Because their leader is a bit strong, and I'm sure at that time mana was a very pricey commodity, which means the number of forces we could send was very limited. Their leader turned out to be the strongest at that time among all of those present, and with the fight they showed, signing the alliance with them was the best solution to reduce the cost compared to the benefits. Plus, I'm sure many leaders agreed to the agreement because that would mean an outsider would control the resource, meaning they would have the same chance at gaining them, unlike what would happen if we took control of it completely and the top 10 monopolized it.
Then what changed now?
Maybe they have found a workaround that they all agreed to adhere to.
With the prevalence of wormholes and mana stones, shouldn't they be able to send enough forces to deal with the Empire fast and swiftly?
From the footage they showed alone, it revealed more than 15 fleets, and I'm pretty sure 5 of them are already overkill. There might be more on the way, considering that a large number of them were used to destroy the space stations. I'm really not liking this at all, as I quite like them.
Not liking them has got nothing to do with what they are doing.
They are the ones who showed capabilities that threatened our interests, and we need to deal with them before it becomes a problem. From their history, it is very obvious that they are very intelligent in coming up with ways to kill themselves, and the same can be said for their speed of adapting to things. Seeing how fast they adapted to us means that with enough time, they are going to catch up to us both mentally and hardware-wise. Seeing the way they were moving, it was obvious they were rushing for that, and to prevent that, they needed to be dealt with fast before they caught up enough to be problematic.
I wonder who is going to control the VR.
The Valthorans and Zelvora will most likely be the main controllers of it, as they are the ones known for their mental abilities.
With them at the helm,
they might even improve it further than the Empire's limited technology is capable of. Then does that mean the Trinarians are going to take control of the wormhole lanes? I don't think anyone wants a single civilization to have that much power. They will be the ones leading technological improvements, not owning it fully. I think each nation would have been given a piece they are satisfied with, considering that they all agreed to take joint action against the Empire. But what about Dresner and his people? Wasn't the Conclave fighting against them to try to liberate them? You don't say that this was all a ruse? Who says it is not? In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it was. What better way is there to have someone lower their guard than for them to realize that you are amidst an internal turmoil that will occupy most of your attention? Amidst that, they will not find the gathering of forces to be anything out of the norm, only to then use the gathered fleets to attack them. I really want to see the look on their leader's face, who thinks of himself as strong, when he realizes that the gathered forces came to his civilization and not Dresner's. So do you mean Dresner is not an actual threat but a fabrication? Why would they risk causing a rebellion by inciting the treatment of slaves just to divert the Empire's attention? I mean, it could have gone very wrong and backfired on them, and I'm sure it most likely did, but on a smaller scale. Those Earthlings have this book called Art of War, which has very rudimentary ideas of how to fight that are relevant to this situation. In it, the writer had written, all warfare is based on deception, and the explanation for this was written as you must embody the illusion so convincingly, even to yourself, that your enemy believes it. Similar conversations took place in different groups as people talked about different things within the same related topic, but all of their worries were about how their current experience of life was going to be affected. Very few people actually felt sorry for and wanted to support the Empire. After all, they were very used to war between civilizations. They were still of the belief that the strong person wrote the rules and the weaker had no option but to follow until they were strong enough to dictate the rules themselves. To them, the strong squashing the weak to prevent that from happening was normal, and they would not spend their energy on feeling sorry for them so long as they were not the ones on the receiving end of it. But the situation this time was different. Thanks to the VR network connecting far-flung civilizations and planets to one another, it allowed for the proliferation of information to take place at a rapid pace, since they could now hear things happening from faraway star systems the moment they started. In the past, only important information was transferred, and even then, very little of it was disseminated to the citizens, and that was only after being filtered to appear in the most favorable view of the government, making it quite easy for them to trivialize atrocities and hype up good things for their benefit. Unfortunately, this centuries-long control of information and the perception of it had now seeped deep into how they reacted to news of this type. The Empire was the first civilization to experience it on a conclave-wide scale, where they could monitor the real-time reaction to the situation. Unlike slavery, which affected many of the citizens who could use it as a means of connecting and feeling empathy, the Empire had no such connection to them. The majority of their worries were about what would happen to VR, which had given them that freedom. But upon realizing that the Conclave was the one attacking, a majority of their worries subsided since they were sure the Conclave would want it under their control as well. A few people felt scared when they realized the controllers of the VR were being attacked by the Conclave and immediately logged out, worrying the Empire was trying to use them as hostages. Some even felt proud of the Empire, which, despite being overwhelmingly outnumbered, had made a bold announcement and, from it, even stated that they were responding accordingly. This looked like a coward saying words of reaffirmation to himself to pump himself up for a fight he knew he was going to lose. However, all of those sentiments, thoughts, and assurances that the Empire was going to lose were ended with a single sentence that followed a long pause in the video. We are now in the middle of retaliating and taking control of important star systems of the Conclave, and we have no plan to stop until we liberate and unite the Conclave like we did for the countries before the Empire. As the makers of the VR, many people were curious about them, and through the Akashic records, they could read the entire recorded history of mankind. This allowed them to realize that the Empire had only been united for a little more than a decade before they faced off against the initial Conclave forces, meaning, unlike Conclave civilizations that had at least a few centuries of being under a single leadership, the Empire was considered a baby in those matters. But it seemed that the child had now shown its intentions to swallow the experienced elders. Before they could ridicule this, the screen showed evidence of it happening. This time, instead of everyone being shown the same footage, they were shown different footage that matched either their civilization, if they were among those attacked by the Empire, or the video of their enemy civilization fighting against Imperial forces that were trying to breach the defense forces and invade the planets themselves. At the same time, the Empire finally allowed for news, messages, and information related to the attacks to finally go through. This allowed those who were in the real world, whose planets were already breached with Imperial forces now attacking and trying to take control, to post and send those videos to their friends who were in VR or in other star systems, asking if the same was happening for them. As the panic ensued, the Emperor's image appeared, showing him amidst a speech, "Our war is with their governments, not their people. So, keep the Imperial military doctrine and operation rules in mind when engaging with them and make sure not to cause unnecessary civilian casualties. But if they stand in your way, you can consider them to be active combatants and fight them as such. Keep in mind that every instance of that happening will be investigated, and if it is discovered that you exploited it, you will be punished accordingly." Then the video feed cut and was replaced by another string of words. "Don't join the fight and wait for liberation. You can also help us, and for those who do, you will be rewarded heavily for it." With those words, everyone received a notification that was tailored to their situation. Those working for the government were told they could contribute information about their expected actions. Those working in manufacturing were told they could provide information about the number of orders they had. Those in the capital were told to provide information about the closest defense installations. This was sent to all those both online and offline, with the promise that they would not have to worry about their participation in providing information being released to the Conclave if the Empire lost the war, since the Empire controlled the VR and all information in it. If the Empire won, they would be compensated for the contributions they made during this war. The Empire was finally sowing seeds of doubt among the Conclave citizens by providing the same opportunity they had provided Imperial citizens, but slightly modified. It allowed those discontent with their civilizations for their treatment of lower-level civilizations, slaves, and those without power to finally fight against them or use it as a means to vent their frustration at the helplessness they were feeling. While all of that was happening, the economic attack was still taking place, but with the news regarding the war finally flooding VR, only those with a vested interest in the economy were becoming aware of it. They were scrambling to try to deal with it or cut their losses as fast as possible, which in turn accelerated the crash even more. Chapter 982, God, please wake me up if this is a dream. My name is Zarnak Varelius Thalmarian Quenzai Elarath Draxilambrin Kales Varnath Solarius Mer Kaligo Zenthasea Krintari, and I'm scared shitless for my life. I'm what Terra people would call a new age otaku who had fallen in love with their stories, movies, manga, and nearly all forms of entertainment that they have come up with during their existence. I have dedicated the majority of my free time in VR to absorbing and enjoying as much as possible, and there was so much of it that even after years, I have yet to reach even 5% of their total collection. To be truthful, I'm not sure if I have even reached 5%, and I thought of it as a good thing since it meant I would not face the problem many of my fellow species encountered during their long lifetimes, boredom and stagnation. I was sure I would always have the excitement of experiencing something new from the Empire. However, it looks like my pastime has now backfired against me, as I'm now being judged by the characters of the entertainment I had enjoyed in the past. Am I suffering from mental mana poisoning? I'm pretty sure I have a few centuries before it even becomes a probabilistic possibility, I said, speaking to myself loudly, wondering if I was hallucinating or if I had applied for an experience that I had forgotten. But no matter how much I tried to think, nothing that would make sense of what was in front of me made sense unless I was in VR. But I am pretty sure I'm not, as VR technology has a specific feel that was deliberately implemented to prevent mixing the two, and although the feel might not be felt when you are focused on doing something, it will instantly be felt the moment you try to focus on it. Are you willing to surrender, or do you intend to resist? The human wearing a large leather jacket asked me as an arrow hovered mere millimeters in front of me. I raised my left hand, trying to touch the arrow in front of me, and, ouch, I screamed as even the slightest touch from me cut my finger. My short scream was not a result of pain but just a reflex made by the time I realized I was bleeding, having felt nothing during the cut. Are you crazy? Why would you touch that? Do you want to cut your finger or something? The man in front of me asked as the blade retreated a short distance from me. This is an atom tip arrow. Do you want to die before you feel the pain? Ah, you almost lost me merit points from your curiosity. The man in front of me went on and on about how I could have harmed myself, making me wonder why he was worrying when he was the one threatening me and asking if I wanted to surrender or not. I have a few questions before I make a decision, I said, trying to bargain for more information despite having already made my decision. The man, stopping mid-rant upon hearing my words, looked at me for a moment before a look of what I could understand to be amusement, based on the media I had consumed, crossed his face. He said, "You are quite an interesting individual. Fine, I will humor you and allow 3 questions. Ask them at once, and I will answer all of them. After that, I need your verbal decision. This palace looks identical to my home, but is it really home, or am I hallucinating or in VR? If it is the real world, then how did you arrive here? What happens if I surrender, and what happens if I don't?" I asked them as fast as I could before he changed his mind, as with each passing second, I felt things become more and more real, scaring me that this might actually be reality and not a hallucination or any other explanation that I would be happy to welcome. "You are not hallucinating, this is your home. The Empire opened wormholes and sent us here to take control of the planet as a response to the Conclave's attack. And lastly, if you surrender, I will put this on you. If you don't, I will do the same, but the effects of this will change depending on the decision you make," the man answered me as he showed me a bracelet-looking thing that looked to be made of nanomachines, based on how it rose from his palm. "What? War? What the fuck is going on? When did that happen? How come I didn't know anything about it? Where did the Empire get the technology? What happened to VR? Did the Empire lose?" I couldn't help but ask a rain of questions because the situation had shifted from me wondering if I was hallucinating to now hearing that I wasn't and that we were in a war with the Empire. The fear I felt inside me had changed, and it looked like it had received a boost in levels, as, without my realization, my body shook due to my mind considering the many implications of this. "I gave you 3 questions, and you agreed to decide once I answered them. Are you going to go back on our agreement?" the man asked me, but the look of amusement had disappeared from his face. "I surrender," I said immediately upon the realization, as I knew from the things I had read about humans that if you surrender, the treatment will be better than if you fight back. Although there were instances where the opposite happened, I had a better chance of taking the surrender option than trying to fight because the moment I made a move, I was sure I would have a hole made from the atom tip arrow that was still floating in front of me. "Ah," the man said, spreading his hands wide with a smile on his face before he said, "You have made an excellent choice." His right hand then moved for a handshake, which scared me for a moment as I thought he was going to slap me. With my shaking hand, I met his, and the moment our hands touched, nanomachines crawled towards me. No matter how I tried to break the handshake, the man's hand remained closed until the nanomachines formed a flexible bracelet. Brain data scanning, complete. Matching DNA sequence to ID, complete. Retrieving data to new device, complete. Welcome to the VR network. Those words appeared on a screen that had materialized a moment after the bracelet was formed, looking no different from AR technology. This one has a direct connection to servers on Earth without needing VR towers since a majority of them have been destroyed. From it, you will receive all the information and answers to your questions, but keep in mind, as an individual who surrendered, there are a few restrictions on your actions, which I am advising you to read first before you do anything else, because the moment you deliberately break them, you will regret doing that, the man said as a final warning before turning around, whistling. A second arrow appeared beside him while the first one retreated from me. He then turned around and walked through the window, which was on the 10th floor. Just as gravity was about to take him, one of the arrows became his stepping stone, with the second one supporting his other leg before the first arrow moved to receive his right leg. In that manner, he went to the floor above me. But although I was surprised, my mind really didn't have time, as I immediately dived into gathering as much information as possible to make a basic understanding of the situation. God, please wake me up if this is a dream. No, please, even if it is reality, turn it into a dream. I hate it here, I prayed, but despite that, I continued with what I was doing as a backup, in case my prayer was not answered. Chapter 983, Oh shit. Fuck. 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 The leader of the Alara shouted in anger as he walked at an increasing pace, surrounded by his family with royal guards flanking them on both sides, being very vigilant as they hurried through the underground tunnel towards the escape location. Everyone else was extremely silent, with only their steps contributing to the noise, which grew calmer and calmer the closer they got to their bunker. This corridor was created and constantly updated for more than a millennium whenever a new technology was made available to them. However, it was the first time in a few centuries that anyone other than technicians and testers had set foot in it and was actually putting it to use. Sir, we need to hurry, as the lockdown sequence is going to take longer, the head of Royal Guard Security said without turning his head, focusing on the data the sensors in their vicinity showed him. Don't fucking rush me, Koska, the Alara leader, shouted back, but amidst his shout, he silently increased his pace. It was a way to vent his anger. To him, even being inside this corridor was no different than the highest level of disgrace he could ever experience, especially having been made to do that despite the entire conclave pushing its full might to attack the Terran Empire. Although it looked normal, this corridor was a work of art. It acted as the road toward a wormhole that was already open and active to send them to a safe location where they would continue to exert their control in case their defense forces were breached and their capital star system was taken over by invading forces. It was monitoring every known spectrum, including gravity and space. Even the slightest unaccounted change would alert the security forces. This was the reason they were forced to walk when there were many means of transportation, as bringing those into this corridor would pollute the data collected by the sensors, increase variability, and, in turn, might miss something important. As they got close to the end of the corridor where the massive gate was, it slowly started opening, but only after it verified that the door they had entered through was completely closed and inaccessible to everyone. It revealed an already open wormhole. With the door now fully open and a way to get away from the planet now visible, the leader's family quickened their pace even further, wanting to be away from this planet as fast as possible, resulting in all of them going through the door that was connected to the wormhole. But just as the door closed, the sensors in the corridor sent a ping that there was an anomaly. The head of Royal Security just chalked it up to the disturbance caused by the door closing as he jumped into the wormhole moments before it closed. Why is nothing ready? Kostka shouted when he found the safe location was not ready for him to immediately get to work. We were in the middle of a technological refurbishment when the attacks happened, but we will be ready in 20 minutes, the head of security said as he turned to the workers who were now scanning the location for any anomaly and gestured for them to accelerate their pace. Tell me when everything is ready and don't disturb me until then, he said, walking to his private room before locking himself up, wanting to get a moment of rest before he returned to work. As he sat in a reclining chair in his office, his mind was racing as he looked for ways to turn this situation around and salvage his power. In his mind, he now considered the war already lost, as the Empire was now in control while the Conclave was bickering and hindering each other for their own benefits, with none of them wanting to make a sacrifice for the sake of rescuing others, promoting unity, and creating a chance for a comeback, just because they were afraid that they were going to be attacked. He thought that their rival, the Fane, was most likely laughing at their situation, and knew that even if the Empire didn't manage to breach their planets and was forced to retreat, the Fane would most likely use this as an opportunity to attack them. Depending on how they did that, they could suffer great losses. Do I have to sacrifice a planet to rally the Conclave to unity? He asked himself as he leaned forward, his hands resting on his lap, holding his head. He considered destroying a planet of his own civilization and pointing to it as something the Empire would do the moment they got control of a planet of any civilization. At the moment, since the situation was different from civilization to civilization, with some being attacked and some not, there was a sense of everyone looking out for themselves. But if it was shown that the Empire would destroy any planet they got their hands on, killing everyone and everything on it, it would unite them, as they would realize that the moment the Empire came knocking, they had the possibility of losing a planet and its citizens forever. Unfortunately, you won't be doing that. An answer to his unasked question was delivered with a voice coming from behind him, causing him to shake from the sudden fear he felt. He was facing the door and was 100% sure that no one had followed behind him at all. He remained in that position for a moment before he jumped from his chair. Just as he was about to shout and attract the attention of security, a hand was placed on his back, and in an instant, he lost consciousness. Even after that, he didn't fall down at all, as the pressure sensors on the ground continued logging a consistent weight from the leader, who looked like he had tried to stand but decided against it and sat down. "Let's get to work," an Imperial soldier's avatar, who was still floating, said as he removed a small device. It floated on its own, moving to latch itself onto Koska's head while still keeping its flotation active in order not to have any of its weight registered on the supersensitive pressure sensors on the ground as it started downloading his brain data. Koska opened his eyes, finding himself inside a white room. Despite feeling fear, he didn't find himself having any energy to act upon it. "Welcome to the prison of change," Nick said as she appeared in front of him in a constantly shifting figure. "Fuck," Koska said, feeling a pit in his chest as he realized the Empire had taken him. And his nightmare had begun. Chapter 984, Feared by Allies. "I'm pretty sure I would have attacked the towers and destroyed them the moment I realized what they were being used for, but why are you still connected to the VR?" Serafina asked. It had been hours since the war started, but she still maintained communication with some people of her faction who remained behind, continuing their presence in their home civilization. More than half of them had already moved to the Empire, with the Empire being generous enough to create a super-large space station to replicate a semblance of their home life for those who chose to follow her, though it wasn't like they had any choice in the first place, since they were now thrown out of the center circle of power the moment she was ordered to surrender during the fight with the Emperor. The towers have been destroyed, but the VR is still being sustained in some way, which I'm also curious about because I don't think these devices have enough long-distance communication capabilities, nor the power to reach the servers in the Empire. Horkin, one of her most loyal followers still in the conclave, answered while kneeling. "Do you have an answer?" Serafina asked, looking at the watch on her hand. "The Empire is actively keeping the communication by using micro-wormholes opened in these locations, shortening the distances and allowing it to remain online," an AI answered her question. Still, from the look and reaction of those around her, it didn't take her long to realize that she was the only one who had heard the answer due to her clearance level, one that those beside her didn't have. "They seem to have found a solution for it," Serafina said without giving any additional explanation, which everyone understood, and they didn't ask any more questions. "Have they informed you of anything about their plan, and do we have a part we need to partake in?" Horkin asked, curious, because at the moment, he could feel the Exorvac Grand Elder's eyes on them, ready to deal with them the moment they showed any hint of trying to help the Empire. He had felt this increase in attention from the Grand Elder start a few months ago, but it was minimal to the point they considered it just him increasing scrutiny to remind them that he still had his eyes on them. "Not really. I was just informed to be on standby in case the situation needs me, but at the moment I have the freedom to do anything I want while being given updates on the ongoing situation," Serafina said, her hand tapping on her chin, showing the surprise she was feeling. "I thought they would have made you make a move the moment they realized the attacks were happening, to act as a distraction," Horkin said, as he, too, was surprised by how the Empire was still handling the situation on its own. He had expected the Empire to immediately put them to use, as that was how any other civilization would have acted had they had an Exorvac faction under their control. After all, they were extremely powerful and could be quite effective during wars. The Empire had spent quite a lot as an investment in strengthening not only Serafina but also all of her faction members who were now living with her in the Empire. Everyone knew that it was not due to the Emperor's generosity but to sharpen them as a weapon for when he needed them. But despite such a situation happening, it looked like the Empire had deemed what looked to be an improbable situation to be something they could still handle without involving them at all. "How are they dealing with the situation?" Horkin asked when Serafina didn't say anything in response to his previous words. Serafina tilted her head at the question, spending a few seconds in silence before her face was replaced by a look of realization as she said, "Ah, you don't have access to this. That's why you are wondering things like that." She then materialized a screen and made it visible to the others before turning to Horkin for him to watch what was on it. "What is TH?" Just as he was about to ask what the different video feeds were, he finally realized that they were streams of different Imperial citizens from different battlefields across the Conclave. Some showed them in different civilizations' ships, attacking and destroying them. Some were floating in space, fighting planetary defense forces, and some were on the planets fighting with the forces that were fighting back. He didn't even know how to express what his brain was experiencing at the moment, but his body made that decision for him. While on his knees, his hand that was being used as a support gave up, sending his face to the ground. Serafina didn't show any surprise at this happening, as it was something she had gotten used to, which, for her, thankfully happened when she was alone, or else it would have been quite a disgrace if her subordinates had seen her. As the reigning and strongest race in the Conclave, they had participated in hundreds, if not thousands, of wars across their history, but never in their history had they been outnumbered by what looked to be a stronger foe and thought of using their normal citizens as fighters, and not only that, but turning it into entertainment for those who didn't join to watch and enjoy. His mind was having trouble reconciling what he was seeing with the actual horrors of the wars he had either participated in or seen. The contrast to what the Empire was currently doing, and that too against the entire Conclave, while only having 2-star systems under their name and not showing any sign of losing their strong ground, rather, it looked like they were thriving in this atmosphere, was stark. Although it was not the first time the Empire had broadcasted the wars it participated in, the information was not widely spread, since it was overshadowed by larger things that happened after those wars, making it be considered like a footnote, and the videos about it were just archival footage. After a few seconds passed while he was down, he finally had the mental clarity to raise himself and apologize for the unsightly behavior he had shown. In his mind, the feeling he had for the Empire had shifted from a mutual, neutral leaning towards positive feeling for a small but powerful race that was planning to use them, to now feeling fear at the change in their behavior when they were at peace versus when they were at war. It was like two different civilizations. He could swear he had seen the Imperial citizens being very sympathetic and leading the online movement to abolish slavery when Dresner's post was all everyone could talk about, which had made him consider them to be weak due to being driven by emotions. But now, the same civilization that had shown that level of sympathy was celebrating, enjoying, and even participating in delivering violence against Conclave forces, making the contrast impossible to ignore. None of them seemed to show fear of being outnumbered, but rather enjoyed it since everyone had the opportunity to have more forces to fight against to their satisfaction. Chapter 985, La France. If someone watched the situation in the solar system from above with all the Conclave fleets highlighted, they would see that a majority of them were slowing down, not going forward to complete the pincer maneuver they were initially planning at the start of the war. The only Conclave fleets that were still moving were those now trapped inside the Oort cloud, locked from attempting to enter FTL travel due to the spatial blockers preventing any and all attempts. But remaining still was not an option they could take, resulting in them moving as fast as they possibly could, trying to escape despite knowing that it was most likely going to be futile. Every few minutes, they would receive a report of another fleet experiencing a breach in boarding actions before they were left with the choices of surrendering, fighting to the end, which was an ensured loss, or just blowing themselves up, taking with them the information that the Empire would access once they completed seizing the fleet. However, there were a few outliers, as 3 fleets came to a complete stop, raising the flag of surrender, which the Empire gracefully accepted. They took control of them and transported all of the captured prisoners of war back to their holding locations through the same breaching pods that brought the avatars into the ships in the first place. The Empire was fighting this war on both fronts, employing different strategies depending on the location. It took a careful approach against those near the solar system and followed a controlled chaos when attacking and infiltrating the Conclave. Proxima Centauri. As the center of control for the Empire's conclave-side response, it was currently undergoing a similar scale of movement to when they were born. Everyone with the ability to do something to aid with the preparations was doing that to the best of their abilities, giving their all. It had turned into an event for all the Proxima locals, who were happy to finally have the opportunity to repay a portion of what the Empire had done for them. Ships could be seen going to space to collect materials before sending them into forges the size of moons to be used for the production of anything the Conclave side of the war needed, adapting depending on the constantly changing situation from the data that was being collected and analyzed in real time as Athena used the information to create missions for the avatars nearest to the targets. "Do you think he will call us?" Birch, the mother of the Light Elves, asked as she looked at the capital planet of the Proxima star system from the windows of a very luxurious space station. After spending more than a decade in the Empire, they had already regained their freedom of movement, which was allowed the moment the Empire cracked wormhole technology and could reach them at any time if they were needed. With those permissions, a majority of them had decided to return to Proxima to use this freedom to use the bodies the Emperor had given them to analyze and understand their real bodies, still buried under the ocean, while also leisurely enjoying observing their children now living lives without their intervention, unless in situations where they were doing it as a means of aid, which was extremely rare due to the level of safety achieved in the Empire. "Is there even a need, man?" Crabapple, the father of dwarves, said with his head still buried in the avatar designing screen as he tried to create his perfect avatar. During the years, he had made many discoveries through his extreme curiosity and his newly gained love for researching, with his contributions being prominently listed in the Akashic records, made accessible for everyone to use so long as royalties were paid. As officially registered imperial citizens, albeit with a few privileges like access to classified information and a few more, they were also included in the list of those who could create avatars, and Crabapple was planning to take his time to design what he deemed to be his perfect avatar before he was to have it created and participate in the war. "I mean, our kids participating is no different from us participating," Oak, the father of the giants, said, leaning lazily on a recliner, showing no interest in participating in the events at all. He was more interested in watching how everything unfolded than participating in it, making him just one of the billions of viewers in the livestream. As the back-and-forth discussion took place among them, an announcement made in the official broadcast of the war caused all of them to stop in their tracks, wanting to make sure that they had not hallucinated. "Nemari civilization has surrendered," was the announcement that was shown, but it appeared for such a brief moment that it went unnoticed by many. Nearly half of those who saw it before it disappeared wondered if they were just conjuring things from the stress of the war until they rewound the footage and realized that it was true. 10 hours into the war, the first civilization had finally surrendered. Although it was the weakest civilization in the Conclave, it still had more star systems than the Empire, and that was by miles, even after subtracting the ones Dresner had taken over in his secret conquest. "This is crazy," Oak, the mother of dark elves, said, expressing her surprise. As someone who had betrayed the Empire and attempted to fight against the Emperor, she knew too well how the Empire dealt with things, and she couldn't believe that it had only taken the Empire 10 hours before reducing the number of civilizations they were fighting by one. While the Empire was now finally learning of the news of surrender, which spread like wildfire, the fleets that had stopped outside the solar system started disappearing as wormholes opened near their locations. They entered, returning back to their civilizations to try and deal with the Empire's infiltration or prepare for it should the Empire target them. However, not all of the fleets retreated, as all of the 11 civilizations in the top 10 had their fleets still remaining within the vicinity of the Nexus, raising questions as to what their course of action might be. Chapter 986, How to Make a Threat 101. "Thank you for the effort and sacrifices you made to reduce the number of casualties," Yusef said as he collected the pieces of paper on the table, tapping them neatly together while keeping his eyes on the person on the opposite side. "The things we do for our people," Hogu, the leader of the Nemari civilization, said with a bitter smile on his face, having just signed the unconditional surrender accords of his civilization to the Empire. As the weakest civilization in the Conclave, he was someone who had expected something like this to happen sometime in the future, and he had dedicated his life to delaying the inevitable as much as possible, which he had successfully managed to do for more than 50 years. It was something he was extremely proud of because he knew what he had achieved meant for his civilization. After all, they weren't the weakest civilization from the start, there were a few more under them, but they all lost their individualism when the situation got difficult and couldn't hold on anymore, forcing them to become vassal civilizations for the strong in order to be covered under their protection umbrella, but in return becoming no different than low-class workers for that civilization and losing the ability to regain their independence in the future. But all his effort had now just turned out to be meritless labor, as 50 years of hard work couldn't stop this situation that he hadn't foreseen. It is not meritless. Rather, it is because you fought hard for more than 50 years, buying your civilization time for us to save them from the open oppression they were experiencing, Yusef said in a serious tone while looking at Hoga to show he was very serious. We spend our lives hiding our true thoughts in fear of those close to us or those we wish to gain the approval of, not agreeing with them, but when you are put in a situation where you can't hide any of them, it is quite liberating. I can't quite explain this feeling fully yet, but it is something I really want to be on the other side of, Hoga said without showing any surprise when Yusef answered an unverbalized doubt and thought in his mind, as he remembered what led to this. A few real-world minutes ago. As the weakest civilization, they had only managed to send a single fleet to participate in the war efforts, something they had to do despite being against the war with the Empire in the first place, due to the vote for going to war passing, leaving them very weak. As a result, Hogo had been very relieved when he realized that they weren't on the list of civilizations that the Terra Empire attacked in retaliation, because he knew if the Empire actually targeted them, there was no chance in hell that they could fight back, and they would fall pretty quickly. However, the relief he felt was only momentary since he knew the Empire could just target them later. Unfortunately, his fear turned out to be quite spot on, as within minutes of that worry appearing in his mind, a group of individuals materialized around him in his room, capturing or killing all of the security before knocking him out and logging him into the VR before the full reality of the situation had set in. Welcome, Mr. Hoga Bustamindin, a man that Hoga knew very well, welcomed him with a very courteous smile when he opened his eyes in the VR, scaring him speechless. When Yusef didn't receive a response to his welcome, he opened his eyes as if he had come to a realization. He straightened his suit before saying, "Where are my manners?" as he buttoned his suit before saying, "My name is Yusef al-Muwatwa, the head of the Ministry of the Exterior. I'm sure you already know that. What do you want from me? I don't care. Whatever it is, you will not get it from me," Hoga said with difficulty because his body and mind betrayed his words, as he was shaking and on the verge of having a mental breakdown from fear, not for his life, but for what was going to happen to his civilization. "First, calm down," Yusef said, waving his hand. In an instant, the body and mind that were fighting him calmed down as if they were nothing but a mere hallucination. "Now that you are calm, we can get right to the main point. We want your unconditional surrender," Yusef said as if he were asking for something trivial, which, from his tone, it sounded like it was. "I'm just a piece of the cog within my civilization, and I will not crack and give you what you want. Even if you torture me, my people will continue fighting back to the last man," Hoga responded, his tone so calm that even he was surprised. He knew the weight of the situation, the threats of what the Empire could do, and everything more, but since the man said calm down, that was the only emotion he could experience fully. This scared the shit out of him, or at least his mind told him he should be scared shitless, but he wasn't experiencing the fear that he knew was unavoidable due to the situation. This repeated again and again as if he were locked in a loop with no exit conditions. "I know you know that what you are saying is not true, and to show my sincerity, let me do this," Yusef said before two additional people appeared in the room, a doppelganger for each of them. Before Hoga could say or ask anything, his actual live thoughts were recited by his doppelganger, word for word, not missing a thing. Even his reaction to it happening was being recited, making it clear to anyone who saw what the doppelganger was doing that these were someone's live thoughts. To top it all off, Yusef's doppelganger started doing the same, showing the live thoughts that were going on in Yusef's mind, which led to Hoga's doppelganger going even more wild and revealing the thoughts in Hoga's mind. "Now that lying has become impossible and all of our cards are on the table, let me repeat what I was saying. I know that you are lying when you say that your people will fight to the last man, since a majority of them have already given up and actually hope to become a vassal civilization if the fear they were currently living in is going to end. We already know from your memories that your faction has been losing power, and within a few years, you would have been replaced by pro-vassalization groups, and your people would have willingly accepted becoming vassals under them, which even you already knew was inevitable." Yusef paused for a moment after revealing that they already had his memories, meaning the empire now knew all the intimate knowledge about their civilization. But Yusef didn't stop there. After a few seconds of silence to allow the doppelganger to reveal what was going on in Hoga's mind, he continued, "Now it is my time to make the actual threats." The moment Yusef said that, their surroundings changed into an empty space that was then instantly covered by miniature-scale models of different star systems with their names above them. All of them were Namari civilization's territory, and under every star system model, there was all of the important information about it, from the number of citizens all the way to its worst secrets, and this went for all of them, including the absolute coordinates of all of these star systems. I'm sure you already know what these are. Let me be clear that I was against this course of action, but I have to follow my superiors' orders, as they are responsible for dealing with the citizens who have now experienced tens of millions of casualties and need to show a strong response to avoid internal turmoil. If you do not surrender in a minute, we are going to send your entire civilization into extinction by dropping black hole bombs on all of your inhabited planets, hunt all of those across the star systems that survive, taint all of your genetic records so that no one can remake anyone in your image, and shred all the records of your existence, making sure you are forgotten in history. That is what the Emperor has deemed to be a satisfactory response to send a warning to the Conclave that we are serious about retaliating against those who bear arms against us. It is your decision to make, and you only have 30 seconds remaining to make it. Where do I sign? Hoga said, his artificially induced calm mind allowing him to make the decision very fast, the moment he finished listening to the threat. Surrendering might mean they become a vassal nation or even be treated as slaves, but his rational mind had deemed that it was the best solution if he wanted his civilization to exist and have a chance in the future, and he took it without hesitation. The main reason he didn't want to delay, despite not feeling urgency amidst his calm, was that Yusef's doppelganger was praying that he didn't accept the surrender offer so that they could have a record of removing his civilization from existence, the complete opposite of what he was saying about being against this decision. Good decision, Yusef said as he disintegrated his doppelganger, who was there to lie in his stead about what was going on in his mind, as there was no need for him to continue existing. He did the same for Hogus, before they returned to the desk, with a few documents already on the table for him to sign. And with that, the Empire increased its territory by a few 100%. Chapter 987, Hindsight is always 20/20. With the surrender agreement already signed and binding, Hoga was released to coordinate the Imperial Army's takeover and the securing of the planets. To do that, he started by providing the entire civilization's absolute coordinates to allow the Empire to send personnel as fast as possible. Hoga watched, speechless at the massive wormhole that had opened in the orbit of his civilization's capital planet, followed by a fleet of massive ships coming through it before dispersing throughout the solar system to secure it. But that wasn't where the Empire stopped with wormholes. Hoga started receiving reports of wormholes opening inside the atmosphere of all their planets before millions upon millions of soldiers came through them, dispersing and starting to spread all over the planets. This happened moments before the civilization-wide announcement was made, and a speech that Hoga was very sure he hadn't delivered was being broadcast by someone who looked exactly like him, announcing their surrender to the Empire. The speech contained both the news of the surrender and also advised caution not to do anything drastic, or else the Empire, now present on those planets, might just use them to set an example for the rest. It was all worded just enough to act as a warning but not so aggressive as to be considered taunting. In a matter of a few hours since his surrender, the Empire had already completed the takeover of the whole civilization, leaving the government to still operate as usual, pending a decision on what the Empire was going to do with them once the war was over. Following the address, many accepted their fate as they were expecting it to happen. Although they didn't expect it from the Empire, it didn't change the fact that their expectations came true, so a majority of them took it well. However, a few tried testing the waters, but the moment they were made an example of, the rest of the civilization fell in line, praying that the Empire they had come to understand is very reasonable would be reasonable to them as well following the war. But there was some worry about what would happen to them if the Empire lost the war and the Conclave came for revenge for their surrender. Conclave Central Command. The chamber that had once been filled with chaos had calmed down quite a bit, as a majority of them once again became reasonable the moment the fleets they had sent to the Empire were allowed to retreat, either to return to the planets that were being attacked as reinforcements or to act as planetary defense for those who were yet to be attacked. At the moment, they were discussing the next course of action, but many of the lower-level leaders were not present, as they were either coordinating the defense against Imperial invading forces or in the midst of an escape from their capital planets as they continued losing ground. "I can't believe that, after all the preparations we made, we were still forced to retreat not even a day into the attack," one of the leaders said, getting directly into the main matter that many didn't want to bring forward but knew was inevitable. After all, it was quite embarrassing for them to be forced to retreat when they had set up a perfect surprise and had enough time to prepare, while the Empire continued living their days unaware until the moment the attack started. But it seemed like to the Empire, the surprise aspect didn't matter at all. The Empire had not only responded fast enough to not suffer too much damage from the surprise attack but had also responded with enough force due to the advantageous field they had set up, which made all of the Conclave forces' preparations moot. Not stopping there, they were now forced to be ready to fight against an invasion from the Empire. "Who was it that said this was going to be easy?" another leader asked in anger. Although his civilization had managed to hold the invading forces back, the Imperial forces were still gaining ground. And although they had agreed near unanimously to the war following the discovery of the Empire being the backers of Dresner's forces, he was not about to think of it calmly when the situation had gone from losing only a few star systems to Dresner's forces to now the possibility of losing their entire civilization's territory, all because they decided to bring the fight to the Empire. Many of the lower-ranked civilization leaders who were present looked at Kamaker, who had started the push to accuse the Empire of being the support behind Dresner, which led to a domino effect of events, leading the Conclave to attack the Empire, resulting in them now being on the verge of losing their entire territories. In hindsight, it was a bad decision, and all of this could have been avoided had they turned a blind eye or accepted Dresner's demands to abolish slavery. But by the time hindsight shows the result of the decisions made, it is always already too late to avoid the consequences of those actions. "How about we contact the Empire and bring them to the negotiation table to end all of our hostilities?" another leader suggested, wondering if doing so might reduce the amount of damage they would suffer. "I'd better not hear anyone bring that suggestion again, or I might be the one who attacks you instead of the Empire," the Valtharan leader said, silencing everyone in the room the moment they were about to agree to that suggestion, as it looked to be the easiest way out. "What are we going to give the Empire that will make them agree to even stop the situation that is now advantageous to them?" A leader below the top 10 but in the top 20 continued with the topic, completely ignoring the previous threat. It was a period where the Empire was like a sword hanging above them, and the moment they became targets, there was really nothing they could do to completely stop it. "You!" The Valtharan leader, about to shout and promise additional retaliatory threats, paused midword as it was the moment he received the information of the Namari civilization surrendering to the Empire. Things had now just escalated. Although that was the direction things were going, no one expected someone to surrender, not even a few hours after the first retaliatory attack from the Empire. And although it was the weakest civilization, the surprise came because there was no information of them being attacked at all until the news of the surrender arrived. The news came at the same moment the speech of surrender was broadcast, showing how the Imperial avatars were already spread all over their territories, with Imperial fleets in their star systems, meaning they had already finished consolidating their control of the star systems by the time the Conclave became aware of it happening. "They dare," the Grand Exorvac, who saw the entire Conclave as his, shouted, hitting his real-world table and breaking it while his hologram's hand in the central command just went through the table. He had been silent most of the time until now, but the surprise was that it was the first time in the lives of many leaders present to see him shout like that. Nearly all the times in the past, there was no need for him to raise his voice at all, but it looked like the Empire had hit him where it hurt the most. Chapter 988, Divide End. "They have broken the sacred agreement that united us, and we need to set an example so that no one dares to sully the agreement like they did," Grand Exorvac said, looking at the expressions of everyone in the room, noting their reactions. Are you not thinking of leaving this door as a possibility so that if things don't go well for you, you could surrender as well? He asked when he saw the reactions of many leaders to be the opposite of what he expected, a quite rare occurrence in his life, as no one previously dared to even show a reaction opposite to the direction he had set. I mean, aren't you the ones who are breaking the agreement first, leaving everyone to fend for themselves while hoarding your resources when nothing has happened to you yet? A first-of-its-kind event unfolded before the eyes of the leaders present. Someone had directly, and in front of everyone, gone completely against the direction the Grand Exorvac had set, and was doing so in a fully open manner. It wasn't that they had never gone against the directions he wanted things to happen, it's just that they had employed a softer way of accomplishing the same results, either by allocating few resources to the situation or deliberately leaving some weaknesses so that it failed with time, while at present showing that they were cooperating. It was something that even the top 10 civilizations did to avoid waking the slumbering dragon that was the Grand Exorvac. However, today, someone actually did exactly that, challenged his words. Even his expression showed surprise as he turned, along with all the other leaders, to where the sound had come from, wanting to know who would dare to do that, and so openly as well. Kostka? Didn't you leave to evacuate? When did you get back? The Thane civilization's leader asked when he saw the Alara civilization's leader, their mortal enemy, return after having been forced to leave the meeting in order to evacuate and move to a safe location, due to his civilization receiving the short end of the stick and being the only civilization among the top 10 that was attacked by the Empire. I joined just a few moments ago, before I could hear the nonsense he was rambling about, Kostka said, showing no expression other than anger at the situation he had found himself in, as he said what was on his mind. You are talking about the agreement forming the conclave as if it is something sacred when you are one of the first who abandoned it and turned a blind eye when others needed help from their fellow members, citing a few foolish reasons like preparing defenses in case you were attacked, leaving everyone to fend for themselves. You even advocated for the fleets provided for the war not to be returned for aid when it was actually needed. So why do you think someone will continue honoring the so-called sacred agreement when you are leaving them to drown on their own, and the only hand extended to them is from the Empire? A drowning man doesn't have the luxury to sit and think about the consequences of holding a hand that is rescuing them. The room had fallen into complete silence as everyone in it couldn't believe what they were hearing. It looked like Kostka had gone crazy from being the only one attacked by the Empire and had decided to vent all of his frustration and anger at the worst possible person. Not being able to handle such problems is a weakness the weak have to endure, and it is not something that we are required to send help for. Having already responded the way the agreement outlines, the Grand Exorvac answered apathetically, but his expression showed a slight shift from the neutral one he had returned to after his shout following the news of Namari's surrender. It wasn't like he was lying, either. Just like NATO, the Conclave had something like Article 5, where an attack on one of them is no different than an attack on all of them, and the Conclave had actually honored that, as this entire war was started under those pretexts. However, the way the article was written was focused more on retaliating against the enemy. All the previous times, that was enough to deal with the problem, since the moment they retaliated, the enemy usually retreated to protect themselves. As a result, they hadn't fleshed it out further on matters related to what happened should they retaliate to an attack, but instead of retreating, the enemy continues attacking the civilization they had attacked at the start, or even attacks others. This meant, largely per the agreement, they were left to fend for themselves, which was by design, as it meant no other civilization would be forced to send additional troops other than those committed to responding to the attacker. It was something that everyone knew and was deliberately not being fleshed out, as the weak civilizations wanted it to remain that way so that a strong civilization didn't use this as a pretext for having their remaining fleets be called to deal with an enemy who stayed behind. The complete opposite was true for the strong civilizations, as it prevented them from having to suffer for the weaknesses of the weaker ones. Although they were a conclave, it wasn't a full integration yet, just limited interests kept them together, and no one wanted to overinvest in something that didn't have a good return. Kostka, speechless at the apathetic response shown by the Grand Exorvac, remained silent for a moment, letting his expression do the speaking for him. He closed his eyes for a moment and said, upon opening them, when in a time of need, you should receive aid so that you can weather the storm, but it seems the conclave has only remained united because no enemy had managed to continue attacking us even after we retaliated. So this is my final proposal: amend the mutual defense part, or I will also withdraw from the conclave and form a better entity with those who are being attacked at the moment, giving a direct threat to everyone present. It was a move made to gather all of those who were still being attacked by the Empire to unite behind him in order to force the conclave into a dilemma: either choose to change the mutual defense agreement to include coming to the aid of a civilization if the enemy still remained on their territories, or leave the conclave and form a better one with those civilizations. "You think I will allow you to do that?" the Grand Exorvac asked in a calm, chilling manner, but his expression said the complete opposite. "Do you think I have the time to put you into consideration when the fate of my and many other civilizations is in the hands of the Empire's invading forces? At the moment, only Nimari has fallen because the rest have finally just managed to hold the Empire back or lose control of only a few planets and star systems. But it is an obvious trap set by the Empire by placing us in this situation where they can most likely increase the number of forces they concentrate on a single civilization, but they are not. What are you going to do if I do it? Are you going to finally send the fleets that you have been keeping behind under the pretext of preparing for the Empire's invasion of your territories?" What a coward! Koska kept pushing the buttons of the Grand Exorvac more than they had ever been pushed in a few centuries, and he showed no fear at all, making the other civilization leaders wonder what the heck had happened during his escape that removed all the fear he had against the Grand Exorvac. No one came to his defense, but no one voiced their disagreement or attempted to stop him. The weak civilizations completely agreed with him, while the strong ones were already mixed within the same slander and harsh words of Koska, making it an obvious two groups: those who were currently being attacked by the Empire and those who were hoarding resources in preparation for the Empire attacking them. The only thing holding this situation together was the Empire's invasion entering a slowing down period, as if they had run out of steam after over-pushing themselves in the starting period of the war. This forced their armies to be put in a situation where the defending forces could hold them back for a period of time, allowing the leaders to start looking for means of pushing the Empire back entirely or even recovering some of the lost star systems. At least, that was what they thought, but the situation was now working against the Conclave's unity as a whole, since they were now in a situation where the alliance that had stood for a very long time was on the verge of breaking apart. Chapter 989, How to Threat and Bribe 101. Many leaders had assumed that with increased access to mana, face-to-face meetings between civilizations would become commonplace. Previously, such gatherings were nearly impossible, requiring either years of conventional travel or the exorbitant cost of mana-fueled wormholes. They yearned for these secure meetings, fearing that their long-distance mana communication nodes could be tapped, preventing them from speaking freely. With travel now a moderate expense, they hoped for deeper conversations without the worry of eavesdroppers. However, it hadn't panned out as they expected. Leaders soon realized that just as they had gained greater access to mana stones from the Terra Empire, so too had their enemies. Leaving their secure territories to attend meetings in person meant an unacceptable risk. Who could guarantee their safety? An attack could be easily orchestrated by a rival and framed on their host. As a result, most face-to-face meetings were conducted by representatives. Their deaths, while tragic, would limit the political damage to their respective empires. The leaders themselves preferred to meet in virtual reality, a perfect compromise. The Empire had provided the core VR technology, but with the crucial ability for each civilization to create its own unbreakable encryption, ensuring their privacy. At this moment, many of those leaders were grateful for their caution. Had things gone as they first hoped, they would be physically present at the excruciatingly tense meeting taking place in the Conclave's central command. The tension in the room was so thick you could almost touch it. Several leaders had made their holograms as transparent as possible, hoping to avoid the attention of the Grand Exorvac. His usual bored, uncaring expression had been replaced by a furious, stormy mask, his eyes locked on Koska, the leader of the Ilara civilization, who had just called him a coward. It was a word the Grand Exorvac had heard often in his long life and had even been a frequent user of, but never, in the portion of his memory since he ascended to his title, had it been directed at him. Yet throughout this terrifying transformation, Koska met the Grand Exorvac's gaze without flinching. To the onlookers, he seemed utterly fearless. None of them could imagine the truth. It wasn't that Koska didn't fear the Grand Exorvac, it was that an even more terrifying individual was standing metaphorically at his back, leaving him with a simple choice. He could face the wrath of the Grand Exorvac, or he could face the monster who put him here. His mind had calculated that the Grand Exorvac would yield the least amount of harm. Each time the memory of his recent ordeal surfaced, his resolve hardened, and all fear of the Grand Elder vanished from his body. A few hours earlier. The moment the man appeared from nowhere and put him to sleep, Koska awoke in a seamless, brightly lit white room. There were no doors, no windows, no visible exits. But his mind didn't focus on that. He immediately felt a familiar sensation, an anchor that everyone who used the VR knew, the subtle disconnect that differentiated the virtual world from reality. His heart sank. The Empire had him. Amidst his rising panic, he didn't even stop to consider how they had breached the most secure area of his entire civilization, the pride of the ruling family. What good would knowing do him now? He couldn't log off. He had already tried, using the mental commands the Empire provided for connecting directly to the VR towers without external hardware. "Let me introduce myself," a man's voice said from behind him. "Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to drag this out. I'm a very busy man." Kostka whirled around but saw no one. "I'm over here," the voice said again, this time from in front of him. When he turned back, he finally saw the man from the intelligence reports, the figure all civilizations had to keep in mind, Yusef, the Minister of the Exterior for the Terra Empire. "Now that I have your attention, my name is Yusef," he said calmly. "And while I'd love to take my time threatening you, I'll get straight to the point. I'm going to show you something interesting." Yusef clapped his hands, and the white room dissolved. They were now back in a very familiar space, the room where Kostka's real body was resting. "A small disclosure," Yusef said, his tone like a product demonstrator. "This is your real-world room, and we are currently in what we call a third-person view mode that we have been perfecting." He gestured toward Kostka's physical form, suspended in a light-based tractor beam. "That device on your head is currently sending out pulses, mapping the entire room. It allows us to place your point of view anywhere we wish, to let you watch the back of your own head, among other things." Kostka, who had been silent throughout, paralyzed by fear, looked around in horror. He realized his security detail had not yet detected a thing. "Now, you might be wondering why I'm here and why I've shown you this," Yusef continued. "The answer is simple. You are about to witness the second time this ability has been used, and the first time it has been used on an individual deliberately." As Yusef finished speaking, the chest of a mechanical avatar standing behind Kostka's real body opened. A metallic, root-like tendril snaked out, touching and then inserting itself into his physical form. The tractor beam hummed, increasing its power output to ensure his body's registered weight didn't fluctuate. "What are you doing to me?" Kostka finally screamed, his voice a frantic plea in the virtual space. "Stop it! What do you want? Why didn't you demand anything? Stop it, stop it! Guards! I'm in danger, save me!" The moment he saw the root, a primal fear he had never experienced washed over him, even without knowing its purpose. "To answer your questions," Yusef replied, as if Kostka were asking a genuine query and not just rambling in terror. "We are doing this because while threats can work, there is always the possibility of betrayal. For important individuals, we are employing a more certain method. We are going to move your soul, or rather, your consciousness, to a body of our own making, one that contains all the necessary precautionary measures to ensure that a thought of defiance never even crosses your mind." The root began to pulsate, as if absorbing something. Ha 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 ha. A level of pain Kostka couldn't describe ripped through him. He was forced to watch and feel everything as his soul was literally torn from his body, siphoned into the root, while the VR devices on both his old body and the automaton worked in tandem to keep him logged in through the entire process. After a few agonizing seconds, the root stopped pulsating and retreated. The pain ceased, but its phantom effects left Kostka stunned. He didn't even react as the surroundings shifted again, and they found themselves observing a pristine laboratory. This is something we call the Fountain of Life, or FOL, discovered on some remote planet, Yusef said, pointing to a clear cylinder filled with a shimmering liquid. As he spoke, the root that now held Koska's soul opened a small compartment and dropped a single strand of hair, collected from his original body, into the liquid. A reaction began immediately. The liquid churned, rapidly forming a human body. Simultaneously, the cylinder lit up. An integrated atomic printer was interfering with the creation, ensuring the new body's DNA was a one-to-one match for Koska's original, while also adding a few upgrades. Runic lines were woven into the flesh, biological-grade nanomachines were seated in the bones, and quantum computing logic gates were integrated alongside the biological neural network, turning the entire body into a giant, living, quantum runic computer. While the body was still forming, the root connected to it. The soul was injected into its new vessel, but this time, instead of pain, Koska felt a profound warmth, like a child in the womb, before he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he was floating in the same cylindrical tank, but he felt more alive than ever before. He could sense and control every cell in his body with perfect precision, his mind already processing abilities his soul was just beginning to understand. "You still have a meeting to attend," Yusef's voice echoed in his mind. "Go there and ensure all of our objectives are achieved. It will be quite easy, as you now have all the necessary information at your disposal. Good luck." Koska's new body received a massive data assimilation detailing the Empire's demands. A moment later, he was transported back to replace his former body, which was now stored in stasis. "Don't worry," Yusef's voice added as a final thought. "We will return your soul to your original body when this is all over, if you wish. But I don't think you will want that." Throughout all of this, not even a thimble of a thought about betrayal materialized in his mind. The Empire hadn't bothered with simple threats. The memory of his soul's extraction was a powerful deterrent, but even more terrifying was the realization that they could have done all of this without him ever knowing. They had deliberately made him a witness to target his greatest fear, death. They had shown him that he was always on the verge of annihilation, and he only survived because they allowed it. Now, in this new body, they could end him at any time. But this terrifying demonstration was also the greatest bribe imaginable. The Empire had just proven that even if his body decayed, they could move his soul to a new, younger one, allowing him to live forever with his loved ones. What better incentive could there be for a man who feared death above all else? "We messed with monsters," was his last independent thought before his new mind, aided by the biological computer that was now his entire body, began to execute its orders. "Where did I lie?" Koska said, his voice ringing with conviction in the tense conclave chamber. "Every action you and the other top 10 civilizations have taken has been nothing but proof of cowardice. And I, for one, refuse to be in an alliance with cowards." He pushed the buttons of the Grand Exorvac and the other leaders. This was one of the Empire's orders, and now, achieving it also aligned perfectly with his own dream of immortality. He brought his A game. Chapter 990, Final Hit. "I dare any of you to try and leave the conclave," the Grand Exorvac said as he looked at all the leaders present. It was one of the few times that he had made a direct threat. Most of the time, he preferred giving implied threats that left the recipient to imagine the horror he would inflict on them, which was pretty scary for these people, as they always imagined the worst possible things, in turn working in the Grand Exorvac's favor. "Before I returned here, I contacted the Empire," Koska said, panning his head to look at the leaders across the table, who were now all focusing on him the moment they heard him mention the Empire. "I thought they wouldn't answer since, at the moment, although difficult to acknowledge, the Empire has control of the battlefield, and we are left to react. But they answered, and I was able to have a very fruitful conversation with them. They said that they are open to stopping this war since it is also very expensive for them, both materially and monetarily, as their avatars are being expended very fast, and the economic warfare is also hurting them. However, they said they are not going to stop attacking unless a new and more beneficial agreement is reached, but it will not be done with the conclave, but with a new organization. Now, I'm trying to form that organization where, instead of just acting as a mutually beneficial agreement, we will have an even closer and more equal one, unlike the current conclave, where most of the power is concentrated at the top. And I believe that you can't do anything about it and are only grandstanding, as you are afraid that the Empire will attack you at any time. So, as a start, I will officially tender my civilization's withdrawal from the Conclave Alliance and will be open to receiving and welcoming the leaders who leave as well, to join the meeting with the Empire and discuss matters regarding the new alliance. When he was done, he didn't even bother to wait for a response from the Grand Exorvac, who looked like a balloon on the verge of exploding from the way his chest was rising and falling through his speech, as he just closed the call, leaving the meeting. Although the Grand Exorvac had wanted to interrupt Koska during his long-winded response to his dare, his arrogance didn't allow him to do that, as he deemed it beneath him to interrupt someone. That counted as a weakness from his point of view, and he couldn't shoulder that. The room fell into chaos with leaders reacting differently to Koska's actions. Many made clear signs that they were against it, but many knew that they were just acting like that because they didn't want to divert the Grand Exorvac's attention to them, as he was about to vent his anger very soon by the look on his face. But many were considering it, as it meant they would have better prosperity than even when they were just allies. They were holding back because they were worried that the Empire, which had gone behind their backs to cause internal turmoil, would keep its promise, so they were taking the time to weigh the pros and cons of the proposal. I'm sure you all know that it is impossible for anyone to leave the conclave the moment they enter, and any attempt at doing that is met with an appropriate response. So, does anyone have a suggestion on what to do with Namari and Ilara, who have decided to test our response? The Grand Exorvac asked, his sound coming out as if it went through a storm. This was usually a protection in order to give the civilizations that had fought hard to join the conclave the peace of mind that they would remain in the conclave so long as they didn't lose a mutually agreed upon war, with a few rare circumstances. At least, that was the argument those at the top believed. But to those at the bottom of the hierarchy, this was nothing other than a forever chain. Despite knowing that, it remained the best possible solution to their problem among the options they had, which were to join the conclave or be a vassal civilization, which is just a better framed form of slavery with a few more protections. We should paint them so that it looks to the Empire like they are our spies sent to infiltrate them and gauge their real strength. That way, the Empire will deal with them without us having to raise our hands or move our forces, the head of the Shadari civilization said, his voice sounding as if it was coming from every direction. No, we can't let outsiders discipline our own dogs, or they will think we don't have the ability to discipline them ourselves. He is a top 10 civilization leader, and if we do nothing about his transgressions, then everyone else will look down on us and attempt to do the same, so we need to set an example. I plan to destroy the Namari civilization first as a warning while leaving Ilara for later, when we can all get ready and enjoy pieces from them, the Grand Exorvac said, his words sounding like he had already made a decision and he was just informing them of it. His confidence was so high that he didn't even hide his thoughts about the reason he was doing these things was to act as a warning, even when the leaders of those lower-ranked civilizations were present in the meeting. They already knew he didn't care about them and considered the entire conclave his property, as it was obvious from the way he behaved, but he had never been this blatant in the past, to the point of actually speaking the thoughts behind his underlined words. In the eyes of the strong, the benefits they gained were nothing but the result of their strength, and through that belief, arrogance is born. The Grand Exorvac's arrogance had been growing for centuries, with very few people saying anything against it, and it had finally reached a point where he said everything on his mind, confident that those at the bottom would swallow it and do nothing. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Although the last hit destroys the object, it is a result of the culmination of the thousands of previous hits that had constantly been chipping away at its durability. Chapter 991, Pressure Points. What are we doing? We have an enemy we are actively at war with who is currently attacking quite a few civilizations that are losing ground with each passing minute, but you are now gathering fleets to go attack a former member who was forced to surrender? Bogo XV, the leader of the Bogo civilization, asked himself as he looked at the leaders who were now discussing what to do to the Namari and Ilara civilizations, who had just withdrawn from the conclave a few moments ago. Like a few others, he had thought Koska's withdrawal was just a threat, a tactic to receive counteroffers and aid against the Empire's invading forces. That hope seemed to vanish the moment Koska antagonized the Grand Exorvac, though Boga thought the situation might still be salvageable if they sacrificed Koska. However, all of those possibilities were thrown out the window when information arrived just seconds after Casca left the meeting. The Imperial vessels attacking the Elara had ceased their assault and were even being granted access to the planets by the defense forces. It was obvious to all that Casca's words were not a threat or the ravings of a madman, but a promise he had the power to back up. Although that had surprised him, the situation was not important enough to warrant the current discussion about mobilizing fleets to go and bomb the Namari and Elara civilizations. While they were discussing this, many civilizations were still under attack, and the leaders of the unharmed civilizations had previously denied sending any help, arguing that doing so would open the door for the Empire to attack them. Yet, it looked like they now had those troops to deploy to Namari, to destroy a civilization just to make sure that no one else got any ideas about leaving. Couldn't we use the fleets that you are planning to send to destroy Namari to help the Conclave members against the Imperial forces? Why aren't we even considering that when we have members who are actively being attacked? He shouted in his mind, not daring to actually do it in front of the Grand Exorvac, as that meant he would have his civilization included in the list of those they would be destroying. You've left me no choice then, Boba the 15th thought before silently logging out of the Conclave Central Command's meeting channel. No one noticed his departure, nor would they have cared. As a leader from the bottom 10, he wasn't expected to contribute anything to the current plan anyway. He found Casca's contact information and immediately called him. After a long back-and-forth discussion with Casca, going through the many questions he needed answered before he could commit, Boga finally said, "I'm willing to join the Empire's new alliance, but I need to first talk with the Emperor before making the final decision." "Understood, please give me your absolute address, I will deliver it to them, and someone from their side will come to meet and have a conversation with you," Casca said with a satisfied smile on his face before ending the call. Boga the 15th took a moment to think about the weight of the decision he had just made before taking a leap of faith and sending it to Casca. It was a very risky decision because Casca can just jump and report him to the Conclave, and his civilization will be on the chopping block, no different from Namari. But he didn't have enough time to think about it because in just a few minutes, a wormhole opened in his room, and a root came out, instantly choking him. Before he could even express his feelings of betrayal and laugh at his foolishness for acting in a fit of anger without verification, he found himself opening his eyes inside a doorless and windowless white room, with a man very familiar to all Conclave leaders sitting in front of him. "Welcome. I would like to thank you for surrendering your civilization," Yusef said with a salesman's smile. "I almost believe the Empire because you are known to keep your words," Boga the 15th said in anger, while not attempting any escape, knowing that it was impossible to do so anyway. "I'm pretty sure those words didn't come directly from us. Remember carefully what Casca said. At any point, did you see evidence of us saying those words? Or did you just believe Casca's words because that was what you had hoped?" Yusef said. Boga the 15th took a moment to go through the long conversation he had with Casca and realized that it was all hearsay. At no point had he received evidence that came directly from the Empire, because it hadn't been needed. The Empire's cessation of attacks on the Elara had been enough to serve as evidence of their connection and Casca's words. "But don't worry, nothing bad is going to happen to your people. Rather, they are going to live the most prosperous times in your civilization's history. To do that, however, they will have to live under the Empire's control and not as an individual civilization," Yusef said, not bothering to hide the Empire's true plan, since they already had the leader under their control. He paused for a moment to gauge Boga's reaction before adding, "However, the way you act will determine the amount of privilege your civilization receives once the Empire absorbs them. The fate of your civilization is in your hands." The Empire, with its extensive data from the VR network, knew what was important to each civilization. It was now actively using this knowledge to induce desperation in the most effective way. For Boga the 15th, the most important thing was shedding the inferiority complex he felt due to his civilization's position. The Empire had just given him the opportunity to gain as many benefits for his people as possible, which in turn would translate to a higher standing. "What is it that you want from us?" he asked after a moment, bringing himself to accept his fate. "Good decision. All we need from you is to..." Chapter 992, The Emperor. Any development, whether positive or negative, doesn't matter? Nova asked as one of her nanomachine bodies materialized next to Ayaka and Lee, who were analyzing the Emperor. He had been in a meditation position for more than 7 hours, enduring excruciating pain. Although I might be the embodiment of Lifu, the knowledge part of it is still a mystery to me, something that I have to slowly discover through my own effort. I am yet to be at a level where I can find a solution to the current situation. I can only nourish him and reduce his pain, but my mana is not infinite, and I can't sustain that forever. It should, however, reduce the pain enough for us to be able to hear a solution he might have come up with, Ayaka suggested after opening her eyes and breaking her meditation. She had mirrored the Emperor, trying to observe what was happening in his body, but wasn't getting the clearest of images. It seemed like his body's abundant vitality, which kept replenishing constantly as it was being corroded, acted like a floodlight to her senses, requiring her to focus extremely hard to even be able to take a peek behind it. But even after managing a small peek, she still had no solution. We can try to create a new body, move his soul there, and destroy the current body to bring an end to the suffering, Lee suggested before taking a step back when he received a death glare from both of them. I was just giving my suggestion. There is no bad idea, only an unfit one, Lee said as he took another step back, raising his hands to his chest level to create a buffer between him and them. From the looks they were giving him, it wouldn't be surprising if they jumped on him at any moment. Try to calm him, and let's see if he has one, as he knows his body better than anyone. As for mana, don't worry, we have an infinite amount of it, Nova said, allowing Ayaka to go with the soothing option to give Eren a breathing room. She knew if she could do that, a solution could be found, as the Emperor was someone who always came up with solutions in the most complicated of situations, and this time, she believed it wouldn't be any different. At the same time, mana started being pumped inside Ayaka's suit to the point that it became tangible. Her body absorbed it like a starved desert, causing her to accidentally moan from the ecstasy she was feeling before she was able to control herself and focus back on the main situation. Let me give it a try then, she said after coughing to ward off the awkwardness. She closed her eyes and started channeling her life aspect mana into Eren's body. Arg! Ayaka screamed as she felt the rebound from the Emperor's body, which seemed to be in a full defensive mode, shutting down any and all attempts at infiltration. It was already dealing with another problem and didn't welcome anything else. What happened? Both Lee and Nova asked her, caught by surprise, as her scream was the last thing they expected. In terms of strength, she was in the top 10 in the Empire. Although her abilities were not for combat, she could outlast anyone, as her body and soul instantly regenerated, no matter the attack. But that didn't mean she didn't have avenues of attack, as she could drain the life force from anyone she came in contact with, physically or even through their mana, making her difficult to kill. Attacking her meant giving her access to your mana, and through it, she could just absorb all of your life and leave you for dead. So, if even she failed, it meant the matter was very serious. His body is blocking access to me and even retaliated, despite it sensing no malice from me, Ayaka said as she looked at Eren as if he were the most frightening person she had ever seen. She knew better than anyone that at the moment, the Emperor was fully focused on containing the pain and looking for a solution, while at the same time making sure to not go crazy, as that would spell doom for the Empire as a whole. It was very clear that the defensive reaction was not something deliberately done by the Emperor but by his body's automatic defenses, meaning they had managed to distinguish her mana and retaliate in an effective but limited way, to act as both a warning while also not dealing enough damage to put her in an irrecoverable state. This made her scared of what type of automatic defenses the Emperor's body had. A possible solution has been found. Eren's eyes, which were closed but still focused on the system screen, finally showed some reaction as a different sentence appeared. He was confident that the reason the system was taking this long to find the solution was that its consciousness was not yet awake, meaning it had an incomplete mental framework. With the complexity of the current problem, it had to go through infinite possible solutions, looking for the effective one fitting his current situation, and that was taking time. But it seemed a few hours that felt like a few millennia were enough time for it to find a possible solution. So, amidst his excruciating pain, he looked at the screen that showed nothing but dots, waiting for the next sentence. After about 5 minutes, it finally appeared. Recalculating. The only solution on hand has been found. Solution viable. Would you like to receive the solution? Warning. If you click yes, then you will have to go through with it. Yes, no. Upon reading the question and the warning, Aaron paused for a moment, wanting to take some time to consider the potential reason why the system would give him a warning, which was something he had never seen. But the pain that increased in intensity didn't allow for that. He knew that with each passing moment, his mental defenses were getting chipped away slowly, and the moment he couldn't hold it in and snapped, it was not going to bode well for the planet he was on. Worst of all, it was the Empire's military headquarters. Yes, he clicked yes with urgency, deciding to accept the potential aftermath of going through with this decision and bracing himself for the worst. Chapter 993, Reinforcements. The moment he clicked yes, a large amount of information was dumped into his mind forcefully and as fast as possible, unlike all the previous times that he had bought knowledge from the system. With the sole pain he was feeling, this additional pain disappeared like a drop of water in the ocean, not leaving any trace of its existence. The moment he finished digesting the knowledge amidst the continuing pain, he raised his already risen eyebrows even higher as he wondered what this really meant. The system didn't provide him with a full explanation of why he was doing it, just instructions to do something, and the rest, the system was going to handle. But the pain reminded him that he didn't have the luxury of thinking about it for too long, as he now needed to relay the instructions to someone so that they could deliver the required materials. Talking would have caused him to lose the mental control of the pain he was holding back, so he raised his hand, pointing it in the direction of Nova and sending out mana in super rapid pulses for a whole minute continuously before stopping and returning his hand to resume his meditation. Understood, Nova said before remaining silent, her present body not doing anything else but continuing to monitor the situation. However, things were completely different everywhere else as orders were sent to different strategic material storage centers for specific materials to be prepared and handed over to the ships that would be coming to pick them up. At the same time, an atomic printer came alive and rapidly printed a large tank before it was boarded onto a ship to be delivered to the Emperor's location, as Nova got to work on the given orders. What the heck is that? Lee said as he got into a ready stance when he saw more than 20 ships heading towards them at a very high speed. Although their situation was calm, he knew the Empire was currently in an active war, so he didn't leave anything to chance and was ready in case they were not Imperial ships and he needed to protect the Emperor. They are my delivery, so don't worry about them, Nova said before Lee could make the first move and start attacking the ships indiscriminately. Although he looked like fat cotton, he was one of the strongest and most dangerous individuals in the Empire, along with Ayaka. Though unlike Ayaka, he was not in the top 10 but the top 100, when it came to destroying things instead of people, he was stronger than Ayaka in that aspect. What are they here for? Ayaka asked, curious, as she could sense the fountain of life and a few materials that had a very intriguing life force, making it easy for her to understand that these were herbs, and quite rare ones at that, ones that couldn't be found in the Empire. The Emperor requested them as a solution to the current problem, Nova said, but just as she finished speaking, the spatial anchors surrounding them deactivated, followed by wormholes opening. Individuals with very strong auras started walking out of the wormholes, and among them was the Empress, who came out in full battle armor despite her 4-month pregnant belly being fully visible. What the fuck is going on? Lee asked, getting even tenser just seconds after having started relaxing following Nova's answer. With the Empress appearing together with individuals with very strong auras, his mind went to all the negatives, making him think that the Empress was trying to use this opportunity to deal with the Emperor, who was at his weakest and most vulnerable moment, and usurp power. He thought that all of these strong individuals were from her camp, to make sure the Emperor died, knowing that even a weakened Emperor was still a force to be reckoned with. If you are here for the Emperor, you have to go through me, he said before covering the Emperor inside an unstable gravity bubble, where anything trying to go through it would either be crushed, torn apart, or both simultaneously. Calm down, Lee. They were requested by the Emperor as well to act as security, Nova said as the spatial anchors were reactivated again, this time pushing all of them into the second level.
Why? Why is this much force needed at this moment? Lee asked, not easing his suspicion yet despite Nova being the one who gave the answer.
In case we need to restrain the Emperor if his idea fails and he needs time to regain control. If that happens, we will be the ones responsible for trying to hold him down and prevent him from wreaking havoc on a strategic planet. Rena was the one who answered this time, but her eyes, filled with worry, never left Aaron. Just as Lee was about to ask additional questions, he felt his gravity bubble around the Emperor being torn apart. As he turned his head, he found the Emperor slowly floating upwards, passing through the remaining parts of the bubble unharmed, before he extended his hands towards the ships that had arrived in his general area. Thankfully, the cargo bays were opened, as he didn't look to have any patience and would have torn the ships apart to remove the containers in them.
Do you know what he is about to do? Serafina asked, having arrived together with the Empress.
All the creators of the people of Proxima had joined as well, along with a few Imperial military personnel deemed strong enough to be used as strategic weapons, bringing the total number of people who were called by Nova to aid in restraining the Emperor if he lost control up to 20 in total.
No, I don't.
He just gave the instructions to bring certain materials and gather you to restrain him, Nova answered before deciding to replay the information relayed to her through the mana pulses and what it meant, wanting to clear the doubts in everyone. While they were conversing, their eyes didn't leave the Emperor, who had just torn the containers apart before dumping everything inside them into the large cylinder delivered from the atomic printer. Lastly, he poured enough fountain of life material to drown everything in the container, which immediately started reacting to the things inside. Once he was done doing that, he didn't linger in the air for too long, as he too dove inside the fountain of life. This caused a few of them, but mostly Ayaka and Rena, to gasp, as they knew the implications of the Emperor touching a liquid that would create a different individual, familiar to the one who touched it but distinctly different in identity and even DNA, meaning someone made of the Emperor's new species was most likely going to be created.
Chapter 994, Preparations. PSSSSSS.
Seconds after Aaron entered the cylindrical tank, it locked, and two shields, powered from the outside, activated to their maximum capacity. It was clear that they were preparing for the situation to go beyond their expectations. After all, the Emperor himself didn't know the possible outcome. He was trusting that the system still had his safety and improvement as one of its paramount objectives. Please create a distance of at least 10 kilometers, Nova said in a serious tone, making it clear that the please in her sentence was not a request but just a formality. She gave everyone the coordinates she wanted them to move to, sending the Empress the farthest from the main location. I'm not going to argue with you about it, but I didn't like that, Rena said when she saw the coordinates she was supposed to go to and her location in relation to all of the rest of the reinforcements called here. She clearly knew Nova's reasoning for placing her the farthest. She was both the Emperor's wife and 4 months pregnant, and if something were to happen to her, then the havoc the Emperor was going to wreak would be of historical proportions. Although her strength placed her in the top 100, the reason she was brought here was not to fight the Emperor, but for the emotional side of things, to be used if the situation called for it. To match that reason, Nova had no reason to place her the closest. Despite knowing and understanding it, it didn't make the feeling of being sent the furthest from someone she loved who was in a very dire situation any less painful. But knowing that fighting her decision was not really on the table due to something more important at hand, she vented everything through her words before she left. Thank you for your understanding, Nova said, bowing to Rena, who was floating away, before her present avatar walked closer to the cylindrical tank. She placed her hand on it, accessing all of the data of what was happening inside and broadcasting it to all of the individuals called as reinforcements as they moved to their designated locations. This was to have them be as informed about the situation as possible, to increase their chances of holding the Emperor off for a few seconds. For that, situational awareness was needed to avoid being blindsided, but also to increase the possibility of someone finding something they could target. It was a long shot, but it might also be the only shot they would have if things got out of control.
Why is she placing me here?
Serafina complained as she floated to her location, upon realizing that she was placed the closest to the Emperor after Nova, who was literally next to the tank. As someone who had gone hand-to-hand with the Emperor in a fight where she gave her everything only to get stomped, she was as much afraid of Aaron as she was of the Grand Exorvac, which said something, as he was deemed the strongest individual when it came to individual fighting abilities. But despite that, she sometimes wondered if the two of them fought, who would win, because she was sure the Emperor hadn't gone all out when he fought her. And despite it being her weakest since she joined the Emperor, and due to the Emperor heavily investing in her, nearly quadrupling her strength, she still didn't try to call for a fight, as she didn't feel confident enough to be able to hold her ground. "Well, looks like you also had this as a possibility when you strengthened me," she said as wings sprouted from her back and fully spread wide, creating a very hypnotic look as light interacted with them, revealing different colors as if they had gone through a prismatic cube. "As your people say, pray for the best but prepare for the worst," she said, having quite absorbed a large amount of information regarding humans. Immediately after she said that, the ground shook as a 100-meter thick circular wall rose from the ground, with the Emperor in the middle of it. The speed at which it was rising didn't really do its size justice, as within just 3 seconds, the Emperor was now enclosed inside a dome. But she didn't stop there, as a similar wall rose a kilometer from the previous dome, completing it at the same speed. She placed her hand on the outer wall, whose exterior was just a few meters from her, and immediately absorbed the air inside the space between the two domes, turning it into a kilometer-wide vacuum buffer. Following that, she moved a kilometer back from the outer wall and created a third dome before releasing all of the air she had just absorbed, together with her mana, filling this new area. But not stopping there, she also created hundreds of millions of metallic objects and filled the same area, leaving them on the ground as one of her weapons. That should deal enough of a blow and slow him for a few seconds at least. But it is not enough, she said, closing her eyes for a moment. Soon her body started enlarging as the scales that had miniaturized to fit into her humanoid form started expanding to return to their actual size. She was canceling the transmorph and was returning to her actual body, as she would need everything in her arsenal if she was to buy enough time. "Shit, is it that serious?" Lee, who had arrived at his location, found himself asking when he saw the breakdown of what Serafina was doing. It could only be interpreted as her preparing millions of bullets to pepper the Emperor down to the point it would overwhelm him for a few seconds. Only then did he realize that although these people were called as backups, they were making all of the preparations as if fighting the Emperor was something written in stone. "Time to get to work then," he said as he too closed his eyes, focusing on the space around him, spreading his senses 20 kilometers wide, feeling every bit of gravity that was in the surroundings. Although his ability could create a gravity field in a way that fit his style, his range when he was going against physics was completely different to when he used the environment along with it. 3 seconds later, Serafina finally sensed something. The opening inside her domes, where she had filled it with air and metallic objects, started undergoing weird transformations before she immediately clocked what it was and turned to where Lee was located. The millions of metallic objects started floating due to the gravity within it being lowered all the way to zero, causing them to spread all over the dome and increasing the ways she could use them. Upon understanding what was going on, she didn't complain but rather was happy that everyone else had started pulling their weight. While those near the Emperor were making their preparations, Nova was already getting things in position in space. She activated one of the hexagonal pieces of the planetary shield and just kept increasing its thickness in the direction of Mars until it reached the ground, covering a 100-kilometer radius with the shield. However, due to it being in its passive mode, nothing happened, but anyone who was inside it felt no different than being placed inside a room filled with lasers ready to be activated at any moment, despite them not being the targets of the shield. It was meant as one of the few additional things that could slow down the Emperor by trying to apply the same principle they applied to hold ships, by turning it to active mode, which in turn would hold everything inside it exactly where it was, without being able to move. To make sure of that, Nova had the redundant power systems, meant to power the shield at its planet-covering scale, ready to dump all of that energy on only a section of the shield. Their preparations were now ready. Only then did all of the people present finally start watching the live feed of what was happening to the Emperor through the eyes of Nova's instance, and nothing about it made them feel any ease. Chapter 995, Soul Veins. From the data that Nova could gather and share, they could see Aaron floating silently in the middle of the tank as the materials in his surroundings were undergoing a reaction, with the central controlling and uniting aspect being the fountain of life. It was leading the reaction, making many connect it to alchemy, which didn't really seem too far off. Other than that, his tainted mana still kept being ejected from his body, but unlike previously, where it was allowed to go everywhere, this time the fountain of life absorbed it like a sponge, not allowing even a thimble of it to escape the cylindrical tank despite it not having mana-blocking properties, and it showed no intention of getting full. However, the Emperor's stillness didn't last long. In a single move, he started shaking involuntarily, as if he were trying to escape the cylinder or just wanted to do something to put himself away from the pain. It seemed like his body didn't really have enough power to do that, and his rapid movements acted as nothing other than a mixer for the materials that were in there with him. But before they could even get used to seeing the Emperor in that condition, the now perfectly mixed materials, which had turned into a uniform colored liquid, started condensing towards a central point. Slowly, piece by piece, a humanoid skeleton appeared, which kept getting more and more details as the liquid inside the cylinder continued condensing, making it clear to anyone who was watching that a body was being created. As more details of the body started to come into place, it was very clear that he was looking more and more like a copy of the Emperor, but not yet an actual body, just a look-alike in a condensed liquid form that looked to have turned into a solid, no different from a statue. Then nothing happened for the next 10 minutes as it continued absorbing the tainted mana that the Emperor was pushing out of his body. Only in the 11th minute did something new finally happen. The Emperor, who was now floating face to face with his statue-like doppelganger while still having his eyes closed, extended his hand, placing it on the forehead of the doppelganger. Lines upon lines of dark runes started coming from his finger, crawling into the doppelganger's body, finding any empty space to take a position, covering its entire body with an unreadable amount of dense lines, turning him completely black, unlike the usual golden color of his runes.
Oh my god!
Ayaka, who was watching from a distance, couldn't help but say in disbelief at what she was seeing.
We need to stop him from doing that, she shouted in fear as she looked around, trying to reach Nova.
But before her words could even be registered, everyone else who was called for security precautions, and not stopping there, everyone who was on Mars, everyone who was in space, everyone who was on Earth, started looking at their surroundings as the solar system was now being illuminated with something that was not the sun.
Everyone could see the new light.
It didn't matter if someone had closed their eyes, if they were sleeping, or even if they were thousands of kilometers underground.
This new light wasn't stopped by any obstacle.
When they raised their heads to try and see the source, they found themselves witnessing something that gave them an incomprehensible and profound feeling of fear, reverence, familiarity, home, and every other emotion as the entirety of their surroundings looked to be inside a solar system-wide aurora.
What is happening?
Nova, who had registered Ayaka's words, asked, as her sensors showed that this aurora, though originating from Mars, had in a matter of seconds already covered the entirety of the star system and kept spreading far beyond. She wanted to know what it was, if it was good or bad, or anything to bring her understanding of what was happening to a more grounded level. These are the veins of the soul, and the Emperor is trying to tamper with them, Ayaka said while shaking in fear as she looked at the aurora in disbelief. As someone who was now a part of Lifu due to her awakening during the exploration mission to Proxima Centauri, she was more knowledgeable about life-related matters than anyone in the entire Empire and Conclave. The only ones who could match her knowledge regarding it would be other reincarnations of Lifu, but there were few enough for her to be able to say with confidence that in the entire galaxy, she was the most knowledgeable one. The only problem was that she didn't have access to that knowledge unless specific conditions were met, which was a safety measure taken by Lifu, who had used her body. The specific condition was seeing what was happening with her own eyes, which would trigger her having access to that knowledge. It was one of the reasons that the Empire wasn't yet as knowledgeable regarding these matters when she was always with them.
Veins of the soul? Is he trying to counter mana poisoning by changing aspects of his soul? Nova asked the logical follow-up question, having not even questioned the validity of Ayaka's words.
It wasn't that much of a surprising solution if you sat down and took his current situation into consideration, which was something Nova was one of those who could react like that, as it was in her nature to do so. Although the trigger for his mana poisoning was a contract between two mortals, the enforcer was literally mana itself, albeit in its unconscious form, which didn't matter as it was an entity on the scale of the universe. So, unless someone had a loophole to actually deal with this situation, only another universe-scale entity could do that. The Emperor seemed to have decided to use the soul part of the equation in his punishment as a solution to his current problem, though only Nova knew that it was the system in his body that had come up with the solution. Chapter 996, The Horn. Veins of the soul? Is he trying to counter mana poisoning by changing aspects of his soul? Ayaka didn't have any energy to answer Nova, as her eyes were now fully focused on the soul veins near the Emperor, her face still covered in horror. This was a result of her finally accessing the full knowledge of what was in front of her and knowing what the possible outcome would be if things went wrong, and based on the complexity of the knowledge, she knew that was the most likely outcome, and it was nothing good for anyone, including her. CHGHD, she found herself losing control of her body as her fear was momentarily interrupted when Nova used the mana she was providing through the suit to shock her and send her body haywire so that by the time it reset, she could have at least recollected herself. For anyone else, it would have been dangerous, but for Ayaka, this was no different than a needle prick. Veins of the soul? Is he trying to counter mana poisoning by changing aspects of his soul? Nova asked again. No, she said, shaking her head, as that was more difficult than stopping time. He is trying to tear a small part of his soul and transfer it to the new body so that the mana poisoning can be affiliated with the new part. The entire time she answered, she kept her eyes on the soul veins, witnessing something that should be impossible for any human to do, yet the reality in front of her proved otherwise. While Ayaka was experiencing the fear of her life, Aaron, who had been taken out of the driver's seat by the system, which had taken over the moment he clicked yes, watched in silence what his body was doing, wanting to absorb as much as possible as he wondered what the reason might be that the system had shown him the prompt about having to follow everything in the plan. As he was watching, a system screen finally appeared in front of him. He immediately focused on the system points that he had accumulated during the rollout of the VR and wormhole technologies to the Conclave, and although he knew it would be costly, SP was going down the drain in the millions for every second that passed. But that feeling of losing money went out the window the moment his eyes fell on what was written at the center of the screen, starting the soul-tearing process. Before he could even prepare himself, he felt a tear coming from the very depths of his body, which was painful to the point that he just froze, as his body didn't have the capability of expressing the pain. During this time, the system tore less than 0.1% of his soul, which was then ejected from his body into the doppelganger's body with as much pinpoint accuracy as possible. While that was happening, the soul vein nearest to them that corresponded to Aaron's soul pulsed for a moment. The system immediately responded to it by sending the purest mana it could gather from Aaron's body to try and calm it down, but before it could take its time to stabilize, the pulsing continued increasing in intensity, causing the mana coming from the body to waver. Despite the system not feeling the pain and only controlling the body, it was still being affected, and in one of those moments, the pure mana seemed to momentarily fall lower than the minimum needed to stabilize the vein. This forced the system to accelerate its operation, as it instantly shoved the cut part of the soul toward the doppelganger's body before allowing it to gain its consciousness. As it tried to control the joining of the new soul piece to the one already in the body, crack, a sound of something breaking was heard. The system immediately isolated it to the soul vein of Aaron, which showed intentions of fully breaking. If that happened, it would mean Aaron's death, so, throwing caution to the wind, it forcefully co-joined the part of the soul to the new one without caring how it was joined, before immediately closing its access to the soul veins. Waya. A melodic horn was heard across the solar system, heard by everyone, even those in space and in VR, so long as they were in an area where the aurora had appeared, causing them to feel euphoric amidst many incomprehensible feelings once again. Without any explanation, everyone who heard it understood that it was a celebration of something nearly impossible being achieved. At least, that was what everyone but Ayaka felt. Unlike all of them, she had actually seen what happened to the Emperor, so she shouted immediately, "Protect the Emperor!" That was all Nova needed to hear. She instantly broke through the grass, jumping towards the Emperor, but amidst her jump, the doppelganger that was gaining color as its body became humanified opened its eyes a moment after the horn, as if it had been forcefully woken up. It released a shockwave that pushed her and everything in its surroundings away, barring the Emperor. But Nova was fast enough to react. She activated a tractor beam on the ground, and using it as a rope, paired with her momentum, she created a semicircle. She brought her legs together, readjusting her nanomachines into a needle to have better penetrative force as she headed toward the doppelganger. Gum was heard as she was met with a shield that felt like a wall. Her point-shaped nanomachines were broken apart due to the momentum of her attack, but it didn't seem like the shield was enough to stop her. She immediately activated the hexagonal shield that had been in its passive mode, turning it fully active within the zone of the doppelganger to try and hold it down so that it didn't harm the Emperor. At the same time, she used the gradual shift from passive to active to try and push the Emperor away from the doppelganger by solidifying one part and pushing him. She knew that she didn't have much time to carry the Emperor since the mana reactors were now pumping energy that would have previously sustained the shield to cover the entire planet into a single hexagon. But the doppelganger wasn't fully stopped, although by an inch, it was still able to move, with all of this happening in less than half a second. Chapter 997, A Mess. Mars Central Command. Inside the center of the Empire's Military Surveillance Technology Central Command, a screen wide enough to allow for every important sector within the Empire to be shown simultaneously was currently operating under wartime mobilization. All of the screens were now covered with footage live-streamed from avatars who were still wreaking havoc in the conclave. However, that footage didn't last long, as it was instantly replaced by the Imperial Solar System sensor array, with a large highlight surrounding Mars as an alarm blared across the room. Without even needing instructions, the footage zoomed in on Mars, accessing all of the sensor assets within that vicinity and trying to pinpoint what exactly was happening and come up with a solution. But just as it was about to start receiving the feeds of the area of interest, the entire screen was replaced by a large, red-colored sentence: "An attempt to access a classified sector has been discovered, access denied." "Okay, that is a first for me," a sensor technician first class said when he saw the sentence on the screen. This facility had the highest level of permission to access classified information, second only to the Emperor and a few officials, since it was responsible for the security of the Empire. As a result, they were used to having access to everything their sensors laid their eyes on, making the current situation quite bizarre for all those present. But before they could even wallow in that surprise, another warning replaced the previous one on the massive screen. Mana reactors overdrive risk. Please provide additional reactors. Whatever they are doing there is depleting the online reactors faster than they can produce energy. Bring the backup reactors online, fast, the control center commander shouted, not wanting to be the cause of whatever was happening in the classified sector failing because of a mistake from his side. Without wasting time, the backup reactors were brought online as they were instantly ramped to maximum power output before being connected to the system. But it didn't seem like it was enough, despite a new backup reactor being brought online and connected each minute. Contact High Command, inform them of the situation, and ask them exactly what is expected of us so that we are not intervening blindly and worsening the situation, the commander said upon seeing that no matter how many backup reactors they brought online, the situation was not stopping. "Yes, sir," a sensor technician first class shouted back before following the orders. Need aid to protect the Emperor. Nova sent out an aid communication request to all those who were called by the Emperor, updating them on the situation. Serafina was the first to act. She instantly stopped providing mana to the closest dome, immediately exposing the center location to the vacuum between the domes as the air inside the inner dome started being displaced, sending chaos around everything within. Nova, who understood her capabilities, synergized with her by keeping the Emperor inside the activated shield while turning the one holding the Emperor's doppelganger passive in small sections, allowing for damage to be dealt. Serafina then repeated the same process for the other layers, finally opening access to the center of the situation for all the called individuals. Lee activated a gravity field in his surroundings, immediately increasing the attractive force towards his direction, pulling everything that was not held down towards him. Nova followed, synergizing with Serafina and then with Lee, as she turned the shield around the doppelganger back to passive to be pulled towards Lee, creating a distance between it and the Emperor. But it seemed that was the worst move they could make. The moment the active shield surrounding it was released, the doppelganger released a large amount of mana as a magic circle materialized around it, activating a flight spell and fighting against the gravitational pull from Lee. Through this whole period, its eyes never left the Emperor, who Nova was holding and pulling towards space through a tractor beam connected to a ship a few kilometers above. The doppelganger immediately raised its hand and, in a near instant, activated a new magic circle which instantly increased the ambient temperature as a fireball the size of a football was created, hot enough to cause the sand on the soil of Mars to melt. But just before it could fire it at the Emperor, the magic circle itself was interfered with. For a moment, it turned its head towards the direction of where the interference came from, finding Rena floating with her eyes glowing yellow as if there was a bulb behind them. "Stop chasing my husband," she shouted, and despite being a few kilometers away, she was heard by everyone as she had imbued mana in her sound. The doppelganger's eyes lingered for a moment when it laid eyes on Rena, but that short moment seemed to be enough for the rest to finally be able to take action. A root materialized from the ground, binding the doppelganger as she tried to absorb the mana in it, with the same happening for the rest of the treefolk. But to the surprise of many, the moment they started absorbing mana through the roots themselves started withering rapidly before turning brittle and breaking just from the gravitational pull from Lee, a byproduct of the tarnished mana generated as a result of the doppelganger's soul having received the transfer of the mana poisoning, which killed an avenue for dealing with it. The doppelganger didn't seem to care as it returned its focus to the Emperor. Within the 3 seconds they had managed to hold it, Nova had pulled the Emperor a few kilometers away as a wormhole opened behind them, and they started entering it to escape. "Yuo Kausword INDAOFBRBHFWF," the doppelganger shouted gibberish as veins started coming out of its mouth in a fit of anger as it saw its target escaping. At the same time, 15 magic circles appeared around it, sending a massive shockwave for kilometers, disrupting and covering its area with sand that was pulled towards Lee. The doppelganger was now seen heading towards the Emperor, who was just about halfway through entering the wormhole, and it seemed to be en route to reach them moments after they went through. Everyone immediately reacted, trying to stop or delay it, which failed as it arrived just as the wormhole started closing and went through before it closed. "Shit," was the summary of what went through everyone's mind who witnessed it. Chapter 998, The Almost Perfect Prison. "Aruun!" Rena shouted amidst rapid acceleration as she tried to reach him. Multiple magic circles appeared around her as she injected them with as much mana as possible from her dedicated reactor, which was connected to her through an accessory with a miniature wormhole. However, by the time they were ready, Aaron had already retreated, and the doppelganger had gone through the wormhole shortly after, causing a pit to form in her stomach. "Nova, tell me he is safe," she said as she was landing, constantly adjusting her magic circle's output as Lee had just cancelled his black hole-esque ability. The sudden return to normal gravity caused quite a few disturbances in the surrounding area. The short silence before she received an answer felt like an eternity to her. Just as she was about to ask again, her worries on the verge of doubling, a response finally came: "He is fine, and the doppelganger is captured." "Thank God," Rena said as she found herself falling to her knees while releasing a sigh of relief, realizing she was shaking from worry. "Where is he?" she followed up immediately. "In a medical pod undergoing treatment," Nova answered as a wormhole opened next to Rena. "Thank you," Rena said once again, feeling thankful that they had Nova on their side, who would do everything in her power to make sure they were fine. She walked through the wormhole, appearing on the other side inside one of the Imperial Palace's medical rooms, with Aaron currently submerged inside a medical pod filled with mana. "Hello, what about us? What the fuck has happened? Why are we not being updated on whether we fucked up or not?" Lee shouted when a wormhole had just opened to take Ayaka after the previous one had taken the Empress, leaving the rest of them stranded as they wondered what the heck was going on. "The doppelganger has been caught, so please return to your bases and wait for an update on the Emperor's situation when we have a clue." Nova's voice was heard in all of their ears, followed by a wormhole opening a short distance in front of them. "At least give us a summary of what happened." I'm very curious, and I'm sure all the rest are feeling the same, Li asked, wondering how the situation that seemed to have gone to shit had turned out to the Emperor's benefit. Sure, Nova said before a 3D rendering of what had just happened appeared in front of them, starting from when the Emperor was pushed into the wormhole. When the wormhole opened, it was connected to the Stargate inside the Imperial Palace, which welcomed the Emperor. But the moment the Emperor finished going through, Nova used a move that the Empire had perfected during the deployment of the avatars and switched the connecting endpoint to somewhere specifically prepared by the Emperor for a situation where they needed to imprison a strong individual equal to or more powerful than Seraphina, the Exorvax exiled princess. Inside the sun. Bang! 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 The doppelganger punched the transparent wall using all of his strength, but the wall didn't so much as shake or wobble through the entire sequence. After a full minute of punching did nothing, he decided to move on to using his magic. But the moment he gathered mana and materialized a magic circle, the circle crumbled under pressure as the mana he had invested in it entered a very weird state from the massive pressure in its surroundings. If someone zoomed out from the small, 100-meter-wide cube, they would see a 100-kilometer-thick cube of shield with a small open space on the inside, located inside the sun. It was designed to act as the final line of defense, should the tools in place to keep the prisoner inside fail. The perfect fusion reactor, the sun, would deal with the problem. Other than that, the environment inside the cube itself was brutal. Although most of the pressure was kept at bay by the thick shields that fed from the pressure to sustain themselves, it was still enough that it required anyone inside to use all of their mana to sustain their body and prevent it from succumbing, which practically acted as a constraint cuff in itself. Most of the mana would be dedicated to surviving the pressure, leaving none aside for anything else. However, if they had enough mana to both protect their body and still do something else, the mana-inverting runes would come into effect and send the mana back where it came from, if the pressure didn't disrupt the mana before that. It was an almost perfect prison, made with specifications that should be able to hold even the Emperor for some time due to the limit of how much of his endless mana he could deploy at once. But that is all it was, almost perfect, as the Emperor hadn't considered poison mana to be part of the equation. The doppelganger, who now carried the mana poisoning that had been troubling the Emperor, realized that all the bits of tainted mana now being used to protect its body were slowly corroding the shield. Upon this discovery, a cruel smile appeared on its face as it started trying to release as much mana as possible in its current situation to try and corrode a large part of the shield. But even after hours, it found itself in the same position. Although it was not a perfect prison, it was one of the few that got close to perfection, as it seemed the safety measures set for something else had come in clutch. The side effects of that system being active accidentally countered the corrosion effect. It was a system designed to ensure that the cube was always the same size, mass, and weight, and for it to do everything in its power to make that possible. In turn, it constantly used the pressure in its surroundings to generate mana and sustain the shield at its design specifications, no matter how much the doppelganger tried to corrode it. He only managed to corrode the shield a few inches deep into the 100-kilometer-thick walls before it was restored. Chapter 999, The Crown Prince. What is wrong with him exactly? Henry, Aaron's younger brother and the Crown Prince, turned to Nova, asking her as he stood in front of Aaron's mana-filled medical pod. Due to the set line of succession that had been maintained for decades since the founding of the Empire, he was still the first in line despite not wanting the position at all. He considered it a formality required by the Imperial Constitution to remove the possibility of instability should something happen to the Emperor, preventing a power vacuum. Since he was selected as the Crown Prince, nothing much had changed for him. He had managed to continue pursuing what he loved, research. He was currently one of the leading researchers in the field of mana, with his studies being as influential as the Empress's were in the field of magic. This was due to the advantage of his eyes being able to perceive mana deeper and in more detail than many of the available sensors. In fact, nearly all of the sensors had their founding as a result of his eyes being studied and their function replicated mechanically. Although after a few generations, many of the sensors had improved and even surpassed his eyes' abilities, his eyes still retained an advantage. He could feel things firsthand instead of having to rely on equipment, just like no matter how high quality a camera is, seeing it with your own eyes is always better. This had helped him match the Empress in influence, albeit in a different field. Unfortunately, the moment the war started, he was immediately whisked away from his precious research and sent to a safe zone for security as a designated survivor in case something happened to the Emperor. Although previously it looked like the Empire was being needlessly cautious, they were finally vindicated when something actually happened to the Emperor that caused him to be out of commission for a moment. This immediately elevated the level of authority Henry had, which he used to authorize the continuation of the plans the Emperor had already approved. According to Ayaka, she says he tore his soul and needs time to recover, she answered as she walked close to Henry, placing her hand on his shoulder.
Doesn't he have a good regeneration ability to regrow limbs? How come he is bedridden for a small piece? Henry asked.
Although he was focused on mana research and was an authority in that field, he was not knowledgeable regarding the field of the soul. No one in the Empire was, as it was a field that was very risky and difficult to research, especially inside VR, since that is one of the few things that can't be perfectly replicated. They could create souls using God mode, but a perfect one was not possible to replicate, the same way the Fountain of Life couldn't be replicated in VR. Thanks to the Fountain of Life, they had managed to gather some data that was collected during all of the creation of life following contact, but the field was still in its foundational stages. Unlike physical injuries that are just like a corrupt file that can be repaired, soul injuries are like harming the operating system, and it takes time before the body is able to repair that, if it is even possible in the first place. But since he is the one who did this, he must have done it in a way that ensured he only took parts that can be healed. So all we have to do now is wait, Nova explained before removing her hand from Henry's shoulder and walking towards the medpod, placing her hands on top of it as she looked at Aaron.
How long will it take?
Ayaka estimates the earliest to be a month, but it could take up to a year if complications arise, Nova said as a hologram appeared, replaying what Ayaka said regarding the recovery period. Henry groaned as he rubbed his face with his hands, feeling both relief that his brother was fine but also the pressure of now having the possibility of being required to give orders while in an active war.
He found himself saying, how does he even handle this for decades and look fine?
Are there any decisions that I need to make at the moment? He asked after he took a moment to close his eyes and recollect himself. Everything major had already been decided and approved by the Emperor before this situation happened, and they are in the middle of being brought to reality. Unless something unexpected happens that needs an immediate decision, we don't expect any new orders to be made by you if he is to recover within the month.
Good, because I might accidentally drop a few black hole bombs on those who caused him to be in a position to do this, Henry said, having already been debriefed on what had happened to his brother, from the cause all the way to the solution he was forced to partake in.
Don't worry, we will deal with them in time, Nova said, caressing the medpod. Her nanomachine body looked at Aaron the same way a child would look at their parent if they were sick, but with a mixture of anger on her face, which was being expressed automatically by her emotional interpretation algorithm. It is a passive algorithm, and as long as she doesn't directly deactivate it when conversing with an individual with whom she doesn't want to show her emotions, it will continue mirroring what she was feeling on the inside.
How is the progress of the war? Henry asked, wanting an update.
Although he didn't want to be in a decision-making position, he knew those were his responsibilities, and he needed to be knowledgeable about everything for the situation where he was required to give orders.
We are currently in the midst.
Nova started recapping the situation they were in, and due to the scale and different fields they were operating in, the recap was going to take a few hours.
Chapter 1000, Let There Be Light. Phoom.
The space surrounding the Namari capital star system trembled as a wormhole opened a few 100,000 kilometers from the capital planet, which looked very peaceful from the current distance. There were no ships that swished in space, only the satellites in the planet's orbit remained, as if it were just a planet on the verge of reaching the first Kardashev scale and entering the space exploration age. I'm sure I don't have to repeat this, but I will do so nonetheless, a Shadari commander said when the wormhole closed behind them, leaving only their single ship in the vicinity. This is our warning to the Conclave members to remind them what joining the Conclave means and that it is not something you can just try and leave at the first inconvenience or when things get difficult, after having benefited from our support when you were in difficult times. For that, a good example needs to be set to make sure everyone knows the consequences of attempting any of those things. And for that, the Grand Exorvac and our leader, the Unseen, have all given us the approval to use any means necessary to set that example for all to see. Any questions? The commander asked when he finished giving his short rallying speech. It was very unnecessary, as all those present were ready to do anything they were ordered, and it made no difference if they were motivated or not, the work would get done. Gubka, the present Shadari team's commander, was an outlier among their civilization. Unlike the majority, who hated the spotlight and considered being called a son or daughter of light to be one of the worst curse words, he actually liked having attention and being the center of it, going so far as to do things like impromptu motivation speeches before missions. But due to his abilities, nothing was done about it, and he was left to his machinations so long as he got things done. Okay, now get to work and do your assigned tasks, he said before taking the cap of his robe and covering his head, a new invention inspired by human fashion sense. The surrounding light started warping around him, and he completely disappeared in a few seconds. The rest of the team members, having finally received the order to move forward, also did the same. Shortly, one of the doors to a sealed hatch opened after the air inside was emptied, but it seemed like it was just a glitch, as there was no one inside. At least, that is how it was visible on many sensors. But to someone with a god's eye view, they would see 5 Shadaris moving towards the capital planet with their hands around a 50-meter diameter object at their center, which in itself was invisible to sensors as a result of the active abilities they were using on it. When they reached about 20,000 kilometers, they finally released their hands from the machine, which instantly started vibrating rapidly as it continued toward the planet, self-propelled. This time, it finally became visible, but it didn't matter since it had already arrived at the point of no return, and any intervention would be useless. They stopped to watch its journey towards the planet and see what it would unleash. To their surprise, it seemed like it wasn't even detected, as not even the orbital defenses managed to activate and try to shoot it down. Although they knew that any of those attempts would result in whatever they sent just going through it as if it weren't there, they were still surprised by the inaction. But their surprise didn't last, as finally they started seeing tracers as lasers, kinetic, and every other weapon was directed towards it to try and stop it. As expected, nothing managed to do that. Good. Now show me your despair, Gubka said as he propelled himself ahead of the rest of the Shadaris, placing them behind him before he extended his hands wide and used his mana to cause his robe to flutter as if there was an atmosphere around them, another inspiration from the Terra Empire that he liked. Despite the constant firing of weapons at their cargo, it finally managed to enter the atmosphere. The moment it did, it didn't wait to start burning from atmospheric resistance, and as if waiting for the moment, Gubka said, "Let there be light." Gubka had a wide smile on his face as he watched the brightest object in the surrounding space get overshadowed by his masterwork. As the leader of this operation, he felt even more emotional knowing the history behind the bomb that had just gone off. It was a quite cruel one as well, as it was not one of the Conclave's conventional bombs, they had far better ones. Its emotional and psychological weight was higher than if they had used their strongest ones, as it was something that humans at one time had been afraid of creating, to the point of shelving the idea, Project Sundial. In 1954, physicist Edward Teller had proposed a 10-gigaton thermonuclear bomb named Project Sundial. It was a bomb that, unlike the nuclear weapons of its time, would yield world-ending destruction if used. The design was based on an extreme extrapolation of the Teller-Ulam configuration, the same principle behind the hydrogen bomb. But where conventional thermonuclear devices used a single fusion stage, Sundial envisioned a multi-stage cascade, a chain of fusion reactions, each triggering the next, like a row of collapsing stars. At its core, Sundial would begin with a fission primary, likely a plutonium implosion device. This would ignite a fusion secondary composed of lithium deuteride. But instead of stopping there, the bomb would include tertiary and quaternary stages, each encased in uranium-238 to undergo fast fission when bombarded by high-energy neutrons. The outermost layer would act as a neutron reflector and compression lens, ensuring that no energy escaped unspent. The projected yield, 10,000 megatons, enough to vaporize a continent, ignite global firestorms, and inject enough soot into the stratosphere to trigger a nuclear winter lasting decades. The fireball alone would have spanned 50 kilometers, with a thermal pulse capable of igniting forests and cities hundreds of kilometers away. But not stopping there, they had also implemented another of humanity's darkest ideas. The Project Sundial-inspired bomb was then encased in cobalt-59, transforming it from a weapon of instant annihilation into a device of lingering planetary death. The cobalt jacket was not designed to increase the explosive yield. Its purpose was radiological permanence. When the bomb detonated, the intense neutron flux from the fusion stages would transmute the stable cobalt-59 into cobalt-60, a radioactive isotope with a half-life of 5.27 years. The result was a salted bomb, a weapon engineered to poison the biosphere. Unlike conventional fallout, which decays within weeks or months, cobalt-60 emits high-energy gamma radiation for decades. The sundial detonation would loft millions of tons of irradiated cobalt into the stratosphere, where it would circulate globally, settling over continents and oceans alike.
Within weeks, the planet's surface would become a death zone, uninhabitable for generations.
That was the bomb they had created and used, as if to show humans that what you fear most is something that we are capable of making and using without any of your initial fears, but at the same time, reminding everyone that if you join the humans, you will also be killed by the means the humans themselves came up with.